In the year 1243, the Seljuk Sultanate of Rum stood at the height of its territorial expanse across the Anatolian plateau. For nearly 2 centuries, these Turkish rulers had transformed the heartland of ancient empires into a thriving center of Islamic culture and trade. The Sultanate's cities hummed with commerce, their bazaars filled with silk from the east and grain from the fertile valleys. Seljuk architects had raised magnificent mosques and caravanserais along the trade routes connecting the Mediterranean to Persia and beyond. Yet beneath this prosperity, the Sultanate's military foundations had begun to crack under the weight of internal divisions and external pressures. The Mongol storm that had swept across Asia arrived at Anatolia's eastern frontier with terrifying inevitability in the early summer of 1243. Sultan Kaikhosro II assembled an army of perhaps 40,000 men to meet the threat posed by the Mongol commander Bayezid. The two forces converged near the mountain of Köz Dag, in the highlands between Sivas and Erzincan. The Seljuk army included not only Turkish cavalry but also contingents of Greek and Armenian soldiers from the Sultanate's diverse population. Foreign mercenaries stood in the ranks alongside experienced Ghazi warriors who had fought on the Byzantine frontiers for decades. The battle itself unfolded with the brutal efficiency that characterized Mongol warfare throughout their conquests from China to Eastern Europe. Bayezid's forces employed their traditional tactics of feigned retreat and enveloping maneuvers, drawing the Seljuk cavalry into vulnerable positions. The Mongol composite bows, capable of piercing armor at distances Seljuk archers could not match, decimated formations before hand-to-hand combat began. Within hours, the Sultanate's army had dissolved into a chaotic retreat, with Sultan Kaikhosro himself fleeing the field. The mountain slopes ran red with the blood of thousands, and the Seljuk military apparatus that had dominated Anatolia crumbled. The immediate aftermath of Köz Dag transformed the political geography of Anatolia more profoundly than any event since the initial Turkish conquests. Sultan Kaikhosro became a vassal of the Mongol Ilkhanate, required to pay crushing tribute that drained the Sultanate's treasury. Mongol administrators arrived in Seljuk cities to ensure compliance, their presence a constant reminder of submission and defeat. The Sultanate's authority, once extending from the Aegean coast to the Armenian highlands, began to fragment as local commanders and governors asserted independence. What had been a unified state fractured into competing power centers, each pursuing its own survival strategy. By the 1260s, the Seljuk sultans had become little more than figureheads manipulated by Mongol overlords and ambitious provincial governors. Sultan Mehmed II, who would reign intermittently until 1284, possessed none of the real power his predecessors had wielded. His court at Konya maintained the ceremonial trappings of sovereignty, but actual control over distant provinces had evaporated. Mongol military governors, known as daragachi, exercised authority in key cities, collecting taxes and enforcing the Ilkhanate's will. The once great sultanate had become a hollow shell, its prestige maintained through historical inertia rather than genuine political force. Into the vacuum left by Seljuk decline emerged a constellation of Turkish principalities known as beyliks, each carved from the Sultanate's former territories. These beyliks arose from various sources: frontier commanders who stopped acknowledging central authority, tribal leaders who claimed ancestral lands, and opportunistic governors who declared independence. The Karamanids established themselves in the Taurus Mountains and southern plateau, claiming legitimacy as defenders of Turkish tradition against Mongol influence. Their leaders adopted increasingly royal pretensions, minting coins and patronizing scholars who had fled the collapsed centers of Seljuk power. By the 1270s, Karaman posed the most significant challenge to any notion of Seljuk unity. West of Karaman, the Jermian Beylik took shape around the city of Kütahya, controlling fertile valleys and important trade routes. The Jermian rulers proved particularly adept at political survival, balancing between Mongol power and local autonomy with calculated diplomacy. They expanded their territories gradually, absorbing smaller lordships through marriage alliances and selective military pressure rather than risky large-scale warfare. Their capital became a cultural center where Persian literary traditions merged with Turkish warrior ethos, creating the synthesis that would characterize Anatolian Turkish culture. Poets and religious scholars found patronage at the Germanian court, ensuring the Beylik's prestige extended beyond mere military might. Along the Aegean coast, Turkish principalities pushed toward the sea with aggressive energy that alarmed the declining Byzantine Empire. The Aydenids established control over the Meander River Valley and the port of Smyrna, becoming a naval power in the process. The Mentees Beylik controlled the southwestern coast, its warriors launching raids against Byzantine islands and Christian shipping with increasing boldness. These coastal Beyliks represented a new phase in Turkish expansion, transforming pastoral nomads and inland warriors into maritime raiders and merchants. Their ships, crewed by Greek sailors and Turkish fighters, blurred the traditional boundaries between Islamic and Christian Mediterranean worlds. Further north along the Byzantine frontier, smaller Beyliks occupied the broken terrain where imperial authority had steadily retreated throughout the 13th century. The Saruhan, Karisi, and other principalities emerged in the valleys and lowlands of western Anatolia, each controlling modest territories. These Beyliks maintained a culture of continuous frontier warfare, their economies dependent on raiding and the incorporation of new lands. Young warriors from across Anatolia migrated to these frontier zones seeking glory and plunder in the Gaza tradition. The Beylik leaders who could attract and reward these warriors grew in power and territorial extent. Among these various principalities, one of the smallest and most obscure took shape in the far northwest reaches of Anatolia. A tribal leader named Ertugrul, about whom later sources would weave elaborate legends, established his clan in the region near Sagat and Damanik. The historical record regarding Ertugrul remains frustratingly sparse, with most information coming from sources written generations after his death. What seems certain is that he led a small group of perhaps 400 or 500 households, controlling territory that measured no more than a few days' ride across. His lands sat directly on the frontier with Byzantine territory, making them both strategically significant and economically marginal. The region Ertugrul's people occupied consisted of forested highlands and narrow valleys, terrain better suited to herding than intensive agriculture. Byzantine fortresses still dotted the landscape, though many were undermanned or had been abandoned as imperial resources contracted. Small Greek Christian communities farmed the valleys under increasingly uncertain political conditions, never quite sure which power would claim their loyalty and taxes. The frontier zone existed in a state of perpetual ambiguity, where authority shifted with military fortune and local communities developed survival strategies based on flexibility. Into this fluid environment, Ertugrul's clan brought both threat and opportunity for the existing population. The relationship between the early Ottoman clan and the Seljuk Sultanate remains unclear in the fragmentary historical sources that survive. Later Ottoman chroniclers would claim that Ertugrul received his lands as a grant from the Seljuk Sultan in recognition of military service. These narratives served the political purposes of Ottoman legitimacy, linking the dynasty to the prestigious Seljuk legacy. Contemporary evidence for such formal recognition is lacking, and it seems more likely that Ertugrul simply occupied territory through the strength of his followers. The Seljuk court at Konya, weakened and distant, could neither confirm nor effectively challenge such arrangements on the far northwestern frontier. What distinguished the region around Sagat was its position directly facing viable Byzantine territory that could still be conquered and incorporated. While other Beyliks faced either Mongol-dominated zones, other Turkish principalities, or already conquered formerly Byzantine lands, Ertugrul's people looked toward an empire that was weak but still present. The Byzantine Empire under the restored Palaeologan dynasty, returned to Constantinople after 1261, struggled to defend its Anatolian territories against multiple Turkish incursions. Emperor Andronikos II, who would reign from 1282 to 1328, inherited an empire with limited military resources and competing priorities in the Balkans. The Asian provinces received insufficient garrison troops and funding, making them vulnerable to exactly the sort of persistent frontier pressure Ertugrul's warriors could apply. The culture that developed along this Turkish-Byzantine frontier in the late 13th century was defined by the concept of Gaza, often translated as holy war but encompassing broader meanings. For the warriors gathered in the Beyliks, Gaza represented both religious duty and economic opportunity, spiritual merit and material gain. Raiding Byzantine territory provided plunder, captured livestock, and occasionally ransoms for prisoners, sustaining the warrior bands when other resources proved scarce. Successful Gaza leaders attracted followers from across Anatolia, building reputations that transcended their initially modest origins. This combination of religious ideology and practical benefit created a powerful motivational framework for continuous expansion. The Gaza ethos drew on deep traditions within Islamic frontier warfare, but it adapted to the specific conditions of 13th century Anatolia. The warriors who practiced it came from diverse backgrounds, including recently arrived nomads, second sons of established families seeking their fortunes, and adventurers from as far as Central Asia. Religious scholars and mystics accompanied these warrior bands, providing spiritual legitimacy and maintaining connection to broader Islamic intellectual traditions. The synthesis of martial prowess and religious devotion created a distinct frontier culture, one that valued courage, generosity, and commitment to expanding the Dar al-Islam, the realm of Islamic governance. The organizational structure of these frontier warrior communities remained relatively fluid and merit-based compared to more established Islamic states. A successful Gaza leader needed to reward his followers with plunder and captured land, maintain their loyalty through personal charisma and demonstrated courage, and continuously expand to provide new opportunities for enrichment. Failure to expand meant followers would drift away to more successful leaders, making aggressive frontier warfare a structural necessity. This dynamic created constant pressure on the Byzantine frontier, with each successful raid encouraging further attempts. The system rewarded boldness and punished stagnation, favoring leaders who could sustain momentum through both military skill and political acumen. Erdogril's establishment in the Sagat region placed his clan in a position to benefit from these frontier dynamics while facing significant challenges. The territory was poor by the standards of Anatolia's rich river valleys, offering limited agricultural surplus to support a large warrior band. Byzantine resistance, though weakened, remained real, with fortified positions and professional soldiers who could inflict serious defeats on overconfident raiders. Other Turkish beyliks surrounded Erdogril's small domain, potential rivals for any territorial gains and competitors for the allegiance of mobile warrior bands. Success required careful management of limited resources, strategic selection of targets, and the cultivation of a reputation that would attract followers despite the modest immediate material rewards. The transition of leadership from Erdoğan to his son Osman, which would occur around the turn of the 14th century, remains poorly documented in contemporary sources. Later Ottoman tradition placed great emphasis on this moment, constructing elaborate narratives of prophetic dreams and divine sanction for the dynasty's future greatness. The historical reality was likely far more prosaic, with leadership passing within a warrior community according to established steppe Turkish customs and Islamic precedent. What mattered was the new leader's ability to maintain the loyalty of the clan's warriors and continue the expansion that sustained the entire enterprise. Osman would prove remarkably capable in both respects, but the foundations for his success lay in the position and culture Erdoğan had established. By 1280, the geopolitical landscape of Anatolia had settled into a pattern that would persist for the next several decades. The Ilkhanate Mongols, ruling from Tabriz in Azerbaijan, exercised ultimate but often distant authority over much of the region. They collected tribute, intervened in succession disputes, and occasionally launched punitive expeditions, but they did not directly administer most territories. The Seljuk Sultanate continued as a fiction of unity, recognized ceremonially but ignored practically by the various beyliks that had emerged. These Turkish principalities competed and occasionally cooperated with each other, their relationships determined by immediate advantage rather than lasting alliances. On the western frontier, Byzantine authority slowly contracted, defended by inadequate forces against persistent pressure. The Byzantine Empire's structural problems in Anatolia stemmed from decades of neglect and the destructive impact of the Fourth Crusade's conquest of Constantinople in 1204. The restored Palaeologan dynasty had recovered the capital in 1261, but the Asian provinces had suffered from nearly 60 years of uncertain control and shifting allegiances. The powerful landowning families that had traditionally provided military service had either been dispossessed, compromised in their loyalty, or destroyed entirely. The pronoia system, through which military obligations were tied to land grants, had broken down across much of Anatolia. Emperor Andronikos II attempted administrative and military reforms, but the empire's limited resources forced prioritization of threats in the Balkans, where Serbs and Bulgarians pressed imperial frontiers. The weakness of Byzantine defenses in northwestern Anatolia created the permissive environment in which small beyliks like Ertugrul's could establish themselves and gradually expand. Imperial forces occasionally launched expeditions to relieve besieged fortresses or punish particularly bold raiders, but sustained reconquest proved beyond Byzantine capabilities. The local Greek population found itself increasingly isolated from Constantinople's support, forced to make accommodations with Turkish rulers or flee to safer regions. This demographic shift, gradual but persistent, would transform the population composition of Western Anatolia over the coming century. Each raiding season brought more territory under Turkish control, more Byzantine fortifications abandoned or captured, more frontier villages acknowledging new masters. The Mongol factor in Anatolian politics operated through indirect mechanisms that shaped events without requiring constant military presence. The Ilkhanate under rulers like Abaka Khan, who reigned from 1265 to 1282, maintained the principle of overlordship while allowing considerable local autonomy. Mongol administrators monitored the beyliks and sultanate through resident officials and periodic inspections, intervening when tribute payments failed or local rulers became too ambitious. This system allowed the Mongols to extract wealth from Anatolia without the expense of direct occupation, but it also meant that energetic local leaders could expand significantly before facing Mongol restraint. The balance between nominal submission and practical independence required careful political judgment from beylik rulers. Trade continued to flow through Anatolia despite political fragmentation, though the routes and patterns had shifted from the Seljuk period's height. Merchants adapted to the new reality of multiple authorities and variable security, paying tolls to various beyliks and sometimes traveling with armed escorts. The Italian maritime republics, particularly Genoa and Venice, maintained trading colonies along the Anatolian coasts, establishing commercial relationships with whoever controlled the hinterlands. These connections brought Anatolian beyliks into networks of Mediterranean commerce, providing revenue sources beyond raiding and agriculture. The Aegean coastal principalities particularly benefited from this trade, developing sophistication in both naval warfare and commercial negotiation. Religious scholars and mystic brotherhoods played significant roles in the cultural consolidation of Turkish Anatolia during this period of political fragmentation. Sufi orders established lodges across the beylik territories, providing social services, education, and spiritual guidance to both settled populations and nomadic groups. These religious figures helped bridge the gap between Turkish newcomers and longer-established populations, offering a shared Islamic identity that transcended ethnic differences. The conversion of Greek and Armenian Christians to Islam proceeded gradually through a combination of incentives, social pressure, and the persuasive efforts of these religious scholars. Each conversion strengthened the cultural Islamization of Anatolia, making Turkish political dominance increasingly permanent. The physical landscape of late 13th century Anatolia bore witness to centuries of successive civilizations, with Turkish newcomers occupying spaces shaped by Roman, Byzantine, and Seljuk builders before them. Ancient roads still connected cities, though their maintenance had declined with each political crisis and transition of power. Fortifications of varying ages crowned strategic hilltops, some dating to Byzantine times, others built by Seljuk governors, and a few newly constructed by beylik rulers. Agricultural villages worked lands that had been cultivated for millennia, their inhabitants changing languages and religions even as the fundamental patterns of farming and herding persisted. The land itself remained largely indifferent to the political transformations occurring upon it. In the forests and highlands around Sagat, Ertugrul's people pursued a way of life that combined pastoral traditions with the requirements of frontier warfare. Their economy rested on herding sheep and horses across seasonal pastures, supplemented by raiding and the gradual incorporation of conquered agricultural lands. The warriors maintained the horse archery skills of their steppe ancestors while adapting to the terrain and tactics required for siege warfare and mountain fighting. Their encampments, whether temporary seasonal camps or more permanent settlements, reflected this transitional existence between nomadic and sedentary patterns. The process of settling down, of transforming from mobile pastoralists to territorial rulers, had begun but remained incomplete. The relationship between Turkish warriors and conquered populations followed patterns established during earlier phases of the Seljuk expansion into Anatolia. Conquered Christians who submitted and paid taxes received protection and a degree of self-governance under their own religious leaders. Those who resisted faced enslavement or death, with their lands distributed to the conquerors and their families dispersed. Economic pragmatism often moderated ideological impulses, as maintaining productive agricultural populations served Turkish rulers' interests better than wholesale displacement. Over time, garrison forces in captured fortresses evolved into settled communities, taking local wives and developing stakes in the prosperity of their territories. These dynamics of conquest, settlement, and gradual integration would characterize Ottoman expansion for centuries. The year 1280 found Anatolia in a condition of dynamic instability, its political future entirely unclear to contemporary observers. The Mongol Ilkhanate appeared to represent the future, its military power unmatched by any regional force and its administrative reach extending across Persia and into Syria. The various beyliks seemed destined to compete indefinitely within the framework of Mongol overlordship, rising and falling based on the fortunes of individual leaders. The Byzantine Empire's Anatolian presence was clearly declining, but total elimination seemed neither imminent nor inevitable given Constantinople's diplomatic skill and the beyliks' divisions. No observer at that moment could have predicted that the small warrior band led by Ertugrul and soon to be led by his son Osman would eclipse all rivals and create an empire surpassing even the Seljuks at their height. Yet the conditions that would enable Ottoman rise were already taking shape in the patterns established during these late 13th century decades. The combination of political fragmentation, Byzantine weakness, Mongol indirect rule, and energetic frontier culture created opportunities for ambitious leaders who could capitalize on them effectively. The Gaza ideology provided both motivation and legitimacy for continuous expansion, while the influx of warriors to successful frontier beyliks offered manpower for sustained campaigns. The specific geography of northwestern Anatolia, positioned towards still conquerable Byzantine territories and relatively distant from direct Mongol supervision, offered advantages that other beyliks lacked. These structural factors, combined with capable leadership and considerable good fortune, would transform a minor frontier principality into the Ottoman dynasty. The legacy of Seljuk rule persisted as both inspiration and cautionary tale for the beylik leaders who succeeded them. The Seljuks had demonstrated that Turkish dynasties could create sophisticated, prosperous states incorporating diverse populations under Islamic governance. They had also shown the dangers of internal division, military complacency, and the devastating consequences of defeat by superior forces. The administrative techniques, architectural traditions, and cultural achievements of the Seljuk period provided models that beylik rulers consciously imitated when resources permitted. The very title Sultan, which Ottoman rulers would eventually claim, carried prestige precisely because of its association with Seljuk glory. Even in fragmenting, the Seljuk Sultanate of Rum shaped the ambitions and methods of those who inherited its territories. As the 13th century drew toward its close, Ertugrul's advancing age meant that leadership would soon pass to the next generation of his family. The small community around Sagat had survived the vulnerable early years of establishment and had begun to expand its territorial control through careful raiding and opportunistic conquest. The reputation of Ertugrul's warriors had spread sufficiently to attract new followers seeking opportunities on the Byzantine frontier. The foundations had been laid, though the structure that would rise upon them remained unbuilt and largely unimagined. The story of how Osman would build upon his father's legacy, transforming a minor beylik into the nucleus of an empire, was about to begin in the final years of the 1280s and the dawn of the 14th century. The Anatolian plateau, bathed in the golden light of late afternoon sun, stretched across a landscape of ancient mountains and fertile valleys. Caravans still moved along the trade routes, though more cautiously than in the Seljuk period's secure decades. Villages smoked with cooking fires as farmers returned from fields worked by countless previous generations under different masters and different faiths. In fortress towers, both Byzantine and Turkish, guards watched horizons for threats that might appear at any moment. The land endured, patient and vast, while the humans upon it struggled for dominance, survival, and meaning. Among them, in an obscure corner of northwestern Anatolia, a dynasty waited to be born. The year 1299 marks a beginning that few would have noticed at the time. In the rolling hills of northwestern Anatolia, a young leader named Osman accepts the mantle of chieftain from his aging father. The ceremony is simple, witnessed by a handful of tribal elders and warriors who have followed his family for generations. No one present imagines that this transfer of power will echo through 7 centuries of history. Osman's inheritance is modest by any standard of the day. He controls a small frontier territory wedged between the fading Byzantine Empire and the fragmented remnants of Seljuk authority. His people number perhaps 4,000 or 5,000 souls, a mix of nomadic herders and settled farmers. The land itself offers both challenge and opportunity, with fertile valleys surrounded by defensible highlands that have sheltered communities since ancient times. This is the frontier in every sense of the word. To the west lie Byzantine towns and fortresses, their garrisons undermanned and their governors increasingly isolated from Constantinople. To the east, the Mongol Ilkhanate casts a long shadow over Anatolia, having shattered the old Seljuk state decades earlier. Between these powers, dozens of Turkish chieftains carve out small domains, each hoping to expand while surviving the ambitions of neighbors. Osman's father, Ertugrul, had led their clan to this region in the tumultuous years following the Mongol invasions. The family claimed descent from the Kei branch of the Oghuz Turkish tribal confederation, though such genealogies often blend history and aspiration. What matters more than ancient lineage is immediate capability, the ability to protect followers and provide opportunities for glory and gain on the uncertain frontier. The young leader stands at a crossroads of cultures and faiths. His warriors follow the traditions of the Central Asian steppe, even as Islam provides a unifying framework for law and identity. Byzantine Christians farm much of the land around his territory, while Greek remains the language of commerce in nearby towns. Armenian merchants, Jewish traders, and Christian monks all move through the region, creating a tapestry of beliefs and customs. Osman understands that survival requires more than martial skill. The frontier produces warriors by necessity, but it rewards leaders who can navigate between worlds. He must balance the expectations of his Turkish followers with the realities of governing a mixed population. He must appear strong enough to attract new warriors while avoiding threats so serious that powerful neighbors unite against him. In these early years, Osman begins to distinguish himself through careful observation and patient action. He studies the weaknesses of Byzantine border defenses, noting which fortresses receive regular supplies and which have been forgotten by distant administrators. He watches how other Turkish chiefs interact with local Christian populations, learning from both their successes and their failures in building stable rule. The rhythm of frontier life follows seasonal patterns that have persisted for generations. Summer brings raids and skirmishes, as warriors test enemy defenses and seek plunder to reward followers. Autumn offers opportunities for siege, when harvests are gathered and supply becomes crucial. Winter forces most armies to disperse, though Osman learns that unexpected winter campaigns can catch opponents unprepared. During one of these formative years, Osman visits the home of Sheikh Bali, a respected Islamic scholar and mystic who leads a dervish community nearby. The sheikh represents a different kind of authority than Osman's military leadership, one based on spiritual wisdom and religious learning. The meeting between warrior and holy man creates a relationship that will shape the emerging Ottoman identity. Sheikh Bali's lodge serves as a center of learning and contemplation, attracting students and seekers from across the region. The sheikh teaches a form of Islam that emphasizes mystical understanding alongside strict observance of religious law. His followers include both Turkish warriors and local converts, creating a community that bridges ethnic and cultural divisions through shared faith. Osman becomes a frequent visitor to the sheikh's community, drawn both by genuine spiritual interest and by practical recognition of the sheikh's influence. According to the traditions preserved by later Ottoman historians, it is during one of these visits that Osman experiences the prophetic dream that will become central to Ottoman founding mythology. The story tells that Osman falls asleep while a guest in Sheikh Bali's house. In his dream, a moon rises from the sheikh's chest and descends into Osman's own. From Osman's navel springs a great tree that grows to shelter the entire world. Beneath its branches, mountains rise and rivers flow. People gather beneath its shade, building cities and cultivating fields that stretch to distant horizons. When Osman awakens and relates this vision, Sheikh Bali interprets it as divine revelation of future greatness. The moon symbolizes the sheikh's daughter, Nalhan, whom Osman will marry. The tree represents the dynasty that will spring from their union, destined to rule vast territories and protect multitudes. The sheikh gives his blessing to the marriage and to Osman's emerging ambitions. Whether this dream occurred as later chronicles describe matters less than what the story reveals about Ottoman self-understanding. The narrative establishes divine sanction for Ottoman rule while emphasizing the partnership between military power and religious authority. It portrays Osman not as a mere raider or tribal chief, but as the founder of a dynasty with cosmic significance. The marriage alliance between Osman and Sheikh Bali's family provides more than legendary justification. It connects Osman to networks of religious scholars and dervish orders that span Anatolia and beyond. These connections bring legitimacy in the eyes of the Muslim population and help attract warriors who seek to fight on behalf of Islam against Christian territories. Armed with renewed purpose and strengthened alliances, Osman begins a methodical campaign to expand his territory. His first major target is the fortress of Karakahisar, a Byzantine stronghold controlling access to important roads and agricultural lands. The fortress sits atop a rocky outcrop, its walls built on foundations laid by Roman engineers centuries earlier. Osman cannot assault such a position directly with his limited forces. Instead, he employs the patient tactics of frontier warfare, gradually isolating the fortress by controlling the surrounding countryside. His warriors intercept supply convoys and prevent farmers from delivering food to the garrison. Month by month, the defenders grow weaker while Osman's reputation grows stronger. The fall of Karakahisar comes not through dramatic battle but through calculated pressure and declining Byzantine capacity to respond. The garrison, unreinforced and facing starvation, negotiates surrender terms. Osman demonstrates the approach he will follow throughout his career, offering reasonable terms to those who submit while reserving harsh treatment for those who resist unnecessarily. With Karakahisar secured, Osman claims his first significant fortress and the productive lands surrounding it. The capture provides a permanent base beyond the seasonal camps of nomadic tradition. Osman begins the transformation from tribal chief to territorial ruler, a shift that requires new institutions and new ways of organizing power. The town of Yenisehir becomes Osman's next objective and eventually his capital. Located in a fertile plain with good water sources and road connections, Yenişehir offers economic value beyond military significance. The town supports a substantial Christian population engaged in agriculture and trade, presenting Osman with the challenge of governing non-Muslim subjects. Osman's approach to Yenişehir reveals his emerging political sophistication. Rather than forcing conversion or driving out the Christian population, he guarantees their property rights and religious freedom in exchange for taxes and loyalty. This pragmatic tolerance serves multiple purposes, maintaining agricultural production while demonstrating to other Byzantine territories that Ottoman rule need not mean displacement or persecution. The capture of Bayezid follows a similar pattern of patient siege and negotiated surrender. Each success attracts new followers to Osman's banner, warriors seeking opportunity and advancement on a frontier where old certainties are dissolving. Turkish warriors arrive from other beyliks, drawn by Osman's growing reputation and his reputation for generosity in distributing the spoils of conquest. Among the most significant new allies is a Byzantine frontier lord named Michael, remembered in Turkish tradition as Koz Michael. His conversion to Islam and entry into Osman's service illustrates the fluid boundaries between Christian and Muslim communities on the frontier. Koz Michael brings knowledge of Byzantine military practices and connections to other Christian communities considering their options. The incorporation of converts like Koz Michael into positions of authority marks a distinctive feature of early Ottoman organization. Unlike some Muslim states that restrict power to those of particular ethnic or tribal backgrounds, Osman's emerging system rewards capability and loyalty regardless of origin. This openness to talent from diverse sources will become a hallmark of Ottoman administration. As Osman's territory expands, he faces the administrative challenge of governing a growing and diverse population. The tribal customs of nomadic Turkish tradition provide some guidance, but ruling sedentary agricultural communities requires different approaches. Osman begins synthesizing elements from multiple sources to create institutions suited to frontier conditions. Islamic law offers a comprehensive legal framework, particularly for matters of family, inheritance, and commercial transactions. Osman ensures that properly trained judges are available to apply Sharia in his territories, providing predictable legal procedures for his Muslim subjects. The presence of functioning Islamic courts reinforces his legitimacy as a Muslim ruler and attracts religious scholars to his service. For Christian subjects, Osman adapts Byzantine practices that allow religious communities to govern their internal affairs according to their own laws. Local bishops and priests maintain authority over matters of marriage, inheritance, and other civil issues within Christian communities. This arrangement preserves social stability while requiring only that Christian communities pay taxes and refrain from supporting Byzantine military efforts. The military organization evolving under Osman's leadership draws on steppe traditions of mounted archery and mobility while adapting to the requirements of siege warfare and garrison duty. Warriors receive land grants in exchange for military service, creating a system that ties fighting men to the territory they defend. The most capable warriors receive larger grants and command positions, forming an emerging military aristocracy. Osman establishes the practice of distributing conquered lands to his followers according to their contributions and status. Senior commanders receive large estates called Timurs, which provide income to support their military retinues. Ordinary warriors receive smaller grants, while tribal leaders maintain their traditional authority over their own followers. This system balances innovation with respect for existing social structures. The frontier location of Osman's beylik shapes its character in fundamental ways. Constant proximity to Christian territories makes religious identity a marker of political allegiance, but also creates practical incentives for accommodation and exchange. Warriors fight under the banner of Islam, yet they trade with Christian merchants and employ Christian laborers on their lands. Osman cultivates relationships with dervish orders and religious brotherhoods that establish lodges throughout his territory. These organizations provide social services, operate hostels for travelers, and offer spiritual guidance to both settled and nomadic populations. Their presence strengthens the Islamic character of Osman's domains while creating networks independent of purely military or administrative structures. The image of Osman that emerges from both historical records and later tradition is of a leader who combines patience with opportunism. He avoids confrontations he cannot win while remaining alert for moments when calculated risk might yield significant gains. He understands that building a lasting state requires more than military victory, demanding institutions that can survive individual leaders. By the early years of the 14th century, Osman has transformed a minor frontier chieftaincy into a recognizable principality. His territories remain modest compared to major powers like the Ilkhanate or even larger Turkish beyliks. Yet the foundations he establishes, both institutional and ideological, provide the framework for unprecedented expansion by his successors. The synthesis of traditions that Osman begins, combining Turkish tribal custom, Islamic law, Byzantine administrative practices, and frontier pragmatism, creates something new in the Anatolian landscape. Other Turkish chiefs control larger territories or command more warriors, but few demonstrate Osman's ability to build institutions that will outlast their founder. As Osman ages, he sees his son Orhan growing into a capable military leader and administrator. The transition from tribal chief to dynastic founder requires not just conquest but succession, the creation of systems that transfer power across generations. Osman begins to involve Orhan in military campaigns and administrative decisions, preparing him for the leadership that will come. The dream that Sheikh Bali interpreted, whether literal vision or constructed mythology, captures an essential truth about what Osman creates. He plants seeds that will grow into an empire spanning 3 continents and lasting 6 centuries. The institutions he establishes, the precedents he sets, and the identity he forges between warrior and administrator, between tribal chief and Islamic ruler, between frontier raider and dynastic founder, all prove remarkably durable. In 1323 or 1324, as accounts vary, Osman dies after a quarter century of leadership. He has spent his final years increasingly incapacitated, with Orhan effectively governing in his name. The transition of power occurs smoothly, a testament to the institutions Osman has built. He is buried in Bursa, a city his forces have besieged but not yet captured, according to his wishes. The Beylik Osman leaves to his son controls perhaps 3,000 square miles of territory in northwestern Anatolia. Its population likely numbers no more than 50 or 60,000 people. By the standards of medieval empires, it remains an insignificant frontier principality. Yet within this small domain, Osman has established patterns of governance, military organization, and cultural synthesis that will define one of history's great empires. The name Ottoman, derived from Osman's name in Arabic pronunciation as Uthman, will eventually designate not just a dynasty but an imperial system and a distinct civilization. That achievement begins here, in the hills and valleys of the Anatolian frontier, with a leader who combines the vision to imagine greatness with the patience and pragmatism to build foundations that will support it. When Osman Gazi died in the year 1326, his son Orhan inherited not merely a principality, but a vision. The lands his father had carved from the weakening Byzantine frontier stretched across northwestern Anatolia, fragmented and uncertain. Orhan was perhaps 35 years old when he took leadership, a seasoned warrior who had fought beside his father for 2 decades. The transition of power happened smoothly, without the fratricidal struggles that would later plague Ottoman successions. Orhan understood that consolidation required more than military strength. It demanded permanence, institutions, and symbols that would outlast any single ruler. The first great prize fell to him almost immediately, though the siege had begun years before under his father's command. Bursa, called Prusa by the Byzantines, sat nestled against the slopes of Mount Yuludag, its walls enclosing orchards and fountains. For nearly a decade, Ottoman forces had surrounded the city, cutting supply lines and waiting for starvation to accomplish what assault could not. The defenders grew weaker each season, watching their stores diminish while Byzantine relief forces never appeared. Bursa's isolation was complete. The empire that had once controlled the entire region could no longer protect its own cities. In 1326, the same year Orhan assumed power, the gates of Bursa finally opened. The surrender came through negotiation rather than massacre, a pattern that would define many Ottoman conquests in these early decades. The city's inhabitants received guarantees of safety, protection of their churches, and the right to remain or depart as they chose. Orhan entered Bursa not as a destroyer but as its new sovereign, claiming the Byzantine governor's palace as his own. The hot springs, the markets, the administrative buildings all passed intact into Ottoman hands, providing the infrastructure a growing state desperately needed. Orhan made a decision that his father had never lived to enact. He declared Bursa the capital of the Ottoman realm. This was no longer a frontier principality operating from tents and seasonal camps. It was becoming a state with a fixed center. Craftsmen and merchants from across Anatolia began arriving, drawn by opportunities in a city under new and vigorous leadership. Orhan commissioned the construction of mosques, baths, and markets, transforming Bursa from a captured city into an Ottoman cultural center. The revenues from silk production and trade routes passing through the city filled the treasury, funding further expansion. The symbolism of Bursa extended beyond its economic value. It had been a Byzantine city for 1,000 years, part of the empire that traced its lineage to Rome itself. Now it answered to a Turkish Muslim prince whose grandfather had been a minor chieftain. The psychological impact on both Ottomans and Byzantines was profound. What had seemed impossible a generation earlier was now accomplished fact. Byzantine authority in Anatolia was not merely weakening, it was being systematically replaced. Other Turkish principalities watched Orhan's success with a mixture of admiration and envy, recognizing that the Ottomans were achieving something unprecedented. Orhan's brother, Alaeddin Pasha, served as his chief advisor and administrator, handling the complexities of governance while Orhan focused on military and diplomatic affairs. This partnership proved remarkably effective, allowing the rapid development of state institutions. Alaeddin oversaw the establishment of a regular tax system, replacing the ad hoc collection methods of earlier years. He organized the legal framework that would govern both Muslim and Christian subjects, drawing on Islamic law while accommodating the empire's diversity. The collaboration between the two brothers became legendary in Ottoman history, held up as an ideal of fraternal cooperation. With Bursa secured, Orhan turned his attention to Nicaea, known in Turkish as Iznik, which lay to the north. This city carried even greater symbolic weight than Bursa, despite being smaller and less economically significant. Nicaea had hosted the First and Seventh Ecumenical Councils of the Christian Church, defining fundamental doctrines that shaped all of Christianity. Its walls had been raised by Romans and strengthened by Byzantines over 8 centuries. To hold Nicaea was to possess a piece of Christian sacred history, a jewel in the Byzantine crown. The siege of Nicaea began in 1328 and lasted 3 years, a testament to both the city's formidable defenses and the Ottomans' patience. The walls stretched over 3 miles in circumference, punctuated by more than 100 towers, enclosing a grid of Roman streets. Lake Ascania lapped against the western walls, providing water and a route for resupply that Ottoman forces struggled to cut. Unlike Bursa, Nicaea had reason to hope for relief. It lay closer to Constantinople, and Byzantine emperors could not ignore its fall without admitting complete impotence. Yet the relief never came in sufficient strength. Byzantine civil wars consumed the empire's resources and attention throughout these years, with rival claimants to the throne exhausting their armies fighting each other. Emperor Andronikos III attempted to organize expeditions to break the siege, but factional disputes and financial constraints sabotaged every effort. The defenders of Nicaea watched from their towers as promised armies appeared on distant hills, engaged in brief skirmishes, then withdrew. The realization that Constantinople could not save them settled like winter frost over the city. In 1331, Nicaea surrendered on terms similar to those granted to Bursa. Orhan again offered protection to those who remained and safe passage to those who wished to leave for Byzantine territory. Many of the Greek inhabitants chose to stay, maintaining their churches and communities under Ottoman rule. The city's administrative class largely departed, but farmers, craftsmen, and merchants saw little reason to abandon their homes and livelihoods. Ottoman governance, in these early decades, sat relatively lightly on Christian populations, requiring taxes and loyalty but permitting religious practice. The fall of Nicaea resonated across the Christian world. This was not merely another fortress changing hands in endless frontier wars. It was a city whose very name evoked the foundations of Christian theology. Pope John XXI called for a crusade in response, though nothing substantial materialized from European kingdoms preoccupied with their own conflicts. The Byzantine Empire mourned the loss with liturgies and lamentations, recognizing that the defense line in Anatolia had effectively collapsed. Only scattered fortresses and coastal cities remained under Byzantine control in regions that had been imperial heartland for over a millennium. Orhan consolidated these conquests through deliberate institution building that transformed his realm from a warrior band into a functioning state. In 1327, he began minting coins bearing his name, the first Ottoman currency. These silver axes carried inscriptions in Arabic declaring Orhan as Sultan, a title that asserted sovereign authority beyond mere military leadership. The right to mint coins was traditionally reserved for established rulers, and Orhan's assumption of this privilege announced that the Ottomans considered themselves equals to older Islamic dynasties. The coins circulated through markets in Bursa and beyond, daily reminders of who held power. The military structure evolved as territorial expansion created new requirements. The early Ottoman forces had consisted primarily of ghazis, irregular warriors motivated by religious zeal and the prospect of plunder. This system worked for raids and sieges, but governing captured cities required more stability. Orhan and Alaeddin established two new military categories, the Yaya infantry and the Musellim cavalry, soldiers who received land grants in exchange for military service. These forces provided a reliable standing army that did not disperse after each campaign, allowing sustained military operations and garrisoning of conquered territories. This innovation drew on both Islamic and Byzantine precedents, adapting systems from surrounding states to Ottoman needs. The land grants, called Timurs, would become central to Ottoman military organization for centuries. A soldier granted a Timur collected taxes from specific villages, using the revenue to maintain himself, his horse, and his equipment. In return, he had to appear for military service when summoned, properly equipped and sometimes with additional troops depending on the Timur's size. The system created a class of military stakeholders with direct interest in the empire's stability and expansion. Orhan also began developing what would become the Devshirme system, though in these early years it remained informal and limited. Promising Christian boys from conquered territories were recruited and converted to Islam, then trained for military or administrative service. This practice would later evolve into the famous Janissary Corps, but under Orhan it was still embryonic, one of several methods for incorporating conquered populations. The goal was creating loyal servants of the Sultan who owed their position entirely to his favor, unconnected to old aristocratic families or tribal loyalties. Diplomatic relationships grew more complex as the Ottoman state became a significant regional power. Orhan maintained careful relations with neighboring Turkish principalities, sometimes allying with them against Byzantine remnants, sometimes competing for the same territories. He exchanged embassies with the Mamluk Sultanate in Egypt and the Ilkhanate in Persia, establishing the Ottomans as legitimate players in Islamic geopolitics. These contacts brought scholars, artisans, and administrative techniques from more developed Islamic states, accelerating Ottoman institutional development. The frontier principality was learning quickly from its more sophisticated neighbors. The relationship with the Byzantine Empire became particularly intricate, mixing warfare with diplomacy and even marriage alliances. Byzantine emperors recognized that the Ottomans could not be dislodged militarily, leading to strategies of accommodation and manipulation. In 1346, Orhan married Theodora, daughter of the Byzantine aristocrat John VI Cantacuzene, who was then fighting a civil war for the imperial throne. This marriage sealed an alliance in which Orhan provided military support to Cantacuzene against his rivals. Ottoman troops fought on Byzantine soil, not as invaders but as allies of one imperial faction against another. The marriage illustrated the bizarre dynamics of this period, where religious and cultural boundaries mattered less than immediate political advantage. Theodora remained Christian after the marriage, maintaining her own chapel and priests in the Ottoman court. Orhan gained legitimacy through connection to imperial Byzantine lineage, however compromised that lineage had become. Cantacuzene gained crucial military support that helped him secure the throne in Constantinople. The arrangement benefited both parties in the short term, though it normalized Ottoman presence in Byzantine affairs in ways that would prove catastrophic for Constantinople. Through this alliance, Ottoman forces crossed into Europe for the first time, not as conquerors but as invited auxiliaries. They participated in Byzantine civil wars, learning European terrain and observing the weaknesses of Christian states. Orhan's son Suleiman Pasha led these expeditions, proving himself a capable commander in unfamiliar territory. The experience was invaluable. Ottoman soldiers saw that European fortifications and armies offered no inherent superiority, that the lands across the straits were vulnerable. The psychological barrier against expansion into Europe began eroding years before permanent conquest occurred. In 1352, a powerful earthquake struck the Gallipoli Peninsula, damaging fortifications along the Dardanelles Strait. Suleiman Pasha recognized the opportunity immediately. The strategic importance of Gallipoli was obvious to any military mind. Control of this narrow peninsula meant control of shipping between the Mediterranean and the Black Sea, and it provided a permanent foothold in Europe. In 1354, Suleiman's forces seized the fortress of Gallipoli, moving quickly to repair and strengthen the earthquake-damaged walls before Byzantine forces could respond. The Ottomans had crossed into Europe to stay. The Byzantine government protested desperately, understanding the implications better than anyone. Emperor John V Palaiologos, who had replaced Cantacuzene, demanded that Orhan withdraw from Gallipoli as an ally and friend. Orhan expressed regret but claimed he could not control his son's independent actions, a transparent diplomatic fiction. Byzantine attempts to recapture Gallipoli failed. The Ottomans held the fortress against all efforts to dislodge them. European kingdoms, nominally concerned about Ottoman expansion, sent no meaningful assistance. The moment passed, and Ottoman presence in Europe became permanent fact. Gallipoli became the beachhead for systematic Ottoman expansion into the Balkans. Reinforcements and supplies flowed across the narrow strait, establishing bases for further advance. The fortress allowed Ottoman ships to control passage through the Dardanelles, extracting tolls and threatening Constantinople's grain supply from Black Sea ports. Strategically, the capture of this single fortress shifted the entire balance of power in the region, transforming the Ottomans from an Anatolian principality into a bicontinental empire. Everything that followed, the conquest of the Balkans, the eventual fall of Constantinople, became possible because Suleiman Pasha held Gallipoli. Suleiman Pasha himself died in 1357, falling from his horse during a hunt in Thrace. His death was mourned across the Ottoman realm. He had been designated as Orhan's heir and had proven himself worthy through numerous victories. He was buried in a tomb at Gallipoli, the European foothold he had secured for his people. Command of Ottoman forces in Europe passed to his younger brother Murad, who would continue the expansion with even greater success. The loss of Suleiman was significant, but the institutions and positions Orhan had built ensured continuity beyond any individual. Back in Bursa, Orhan's capital flourished as the administrative and cultural heart of the growing empire. The city's population swelled with immigrants from across Anatolia and even from Byzantine territories, drawn by economic opportunity and relative stability. Orhan commissioned the construction of mosques and madrasis, establishing centers of Islamic learning that attracted scholars and students. The Great Mosque of Bursa, with its 20 domes and elegant calligraphy, became a symbol of Ottoman architectural ambition. The city was being deliberately shaped into a capital worthy of an expanding empire. The revenues from Bursa, Nicaea, and other conquered cities allowed Orhan to fund administration and military expansion simultaneously. Tax collection became more systematic and efficient under Aladdin's management, creating predictable income streams that enabled long-term planning. Markets thrived under the security Ottoman rule provided. Merchants who had avoided the region during decades of warfare now returned with goods from across Asia and Europe. The economic foundations of the empire were being established alongside its military and administrative structures, each reinforcing the others. Orhan's governance style blended pragmatism with vision, adapting whatever worked regardless of its origin. He borrowed administrative techniques from the Byzantines, military organization from the Seljuks, legal frameworks from classical Islamic empires. This eclecticism became characteristic of Ottoman statecraft, a willingness to synthesize diverse traditions into something new. The empire was not simply Turkish or Islamic or Byzantine, it was becoming distinctly Ottoman, a unique political and cultural formation. Orhan's reign established the flexibility and adaptability that would allow the empire to endure for 6 centuries. By the time Orhan died in 1362, the transformation he had overseen was remarkable. He had inherited a frontier principality controlling a few scattered fortresses and agricultural districts. He left an empire spanning 2 continents, with a functioning capital, minted currency, standing armies, and diplomatic relations across the Islamic and Christian worlds. The territorial expansion was dramatic, from perhaps 1,000 square miles to over 30,000, but the institutional development mattered more for long-term survival. Orhan had built a state that could outlast individual rulers. The Byzantine Empire, by contrast, had continued its long decline throughout Orhan's reign. Territory lost in Anatolia was never recovered, civil wars consumed resources and legitimacy, the economy contracted as trade routes shifted. Byzantine emperors still ruled from Constantinople's magnificent palaces, but their authority barely extended beyond the city walls and a few scattered coastal holdings. The empire that had dominated the Mediterranean for 1,000 years was becoming a client state, dependent on whoever currently held power. The psychological blow of watching upstart Turks conquer city after ancient city was almost worse than the material losses. Orhan's legacy to his son Murad included not just territory but a template for expansion. The methods had been tested and proven: patient sieges, negotiated surrenders, protection of existing populations, rapid institutional integration of conquered regions. Military innovation through the Timur system provided reliable forces without exhausting the treasury. Diplomatic flexibility allowed alliances across religious and cultural boundaries when advantageous. The combination of military effectiveness, administrative competence, and pragmatic tolerance created an expanding empire that incorporated rather than merely subjugated its conquests. The European foothold at Gallipoli represented the most consequential achievement, though its full significance would only become clear in later decades. Ottoman presence in the Balkans grew steadily from this base, exploiting the political fragmentation of Christian states as effectively as they had exploited Byzantine weakness in Anatolia. The pattern would repeat: local rulers fighting each other, inviting Ottoman intervention, then discovering too late that their temporary allies had become permanent overlords. The strategy worked because Orhan and his successors offered something valuable: military power, administrative stability, commercial networks, even as they displaced existing authorities. In Bursa, Orhan was buried in a tomb adjacent to his father's, the 2 founders of the Ottoman state lying side by side. The city they had captured and transformed continued as the capital for another century, until Constantinople itself finally fell. Pilgrims and officials visiting the tombs could observe the extraordinary trajectory the dynasty had achieved within 2 generations. From Osman's small warrior band to Orhan's bicontinental empire represented a transformation that contemporaries struggled to comprehend. Yet it was only the beginning. The structures Orhan built would carry the Ottomans to heights he could scarcely have imagined. The methods established during Orhan's reign, military adaptation, administrative synthesis, pragmatic tolerance, strategic patience, became the empire's enduring characteristics. Later sultans would refine and expand these approaches, but the fundamental template came from these early decades. When historians analyze Ottoman success, they often focus on later glories: the conquest of Constantinople, Suleiman's magnificent reign, the empire's zenith. But the foundations were laid here, in Orhan's careful consolidation and systematic institution building. He transformed his father's vision into sustainable reality. As news of Orhan's death spread across the empire, his son Murad prepared to assume leadership. The succession again occurred smoothly, without the violent struggles that plagued many dynasties. Orhan had established precedents of orderly transition and functional institutions that transcended individual rulers. The empire he built would continue expanding for another century and a half, eventually controlling territories from Hungary to Yemen, from Algeria to the Persian Gulf. All of it traced back to choices made in these formative decades, when a capable ruler transformed possibility into achievement, when vision became institution, when a frontier principality became the foundation of empire. The year is 1362, and the Ottoman state stands at a threshold. Orhan Gazi, the second ruler of this young beylik, has grown old. His sons have proven themselves in battle, conquering territories along the Sea of Marmara and establishing footholds on European soil. When Orhan dies, his eldest surviving son Murad ascends to power in a realm poised between continents. The transition is smooth, almost unremarkable, yet it marks the beginning of a transformation that will reshape the political geography of an entire region. Murad I inherits a domain that stretches across northwestern Anatolia and holds tentative positions on the European side of the Dardanelles. His father and grandfather built this foundation through careful expansion, strategic marriages, and opportunistic warfare against weakened Byzantine territories. Now Murad faces a choice that will define his legacy and alter the course of Ottoman development. He can continue consolidating power in Anatolia, competing with neighboring Turkish beyliks for supremacy, or he can turn his attention westward across the narrow straits. The wealth of the Balkans beckons, and the Byzantine Empire continues its long decline. The decision comes naturally, shaped by circumstance and opportunity rather than grand design. Byzantine civil wars have left the empire's European provinces vulnerable and fragmented. Local aristocrats struggle for power, sometimes inviting Ottoman assistance against their rivals. Serbian and Bulgarian kingdoms, once formidable, now fracture under the weight of internal disputes and succession crises. Murad recognizes what his predecessors understood: Europe offers richer lands, more prosperous cities, and weaker resistance than the competitive environment of Anatolia. The march westward begins in earnest. Ottoman forces cross into Thrace in growing numbers during the 1360s. They move not as raiders but as conquerors, establishing permanent garrisons and administrative structures. The frontier warriors, the Gazis who formed the vanguard of Ottoman expansion, press deeper into Byzantine territory with each campaigning season. Behind them come administrators, tax collectors, and settlers who transform military conquests into integrated provinces. The rhythm of expansion becomes methodical, almost bureaucratic, as Murad develops systems to govern his growing European domains. Adrianople stands as the great prize of Thrace, a city of ancient foundation and strategic importance. Founded by the Roman Emperor Hadrian, it commands vital roads connecting Constantinople to the interior of the Balkans. Its walls have withstood sieges for centuries, and its position on the Maritsa River makes it a natural center of commerce and military power. For the Byzantines, losing Adrianople would mean losing effective control over their European territories outside the immediate vicinity of Constantinople. For Murad, capturing it would provide a capital worthy of his ambitions and a launching point for further expansion. The exact circumstances of Adrianople's fall remain somewhat obscure in the historical record. Some sources suggest a siege, others hint at negotiation or treachery from within. What emerges clearly is that by 1369, the city has passed into Ottoman hands. Murad does not merely garrison Adrianople, he transforms it into Edirne, the new seat of Ottoman power. The decision to move the capital from Bursa in Anatolia to this European city represents a profound strategic reorientation. The Ottoman state becomes, in effect, a Balkan power that also controls territories in Anatolia, rather than an Anatolian power with European footholds. Edirne under Murad begins its transformation into an Ottoman imperial city. Mosques rise where churches once stood, though Christian communities continue to inhabit quarters of the city under the protection of Islamic law. Turkish families settle in and around Edirne, bringing Anatolian culture and language to Thrace's agricultural plains. The city's artisans and merchants adapt to new rulers, and many find that Ottoman administration brings a measure of stability after years of Byzantine civil conflict. Caravanserais and markets expand as Edirne becomes the hub of an empire that now straddles two continents. The relocation of the capital creates practical challenges that demand innovative solutions. Murad's armies continue to campaign in the Balkans, conquering new territories and subjugating local rulers. These conquests bring Christian populations under Ottoman rule in unprecedented numbers. The traditional Islamic framework of governance allows for Christian and Jewish subjects to practice their religions under certain restrictions and tax obligations, but military expansion requires soldiers. Murad cannot rely solely on Turkish warriors from Anatolia to garrison the Balkans and press further into Europe. He needs a military force that is both reliable and expandable. The solution emerges gradually, shaped by both Islamic legal precedent and the specific needs of Ottoman expansion. Islamic law permits the enslavement of captives taken in war against non-Muslim territories. These slaves, once converted to Islam and trained, can serve the state in various capacities. Murad and his advisors developed this principle into a systematic institution, the divsurm, which translates roughly as collecting or gathering. The system begins modestly, but it will grow into one of the most distinctive features of Ottoman governance, a mechanism that transforms Christian boys into the empire's military and administrative elite. Under the divsurm system, Ottoman officials periodically visit Christian villages in the Balkans, primarily in areas with Greek, Serbian, Bulgarian, and Albanian populations. They select boys, typically between the ages of 8 and 18, according to criteria that emphasize physical fitness and intelligence. The selection is not random. Officials seek promising candidates who can be molded into effective servants of the state. Families face this levy with complex emotions. It separates sons from their communities, yet it also offers opportunities for advancement impossible under the old Christian kingdoms. A boy taken in the divsurm might one day command armies or govern provinces. The selected boys begin a journey of transformation that will sever them from their former lives. They travel to the Ottoman heartlands, where they are converted to Islam and given new names. The brightest among them receive education in palace schools, learning Turkish, Persian, and Arabic, studying Islamic law and literature, and training in administration and military arts. These boys may eventually join the elite administrative corps, becoming governors, viziers, or palace officials. The majority, however, are directed toward military training, destined for service in a new type of military unit that Murad establishes during these formative years. The Janissary Corps, the Janissary or New Soldiers, represents a radical innovation in military organization. Unlike the traditional cavalry that forms the backbone of most medieval armies, the Janissaries are infantry, trained to fight with bows, swords, and increasingly with firearms as gunpowder technology develops. Unlike feudal levies or tribal warriors whose loyalty belongs to clan or lord, the Janissaries owe allegiance only to the Sultan. They are his personal slaves in legal terms, bound to him by ties of ownership and gratitude, yet elevated above freeborn subjects by their military prestige and privileges. The Janissaries trained together in barracks, developing unit cohesion unknown to feudal armies. They receive regular pay from the imperial treasury, making them one of the first standing professional armies in the medieval world. Their slave status, paradoxically, becomes a source of power rather than degradation. Forbidden to marry during their active service years, cut off from family ties and inheritance, they form a military brotherhood devoted to warfare and loyal to the sultan who feeds and pays them. In battle, their discipline and training give Ottoman forces a decisive advantage over the more traditional armies of Christian Balkan kingdoms. Murad employs his developing military machine to expand systematically through the southern Balkans. Bulgarian territories become primary targets in the 1370s and 80s. The Bulgarian Empire, which once rivaled Byzantium in power and cultural sophistication, has split into competing kingdoms and principalities. Tsar Ivan Shishman rules in Tarnovo, struggling to maintain authority over fractious nobles and facing pressure from Hungarian ambitions in the north and Ottoman expansion from the south. Murad exploits these divisions, alternating between military pressure and diplomatic overtures that offer protection in exchange for vassalage. Bulgarian fortresses fall one by one through the 1370s. Some resist siege and are taken by storm, others surrender when their lords calculate that Ottoman overlordship might preserve their local power better than continued independence. The pattern repeats across the region: conquest followed by incorporation, local elites allowed to retain status if they accept Ottoman suzerainty and pay tribute. Christian peasants find that their daily lives change little whether they pay taxes to a Bulgarian lord or an Ottoman administrator. The aristocracy faces harder choices, balancing pride against survival. Serbia presents a more complex challenge than fragmented Bulgaria. The Serbian Empire reached its zenith under Stefan Dusan in the mid-14th century, briefly threatening to replace Byzantium as the dominant Balkan power. By the time Murad focuses his attention northward, Dusan's empire has fractured into competing principalities, but Serbian military tradition remains formidable. Prince Lazar Hrebeljanović emerges as the most powerful Serbian lord in the Central Balkans, ruling from his seat and attempting to coordinate resistance against Ottoman encroachment. Lazar understands that the scattered Serbian lords must unite or fall separately. Murad approaches Serbian territories with a combination of military campaigns and political maneuvering. Some Serbian lords accept Ottoman overlordship early, becoming vassals who retain their lands and titles in exchange for tribute and military support. Others resist, trusting in their fortified positions and mounted warriors. Ottoman forces probe Serbian defenses through the 1380s, testing resolve and sowing discord. Small victories and careful diplomacy gradually extend Ottoman influence northward. The question of Serbian resistance or submission builds toward an inevitable confrontation. The role of Ottoman administrators becomes crucial during this expansion. Kandarli Kara Halil Haredin Pasha serves as Murad's Grand Vizier, the chief minister who manages the empire's growing bureaucracy. The Kandarli family will produce a dynasty of viziers who shape Ottoman policy for generations. Halil Pasha helps systematize the conquest process, establishing standard procedures for incorporating new territories and administering diverse populations. His administrative innovations ensure that rapid military expansion does not collapse into ungovernable chaos. The Ottoman state develops institutions as it grows. By the late 1380s, Ottoman power dominates the southern and central Balkans. Edirne presides over a network of cities and fortresses stretching from the Aegean to the approaches of the Danube. Murad has transformed his father's modest European holdings into an empire that overshadows what remains of Byzantine authority outside Constantinople itself. Yet resistance persists, and the question of Serbian submission remains unresolved. Prince Lazar gathers allies, seeking to forge a coalition strong enough to halt Ottoman expansion. The confrontation both sides anticipate arrives in the spring of 1389. The armies converge on Kosovo Polj, the field of blackbirds, in what is now central Kosovo. Lazar assembles a coalition force drawing on Serbian lords, Bosnian contingents, and various allies who recognize the existential threat of Ottoman dominance. The size of the armies remains disputed in historical sources. Medieval chroniclers inflate numbers routinely. What matters is that both sides commit substantial forces to a decisive engagement. Murad brings his veteran troops, including the disciplined Janissary infantry and the cavalry forces of loyal Turkish and Christian vassals. The battle scheduled for June 15 will determine the fate of the Central Balkans. The morning of June 15, 1389, dawns over Kosovo Polj with both armies arrayed for battle. The Ottoman forces position themselves with the Janissaries forming a solid infantry center and cavalry on the wings. Lazar's coalition relies heavily on Serbian heavy cavalry, the armored knights who represent the flower of Christian military tradition. Archers and infantry fill out both formations. The commanders offer prayers according to their faiths, and the soldiers settle into the mental preparation warriors have performed before battle throughout history. Then the advance begins. The battle unfolds in stages, as medieval engagements typically do, with cavalry charges and archery exchanges fragmenting into countless individual combats. The Serbian heavy cavalry crashes into Ottoman lines with tremendous force, their lances and armor representing the peak of feudal military technology. The Janissaries hold formation, their training and discipline allowing them to absorb the shock of the charge. Ottoman cavalry sweeps around the flanks, seeking to envelop the Christian forces. The fighting spreads across the field, brutal and exhausting, as men struggle in armor under the June sun. As the battle rages, a Serbian knight named Miloš Obilić approaches the Ottoman lines, claiming to be a deserter seeking an audience with Sultan Murad. Accounts vary regarding the details, colored by legend and national mythology that develops in later centuries. What the historical sources suggest is that Obilić gains access to Murad's position and suddenly attacks the Sultan with a concealed blade. The assassination attempt succeeds. Murad I falls mortally wounded even as his bodyguards cut down the assassin. The Sultan who transformed the Ottoman state from a frontier beylik into a Balkan empire dies on the field of his greatest battle. Murad's death in the midst of combat could have triggered Ottoman collapse and retreat. Medieval armies often disintegrate when their commander falls, especially in battles that hang in the balance. But Ottoman discipline and the presence of Murad's son Bayezid prevent disaster from unfolding. Bayezid, commanding a wing of the Ottoman forces, receives word of his father's death and immediately takes control. He orders the news suppressed to prevent panic and presses the attack with renewed vigor. The battle continues without pause, the Ottoman soldiers fighting on while unaware their sultan lies dead. The fighting extends into the afternoon, a grinding contest of endurance and will. Gradually, the superior cohesion of Ottoman forces begins to tell. The Janissaries maintain formation while the coalition army fragments under pressure. Serbian cavalry, devastating in the charge, proves less effective in sustained combat against disciplined infantry. Ottoman numerical advantages, if they exist, make themselves felt as fresh units rotate into the fighting. Prince Lazar's coalition begins to falter, individual contingents breaking away as local commanders calculate their chances of survival. The tide turns decisively against the Christian forces. By evening, the Battle of Kosovo ends in Ottoman victory, though at tremendous cost. Prince Lazar is captured during the retreat and executed shortly thereafter, eliminating the primary focus of Serbian resistance. Thousands lie dead on both sides, the field earns its name, blackbirds gathering to feast on the fallen. Bayezid consolidates his authority over the Ottoman forces and oversees his father's burial with appropriate honors. The new sultan faces immediate challenges, securing succession, managing an empire that stretches across 2 continents, and completing the conquest his father died achieving. The consequences of Kosovo ripple outward through the Balkans and beyond. Serbian resistance effectively ends with Lazar's death, though the battle itself will be mythologized in Serbian epic poetry and national consciousness as a moment of tragic heroism against impossible odds. The remaining Serbian lords accept Ottoman vassalage, preserving a degree of autonomy but acknowledging Ottoman supremacy. Bulgaria, already largely subdued, offers no further serious resistance. The road to the Danube and beyond lies open to Ottoman expansion. Constantinople, surrounded by Ottoman territory, becomes an isolated Christian island in a Muslim sea. Murad I's reign, cut short on the battlefield, nevertheless accomplishes a fundamental transformation of the Ottoman state. The frontier Beylik his grandfather Osman founded has become a major empire spanning 2 continents. The capital's relocation to Edirne symbolizes the shift toward European ambitions that will define Ottoman policy for centuries. The Divsurm system and the Janissary Corps establish mechanisms of military recruitment and administration that will sustain Ottoman power through generations of expansion. The conquest of Bulgarian and Serbian territories opens the Balkans to Ottoman governance and Islamic cultural influence. The Sultan who died at Kosovo leaves a legacy built on systematic expansion and institutional innovation. Unlike his grandfather Osman, who led a fluid frontier warrior band, or his father Orhan, who began consolidating territorial gains, Murad creates the structures of empire. His systems for recruiting soldiers, administering diverse populations, and projecting power across vast distances allow the Ottoman state to transcend the limitations that typically doom tribal confederations to fragmentation after a few generations. The empire becomes an institution larger than any individual ruler. In Edirne, officials process the news from Kosovo with mixed emotions: victory purchased with the Sultan's life, expansion achieved through sacrifice. Bayezid I, now securely in power, will prove worthy of his sobriquet Yildirim, the Thunderbolt, pressing Ottoman expansion even more aggressively than his father. But that story belongs to later chapters. For now, Murad I receives burial with honors befitting the Sultan who made the Ottoman state a European power. His tomb will be erected near the Kosovo battlefield, a permanent marker of the day Ottoman ambitions and Serbian resistance met in decisive confrontation. The summer of 1389 marks a hinge point in Balkan history. The medieval Christian kingdoms that dominated the region for centuries face an irreversible decline. Ottoman administrative systems, military organization, and cultural influence begin reshaping societies from the Aegean to the Danube. Trade routes reorient toward Ottoman centers, elites adapt to new political realities, peasants adjust to new tax collectors and different laws. The transformation proceeds gradually, almost imperceptibly in daily life, yet cumulatively it amounts to a new order replacing an old one. As Murad's era closes, the Ottoman Empire stands poised for further expansion. The institutions he established will be tested and refined by his successors. The Janissaries will grow in number and power, eventually becoming a political force that can make or break sultans. The Divsurm will expand, drawing boys from an ever wider circle of Balkan provinces. The capital at Edirne will continue to develop, though Constantinople itself will eventually fall to Ottoman conquest. All these future developments rest on foundations Murad laid during his nearly 3 decades of rule. History remembers Murad I as the Sultan who decisively turned Ottoman ambitions westward, who created the systems that allowed tribal warriors to become imperial administrators, and who died victorious on the field of battle. His reign bridges the gap between the Ottoman state's frontier origins and its imperial future. The march into Europe that he led becomes an irreversible transformation, changing both the Ottomans and the lands they conquer. When his son Bayezid takes the reins of power from his father's dying hands at Kosovo, he inherits an empire ready to expand even further. When Murad I fell at Kosovo in 1389, his son Bayezid stood on the battlefield surrounded by the chaos of victory and succession. The new sultan was 32 years old, hardened by campaigns alongside his father, and possessed of a restless energy that would define his reign. Within hours of his father's death, Bayezid ordered the execution of his younger brother Yaqub, eliminating the most immediate threat to his throne. This act, brutal even by the standards of the age, set the tone for a reign characterized by swift, decisive action and an almost frantic pace of conquest. Bayezid's contemporaries soon gave him an epithet that captured this essential quality: Yildirim, the Thunderbolt. The name reflected not merely his speed in battle but the suddenness with which he appeared before his enemies, striking before they could prepare adequate defenses. In the decade following Kosovo, he would campaign almost ceaselessly, moving his armies between Anatolia and the Balkans with a rapidity that bewildered both allies and adversaries. You can trace his movements across maps of the period in sea lines crisscrossing between east and west, each representing thousands of soldiers marching at forced pace. The Ottoman state under Bayezid became a war machine constantly in motion, its energies directed outward in all directions simultaneously. In the Balkans, Bayezid consolidated and expanded the gains his father and grandfather had made over half a century of campaigning. He understood that the Christian states of southeastern Europe, though weakened by defeat, remained potential threats if given time to recover and unite. The year 1393 saw him march into Bulgaria, where the remnants of the Bulgarian Empire still maintained a precarious independence in the northern territories. Tsar Ivan Shishman, ruling from Nicopolis on the Danube, had maintained a careful neutrality, paying tribute while preserving his crown. Bayezid ended this arrangement with characteristic abruptness, deposing the Tsar and incorporating his lands directly into Ottoman administration. The annexation of Bulgaria brought Ottoman power to the banks of the Danube and established a direct border with the Kingdom of Hungary. This northern frontier would become one of the most contested boundaries in Europe for the next 2 centuries. Bayezid fortified key positions along the river and installed military governors to oversee the newly conquered territories. The Bulgarian nobility, like their Serbian counterparts before them, faced a choice between conversion and emigration, cooperation or resistance. Many chose to flee northward into Hungarian territory, taking with them tales of Ottoman expansion that galvanized European opinion against the growing Muslim power. Yet it was in Anatolia that Bayezid's ambitions revealed their full scope and ultimately sowed the seeds of catastrophe. The western regions of Asia Minor remained divided among numerous Turkish beyliks, small principalities ruled by emirs who had carved out territories during the Mongol disruptions of the previous century. These states shared language, religion, and general culture with the Ottomans, but they jealously guarded their independence. The most significant included Karaman in the south, Kandar on the Black Sea coast, and the coastal emirates of Aden, Mentees, and Saruhan facing the Aegean Islands. Each maintained its own court, army, and diplomatic relations with both Christian and Muslim neighbors. Bayezid viewed these fragmented principalities as both opportunity and threat. Their existence prevented Ottoman expansion eastward and offered potential havens for rebels and rivals to Ottoman authority. Beginning in 1390, he launched a series of rapid campaigns designed to bring these beyliks under his control. The coastal emirates fell first, their prosperity built on maritime trade making them wealthy but militarily vulnerable. Bayezid's armies descended on them with overwhelming force, offering the emirs a choice between incorporation as Ottoman vassals or outright annexation. Most chose vassalage initially, but Bayezid gradually tightened his control until these formerly independent rulers became merely governors serving at the sultan's pleasure. The Emirate of Karaman, largest and most powerful of the Anatolian beyliks, proved more resistant to Ottoman pressure. The Karamanid emirs had long viewed themselves as the rightful heirs to Seljuk authority in Anatolia, and they possessed both the resources and the strategic position to contest Ottoman expansion. Bayezid campaigned against them repeatedly throughout the 1390s, pushing his armies deep into the Taurus Mountains and besieging Karamanid strongholds. These campaigns required him to divide his attention and forces between Anatolia and the Balkans, marching his armies across the Sea of Marmara season after season. The logistical demands were immense, but Bayezid's energy seemed inexhaustible, and his soldiers learned to expect constant movement and action. While pursuing these eastern conquests, Bayezid never lost sight of the ultimate prize that had eluded his ancestors, Constantinople. The great city on the Bosphorus remained a Christian enclave surrounded by Ottoman territory, its massive walls and strategic position making it nearly impregnable, but its economic and military power steadily declining. Emperor Manuel II Palaiologos, who had ascended the Byzantine throne in 1391, ruled over an empire that consisted of little more than the capital itself, a few Aegean islands, and the Peloponnesian territories of the Morea. The city's population, once numbering in the hundreds of thousands, had dwindled to perhaps 50,000 souls rattling around in a urban space built for far greater numbers. In 1394, Bayezid began what would become the longest siege in Constantinople's long history of withstanding attacks. Rather than attempting an immediate assault on the Theodosian walls, which had turned back armies for 1,000 years, he established a tight blockade by land and began the construction of a fortress on the Asian shore of the Bosphorus. This fortress, Anadolu Hazari, allowed Ottoman forces to control shipping through the straits and gradually strangle the city's commerce. Bayezid stationed permanent forces around the landward walls and settled in for what he clearly intended as a war of attrition. The message to Manuel II was unmistakable: the end of Byzantine independence was merely a matter of time. The siege transformed daily life within Constantinople into an exercise in patient desperation. Ships attempting to bring grain from the Black Sea ports faced Ottoman galleys in the Bosphorus, and those that made it through charged exorbitant prices for their cargoes. The city's markets, once filled with goods from across the Mediterranean world, offered increasingly sparse selections at inflated costs. Manuel II walked the walls of his capital, observing Ottoman camps spread across the landscape where Byzantine suburbs had once thrived, and understood that military resistance alone could not save his city. He needed allies, and the only potential allies powerful enough to challenge Ottoman expansion lay in Western Europe. In 1399, Manuel II took the extraordinary step of leaving his besieged capital to personally seek aid from the courts of the West. He traveled to Venice, then to Paris where he was received by King Charles VI of France, and eventually to London where Henry IV offered sympathy but little concrete assistance. European courts received the Byzantine emperor with courtesy and fascination, this living representative of ancient Rome appearing in their halls like a figure from history. Yet the military and financial support Manuel desperately needed proved difficult to secure. Western Europe had its own conflicts and concerns, and the theological divisions between Catholic and Orthodox churches created persistent obstacles to cooperation. While Manuel sought help in the West, Bayezid's ambitions in Anatolia were bringing him into contact with a power far more formidable than any he had yet encountered. From the east, from the steppes of Central Asia, came reports of a conqueror whose reputation exceeded even Bayezid's own. Timur, known in the West as Tamerlane, had built an empire stretching from Delhi to Damascus, restoring Mongol power in a series of campaigns marked by both military brilliance and systematic brutality. By the late 1390s, Timur's attention had turned westward toward Anatolia, where the expanding Ottoman state and the recently conquered territories appeared to him as provinces rightfully belonging to his own dominion. Timur was in his 60s by this time, an old man by the standards of the era, but his energy and ambition remained undiminished. He had spent a lifetime in warfare, rising from relatively modest origins to command armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands. His military system combined the traditional Mongol emphasis on cavalry mobility with sophisticated siege techniques and a comprehensive intelligence network. Where he conquered, he often left pyramids of skulls as monuments to his victories and warnings to those who might resist. Cities that surrendered quickly might be spared, those that resisted faced systematic destruction. His reputation preceded him like a storm front, and rulers across Asia debated whether submission or resistance offered the better chance of survival. The first tensions between Bayezid and Timur arose over the status of Anatolian emirs whom the Ottoman Sultan had dispossessed. Several of these rulers, fleeing Bayezid's campaigns, had sought refuge at Timur's court and appealed for his intervention to restore them to their territories. Timur, whether motivated by genuine concern for these suppliants or simply recognizing a pretext for expansion, sent messages to Bayezid demanding that the emirs be reinstated. These communications, carried by ambassadors across the breadth of Anatolia, became increasingly heated as each ruler refused to acknowledge the other's supremacy. Bayezid, accustomed to swift victories and the expansion of his own power, would not be dictated to by a distant conqueror. Timur, having humbled emperors and shahs across Asia, would not tolerate defiance from a sultan he viewed as an upstart. The diplomatic exchanges between the two courts descended into insults that revealed both rulers' pride and refusal to compromise. Bayezid reportedly referred to Timur as a mere bandit chief, unworthy of respect despite his conquests. Timur, in turn, reminded Bayezid of his own Mongol lineage and suggested that the Ottoman sultan was an ungrateful vassal who had forgotten his proper place. These were not merely personal insults but assertions of political philosophy. Each man claimed universal authority, and the existence of the other constituted an implicit challenge to that claim. By 1400, it had become clear that diplomacy would not resolve their rivalry, and both began preparing for military confrontation. Timur moved first, invading Anatolia in 1400 with an army that contemporary sources, prone to exaggeration, numbered at over 200,000 men. His initial target was Sivas, a prosperous city in eastern Anatolia that had recently come under Ottoman control. The siege demonstrated Timur's methodical approach to warfare: comprehensive encirclement, constant bombardment, systematic destruction of relief forces. When the city fell after relatively brief resistance, Timur ordered its garrison buried alive and its population enslaved. The message was clear: Ottoman expansion eastward would be reversed, and the cost of resistance would be measured in lives and devastation. Bayezid faced a strategic dilemma that his previous rapid successes had not prepared him to handle. His forces were scattered across two continents, besieging Constantinople in the west while garrisoning recently conquered territories throughout Anatolia and the Balkans. To concentrate his army against Timur would mean abandoning the siege of Constantinople and potentially inviting rebellion in newly conquered provinces. Yet to divide his forces invited defeat in detail against an enemy whose military reputation exceeded his own. Bayezid chose concentration, calling in troops from across his empire and preparing to meet Timur in decisive battle. His confidence remained high. He was the Thunderbolt, and his armies had never known significant defeat under his command. The two armies converged near Ankara in the summer of 1402, their movements tracked by scouts and spies who brought daily reports to their respective commanders. Bayezid's army included not only Turkish cavalry and infantry but also Serbian heavy cavalry under the command of Prince Stefan Lazarevic, son of the fallen Lazar. These Serbian knights represented some of the finest armored cavalry in Europe, and their presence demonstrated both the extent of Ottoman expansion and the complex vassal relationships that bound the Balkans to the Sultan. Timur's forces consisted primarily of Central Asian cavalry, light horsemen armed with the composite bow and capable of the feigned retreats and enveloping movements that had characterized steppe warfare for millennia. The Battle of Ankara, fought on July 20, 1402, unfolded as a catastrophe for Ottoman arms. Timur had chosen his ground carefully, positioning his forces near water sources and maneuvering to deprive the Ottoman army of access to supplies. The fighting began in the intense heat of an Anatolian summer, with Timur's cavalry using their superior mobility to strike at Ottoman flanks and supply lines. As the battle progressed, elements of Bayezid's army began to defect, Anatolian contingents from the recently conquered Beyliks switching sides to join their former emirs in Timur's ranks. These defections, motivated by resentment of Ottoman rule and perhaps by assessments of which side would prove victorious, undermined the cohesion of Bayezid's battle line. The Serbian cavalry under Stefan Lazarevic fought with desperate courage, launching charges against Timurid positions even as the battle turned against their Ottoman overlord. Their heavy armor and disciplined formations allowed them to temporarily break through enemy lines, but they could not reverse the tide of battle alone. As the day wore on and the scale of the defeat became apparent, Stefan managed to fight his way clear with a portion of his men, retreating westward toward Ottoman territories. His survival and that of his cavalry would have significant implications for the Balkans in the chaotic years that followed. Bayezid himself attempted to flee the battlefield as his army disintegrated around him, but Timur's cavalry pursued the retreating Ottoman forces relentlessly. Within days, perhaps within hours of the battle's conclusion, the Ottoman Sultan was captured and brought before his conqueror. The man who had moved with lightning speed across 2 continents, who had seemed unstoppable in his expansion, now stood as a prisoner before an enemy who had proven superior in the ultimate test of medieval power. Contemporary sources differ on the details of Bayezid's captivity, with some claiming he was kept in a cage and displayed as Timur traveled, while others suggest he was treated with the respect due a fallen monarch. What remains certain is that the psychological impact of his capture reverberated across the Islamic and Christian worlds. Timur's treatment of Anatolia following his victory combined selective destruction with calculated clemency. Cities that had supported Bayezid or resisted Timurid forces faced systematic looting and destruction, their populations killed or enslaved according to the harsh customs of steppe warfare. The city of Smyrna, held by the Knights Hospitaller and recently besieged by Ottoman forces, was captured and its Christian garrison massacred, demonstrating that Timur's fury extended beyond the Ottomans to any who had opposed him. Yet in other areas, Timur restored the dispossessed emirs to their former territories, recreating the patchwork of Anatolian beyliks that Bayezid had worked to eliminate. This restoration served Timur's interests by fragmenting Anatolian power and ensuring that no single state could challenge his authority. The news of Bayezid's defeat and capture reached Constantinople with the force of a revelation. Manuel II, returning from his largely unsuccessful journey to Western Europe, learned that the Ottoman Sultan who had besieged his capital for 8 years was now a prisoner, and the Ottoman army was scattered and broken. The siege lifted not through Byzantine military action but through the intervention of a power from beyond the eastern horizon. For Constantinople, Ankara provided a reprieve, a breathing space that would extend the city's survival by another half-century. The Byzantine chroniclers recorded their gratitude to divine providence while understanding that Timur's intervention had been motivated by his own imperial ambitions rather than any concern for Christian survival. Bayezid died in captivity in March 1403, less than a year after his defeat. The exact circumstances of his death remain disputed. Some sources claim suicide, others suggest natural causes hastened by the humiliation of captivity, still others hint at murder on Timur's orders. Whatever the immediate cause, the consequence was clear: the Ottoman state was leaderless at the moment of its greatest crisis. Bayezid had fathered several sons, and in the absence of a clear succession mechanism, these princes now competed for the remnants of their father's empire. The territorial losses to Timur had been severe, but the internal divisions threatened to complete the destruction that the Battle of Ankara had begun. The years following Bayezid's death would become known as the Ottoman Interregnum, a period of civil war among his sons that nearly destroyed the state their great-grandfather Osman had founded. Suleiman held the European territories and established himself at Edirne, while Mehmed controlled portions of Anatolia and Isa held other eastern regions. Each claimed the title of Sultan, and each sought allies among the Christian and Muslim powers surrounding the fractured Ottoman domains. The Byzantine Empire, the Balkan principalities, the Italian maritime republics, all maneuvered to exploit Ottoman weakness and recover lost territories or extract favorable commercial concessions. Timur himself did not long survive his victory over Bayezid. In 1405, while preparing an invasion of China, the great conqueror died in Central Asia, and his own empire immediately fragmented among his descendants. The Timurid domains split into competing khanates, their energies directed inward toward succession struggles rather than outward toward further conquest. This fragmentation meant that the restored Anatolian beyliks would not face continued pressure from the east, giving them room to re-establish themselves. Yet it also meant that the existential threat to the Ottoman state passed, creating an opening for whichever of Bayezid's sons could unite the empire's territories and reimpose central authority. The Battle of Ankara and its aftermath revealed the limits of rapid expansion and the dangers of overreach. Bayezid's lightning campaigns had created an empire that stretched across 2 continents but lacked the administrative depth and internal cohesion to withstand a major defeat. His annexation of the Anatolian beyliks had been too recent and too coercive to command genuine loyalty when an alternative presented itself in Timur's army. The Ottoman system of military slavery and Christian vassalage, which had served so well in the Balkans, could not compensate for the resentments generated by Bayezid's aggressive consolidation of power. An empire built in a decade had nearly collapsed in a single day. Yet the Ottoman state survived, and this survival itself demonstrated certain strengths beneath the apparent fragility. The administrative structures in the Balkans, particularly in regions like Thrace and parts of Bulgaria that had been under Ottoman control for generations, continued to function despite the absence of a universally recognized sultan. The Janissary Corps, though depleted by the battle, maintained its organization and would prove crucial in the coming struggles among Bayezid's sons. The frontier warriors, the Ghazis who had formed the original core of Ottoman expansion, remained committed to the enterprise of holy war against Christian territories. These elements provided continuity and resilience that would allow the empire to reconstitute itself in the following decade. The Christian states of southeastern Europe, observing the Ottoman collapse, made varying assessments of how to respond. Some, like the Byzantine Empire, simply enjoyed the respite and attempted to recover territory and trade privileges lost during the previous decades. Others, particularly Hungary under King Sigismund, considered whether the moment had arrived to push the Ottomans entirely out of Europe. Yet the internal divisions among Christian powers, the ongoing conflicts between Catholic and Orthodox churches, and the persistent rivalries among Balkan principalities prevented any coordinated effort to exploit Ottoman weakness. The opportunity to eliminate the Ottoman presence in Europe before it could recover passed unutilized, a failure that would have profound consequences for the region's future. The legacy of Bayezid's reign extended far beyond his lifetime and defeat. His rapid conquests had established Ottoman control over vast territories and demonstrated the empire's capacity for large-scale military operations across multiple theaters simultaneously. His administrative innovations, particularly in the organization of conquered territories and the integration of Christian vassals into Ottoman military structures, would be refined and expanded by his successors. Even his failure at Ankara provided crucial lessons about the limits of expansion and the necessity of consolidating control before pushing into new regions. The Ottoman state that emerged from the Interregnum would be more cautious in some ways, more systematic in its approach to expansion, but no less committed to the ultimate goals of territorial aggrandizement and the extension of Islamic rule. For you, observing these events from the distance of centuries, the rise and fall of Bayezid the Thunderbolt illustrates the contingency of historical development. The Ottoman Empire in 1402 stood on the brink of destruction, its territories fragmented, its army scattered, its ruler dead in captivity. A different outcome at Ankara, or a more complete destruction by Timur's forces, might have consigned the Ottomans to a footnote in history, another Turkish beylik that rose and fell in the complex politics of medieval Anatolia. Instead, the empire survived its crisis and would rise again, eventually fulfilling Bayezid's ambition of conquering Constantinople and building a state that would dominate southeastern Europe and the eastern Mediterranean for 4 centuries. The story of Bayezid and Timur also reveals the interconnected nature of Eurasian history in this period. Events in Central Asia directly shaped developments in Anatolia and the Balkans, as the movements of peoples and armies across the great landmass created chains of cause and effect spanning thousands of miles. The Mongol conquests of the 13th century had set in motion migrations and political reorganizations that continued to reverberate a century and a half later. Timur's invasion of Anatolia was in some sense an echo of those earlier Mongol campaigns, a reassertion of Central Asian power over settled territories to the west. That this reassertion proved temporary and failed to re-establish lasting Mongol authority demonstrates the changing balance of power between steppe and zone. As the dust settled over the battlefield of Ankara and the news of Ottoman defeat spread across the medieval world, few could have predicted that the empire would not only survive but eventually surpass its pre-Ankara extent. The subsequent decade of civil war, the Ottoman Interregnum, would test whether the structures Osman, Orhan, Murad, and Bayezid had built possessed sufficient strength to endure the ultimate stress of succession crisis and foreign defeat. In darkened rooms in Edirne and scattered Anatolian cities, Bayezid's sons plotted against each other and sought alliances with those who had been their father's enemies. The Thunderbolt had struck and passed, leaving behind wreckage and opportunity in equal measure. The dust from the Battle of Ankara had barely settled when the Ottoman state began to fracture along the seams of succession. Bayezid I lay captive in Timur's camp, his authority shattered, his empire suddenly leaderless in the spring of 1402. 4 of his sons had survived the catastrophe, each with ambitions, each with supporters, and none willing to yield. What followed would be called the Fetret Devri, the Interregnum, a period when the very existence of the Ottoman project hung in balance. Suleiman Çelebi was the eldest son present in the Balkans when news of Ankara arrived, and he moved with decisive speed. He established himself in Edirne, the European capital, proclaiming his authority over the Ottoman territories west of the Bosphorus. The Balkan beyliks, the Serbian despots, and the Byzantine court all recognized him quickly, eager for stability after the shock of their overlord's defeat. Suleiman understood that survival meant pragmatism, that holding what remained mattered more than grand claims to the whole. He signed treaties with the Christian powers surrounding him, offering concessions that would have been unthinkable under his father's rule. The Byzantines received back several coastal cities along the Black Sea and the Sea of Marmara, including the precious port of Thessalonica. Serbian despot Stefan Lazarevic, who had fought loyally beside Bayezid at Ankara, was released from vassal obligations and gained territorial confirmations. Suleiman even negotiated with Venice, Genoa, and the Knights of Rhodes, stabilizing his Balkan frontier through diplomacy rather than force. Meanwhile in Anatolia, where Timur's forces had withdrawn eastward after devastating the heartland, the other brothers scrambled for position. Isa Çelebi claimed authority in Bursa and the northwestern provinces, presenting himself as the rightful heir to the Anatolian domains. Mehmed Çelebi, younger and initially holding only the small city of Amaja in the interior, began building alliances carefully. The youngest brother Musa remained initially in Timurid custody, a potential pawn in whatever games the conqueror might play. Timur himself watched the Ottoman dissolution with satisfaction, his strategic goal accomplished without needing to occupy or administer the difficult Anatolian territory. He restored several of the Anatolian beyliks that Bayezid had conquered over the previous decades, recreating a fragmented political landscape that posed no threat. The emirs of Karaman, Jermian, Saruhan, Aden, and Mentees all regained independence, their territories carved from the Ottoman corpus. The empire that Murad and Bayezid had built seemed to be evaporating. The first phase of the civil war pitted Isa against Mehmed in the Anatolian interior, a struggle for legitimacy and resources. Mehmed, based in Amaja and working methodically, gathered support from local military commanders who remembered his father's organizational skills. Isa controlled wealthier territories around Bursa but lacked his brother's patience and diplomatic ability. Their armies met in several engagements throughout 1403, neither side achieving decisive advantage until Mehmed's superior coordination began to tell. By 1404, Mehmed had outmaneuvered Isa, defeating him in battle and driving him from his strongholds in northwestern Anatolia. Isa fled toward Constantinople, seeking Byzantine protection, but died under mysterious circumstances before reaching safety. Whether assassinated by Mehmed's agents or killed by rivals within his own retreating forces remains uncertain, but his elimination reduced the contestants. Mehmed now controlled most of the Anatolian remnant of the empire, while Suleiman held the Balkans across the straits. For several years the two brothers maintained an uneasy coexistence, each consolidating his respective domain, neither strong enough to challenge the other. Suleiman's position in Edirne appeared secure, supported by his Christian allies who preferred a weakened, divided Ottoman state. Mehmed in Bursa worked to rebuild administrative structures and reassert control over the Anatolian beyliks that Timur had liberated. The Ottoman realm existed in two separate halves, connected only by shared history and the Bosphorus waters between them. But Suleiman's conciliatory approach to the Christian powers created resentment among the Ghazi warriors and frontier commanders who formed the empire's military corps. These men had thrived under Bayezid's aggressive expansion, gaining land and booty through continuous warfare against Christian territories. Suleiman's treaties and territorial concessions felt like betrayal, abandonment of the Ottoman mission that had driven 3 generations of conquest. This discontent would provide Mehmed with opportunity. Musa Chalebi entered the equation in 1409, released or escaped from Timurid control and appearing in Wallachia north of the Danube. Byzantine Emperor Manuel II, playing a dangerous game of manipulation, supported Musa as a rival to Suleiman, hoping to further weaken Ottoman power. Musa presented himself as the champion of the frontier warriors, promising to restore the aggressive Ghazi ethos and reject his brother's accommodations. He gathered supporters among those disaffected by Suleiman's diplomacy. Musa crossed into the Balkans with Byzantine tacit support and quickly attracted military backing from commanders who saw him as more aligned with traditional Ottoman values. Suleiman's position, built on treaties rather than military strength, proved surprisingly fragile when confronted by a rival who spoke the language of holy war. The two brothers fought a series of engagements across Thrace and Bulgaria, with Musa gaining momentum and support as Suleiman's forces melted away. In 1410, Musa defeated Suleiman decisively near Edirne, killing him and seizing control of the European territories. But Musa's victory brought new instability rather than resolution, as his behavior quickly alienated many who had supported him. He proved erratic and violent, executing many of Suleiman's former supporters and displaying the volatility that made stable governance impossible. His aggressive posture toward the Christian states reversed the diplomatic arrangements, but without the military strength to back such confrontation effectively. Musa's reign in Edirne became increasingly desperate and repressive, as he sensed conspiracies everywhere and lashed out unpredictably. He executed officials on suspicion, confiscated properties, and alienated the very Ghazi commanders who had brought him to power. The Byzantine emperor who had initially supported him now regretted the decision, finding Musa more dangerous than Suleiman but less predictable. Manuel II began secret communications with Mehmed across the straits, suggesting cooperation against their mutual problem. Mehmed had spent the years of his brother's Balkan struggle consolidating his position in Anatolia with characteristic patience and method. He rebuilt the administrative apparatus in the core provinces around Bursa, re-established tax collection systems, and carefully negotiated with the restored Anatolian beyliks. Some emirs he fought and defeated, reclaiming territories, others he brought into alliance through marriage and treaty. His approach emphasized legitimacy, order, and the restoration of Ottoman institutional strength. By 1412, Mehmed was ready to cross into Europe and challenge Musa for supremacy, knowing that the empire could not survive continued division. He negotiated passage through Byzantine territory, offering Manuel guarantees and concessions in exchange for cooperation against Musa. Serbian despot Stefan Lazarevic, who had maintained careful neutrality, also signaled support for Mehmed as the candidate most likely to restore stable governance. The pieces aligned for the final confrontation. Mehmed's forces crossed the Bosphorus and marched into Thrace, gathering support from local commanders who had tired of Musa's erratic rule. The population of the Balkan territories, both Muslim and Christian, had suffered years of civil war and uncertainty. Mehmed promised order, legitimate succession, and a return to the administrative competence that had characterized Ottoman governance before Ankara. His methodical reputation worked in his favor. The two armies met at Kamerlu, south of Edirne, on July 5, 1413, in the battle that would determine the empire's future. Musa commanded forces still formidable in number but weakened by defections and low morale, his support eroding daily. Mehmed led a smaller but more cohesive army, backed by Byzantine and Serbian auxiliary forces and motivated by the prospect of ending the Interregnum. The battle itself was hard-fought but decisive, Mehmed's superior organization and tactics overwhelming Musa's desperate aggression. Musa fled the battlefield as his army collapsed, attempting to reach safety in the mountains, but was captured and executed within days. With his death, Mehmed stood as the sole surviving son of Bayezid, the last contestant for a throne that had seemed barely worth claiming 11 years earlier. He entered Edirne in triumph, proclaimed sultan, and immediately began the immense work of restoration. The Interregnum had ended, but the empire it left behind was a shadow of what existed before Ankara. Mehmed I, who would be remembered with the epithet Çelebi, the gentleman, faced challenges that would have overwhelmed a lesser administrator. The treasury was depleted, the military forces scattered and demoralized, the administrative structures broken or corrupted by years of civil conflict. Anatolian beyliks had reclaimed independence, Balkan vassals had asserted autonomy, and the authority of the Ottoman Sultan existed more in theory than practice across vast territories. Rebuilding required patience, diplomacy, and careful prioritization. He began by stabilizing relations with his Christian neighbors, confirming treaties and establishing clear boundaries and obligations. The Byzantine Empire received formal confirmation of its territorial gains, small concessions that bought peace on a critical frontier. Serbia, Wallachia, and the other Balkan principalities were brought back into vassal relationships through negotiation rather than immediate military action. Mehmed understood that the empire lacked strength for aggressive expansion and that internal consolidation must precede external ambition. In Anatolia, he moved methodically to reassert Ottoman authority over the beyliks that had regained independence under Timurid protection. Some, like Germian and Sarohan, he brought back through diplomacy and dynastic marriage alliances, avoiding costly warfare. Others, like Karaman, remained independent and hostile, but Mehmed chose not to force confrontation until his position strengthened. He reclaimed key territories and cities gradually, rebuilding Ottoman presence without overextending limited resources. The most serious challenge to his consolidation came not from rival princes or foreign powers but from internal religious and social unrest. Sheikh Bedreddin Mahmud, a learned Islamic scholar and mystic who had served as military judge under Musa Çelebi, emerged in 1416 as the center of a dangerous rebellion. Bedreddin preached a syncretic religious message that combined Islamic mysticism with elements appealing to Christian and Jewish populations, emphasizing social equality and communal property. Bedreddin's teachings found receptive audiences among the displaced populations and struggling peasantry of the Balkans and western Anatolia, regions devastated by years of civil war. His followers included Muslims, Christians, and Jews united by economic grievance and attraction to his egalitarian message. Two of his disciples, Borkhlis Mustafa in Anatolia and Torlak Kemal in the Balkans, led uprisings that quickly spread across the vulnerable frontiers, threatening to ignite wider social revolution. The rebellion represented a fundamental challenge to the Ottoman social and political order, questioning not just Mehmed's authority but the hierarchical structures on which the empire rested. Borkhlis Mustafa's forces in the Izmir region attracted thousands of followers, proclaiming community of property and religious unity. In the Balkans, Torlak Kemal's movement spread through Thrace and Macedonia, appealing to Christian peasants and Muslim Gazis alike. For several months in 1416, the empire seemed on the verge of dissolution into millenarian chaos. Mehmed responded with characteristic method and decisiveness, recognizing the existential threat these movements posed to centralized authority. He dispatched experienced commanders with loyal forces to suppress the uprisings, using both military force and targeted clemency. Borkhlis Mustafa was defeated and executed in Anatolia after his followers were crushed in battle. Torlak Kemal met a similar fate in the Balkans, his movement dispersed and its participants either executed or pardoned based on their level of involvement. Sheikh Bedreddin himself was captured in 1420 after years of evading Ottoman forces, his followers betraying his location as the movement collapsed. He was brought to Mehmed's court, tried for heresy and rebellion, and executed by hanging in the marketplace of Saras. His death marked the end of the most serious religious social challenge to Ottoman authority, but the episode revealed the fragility of order and the lingering effects of the Interregnum's disruptions. With the Bedreddin rebellion suppressed, Mehmed could focus on the continuing work of administrative restoration and territorial consolidation. He rebuilt the Timur system of military land grants that had been disrupted during the civil wars, ensuring that cavalry soldiers received reliable income in exchange for military service. Tax collection was regularized, provincial governance re-established, and the judicial system reformed to restore confidence in imperial justice. These mundane administrative tasks formed the foundation of renewed Ottoman strength. He also attended to the empire's relationships with the Italian maritime powers that controlled much of the Mediterranean and Aegean trade. In 1419, he signed a treaty with Venice, confirming trading privileges and establishing clear commercial relations that benefited both parties. Similar arrangements with Genoa and other Italian cities integrated the Ottoman economy into Mediterranean trade networks, providing revenue and diplomatic connections. Mehmed understood that economic recovery required peaceful commerce as much as military security. In the Balkans, he carefully managed relationships with Hungary, the rising power north of his domains, avoiding major confrontation while maintaining Ottoman positions. Small-scale border conflicts occurred regularly, but Mehmed refused to be drawn into the kind of large-scale warfare that would drain resources needed for consolidation. He prioritized stability over expansion, understanding that the empire needed time to heal before it could resume the growth interrupted at Ankara. By the early 1420s, Ottoman authority had been substantially restored across the core territories in both Anatolia and the Balkans. The empire remained smaller than it had been under Bayezid I, with several Anatolian beyliks still independent and some Balkan vassals more autonomous than before. But the administrative structures functioned again, the military forces had been rebuilt and reorganized, and the treasury had recovered sufficiently to support state operations. The immediate crisis had passed. Mehmed I died in 1421, after a reign of 8 years if counted from his final victory at Kamerlu, or 18 if counted from his initial claim on Amajad during the Interregnum. He left his son Murad an empire that was stable, functional, and positioned for recovery, though far from the heights of power it had reached before Ankara. His achievement was not territorial expansion or military glory but something more fundamental: he had preserved the Ottoman state when its dissolution seemed inevitable. The Interregnum had tested whether the Ottoman project was merely the personal creation of strong sultans or had developed institutional depth that could survive catastrophic defeat. Mehmed I proved that the administrative structures, the military organization, the legitimacy of the dynasty, and the commitment of the ruling class to Ottoman identity were strong enough to endure. The crisis had been profound, but the recovery, though incomplete, demonstrated institutional resilience. Historians would later recognize the period from 1402 to 1421 as a crucial test that the Ottoman state passed, emerging battered but intact. Other empires facing similar catastrophes had fragmented permanently, their constituent parts drifting into separate trajectories. The Ottomans had come close to that fate, the four brothers carving the realm into competing pieces, external powers reclaiming independence, internal revolts challenging fundamental structures. Yet the pull of reunification proved stronger than the forces of dissolution. Mehmed's personal qualities suited the moment perfectly: patient where his brothers had been impulsive, methodical where they had been erratic, willing to compromise on tactics while remaining fixed on the strategic goal of restoration. He understood that legitimacy mattered, that administrative competence built loyalty, and that sustainable power required institutions beyond personal charisma. These insights guided his policies and enabled his success in circumstances that would have defeated a different temperament. As Mehmed lay dying in Edirne in May 1421, he could see that the work of restoration remained incomplete but had advanced far enough to be sustainable. His son Murad II was capable and prepared, the succession was clear, and the apparatus of state was functioning reliably. The Interregnum had passed into memory, a dangerous period survived and overcome. The empire his father had built and Timur had shattered was not fully restored, but it lived, it functioned, and it retained the potential for greatness. That achievement, won through years of patient labor rather than glorious battle, would prove as important as any conquest for the empire's long-term survival. The years between Ankara and Mehmed's death had been unglamorous, filled with administrative details and careful diplomacy rather than dramatic military campaigns. But they had determined whether the Ottoman story would continue or end, whether the state would prove resilient or fragile. Mehmed I had answered that question through methodical governance, and in doing so had secured not just his own legacy but the empire's future. The foundations he rebuilt would support the structure that his successors would expand into one of history's great empires. When Murad II ascends to the Ottoman throne in 1421, he inherits an empire still recovering from the chaos of civil war. His father Mehmed has reunited the scattered beyliks and restored central authority, but the work of consolidation remains unfinished. Murad faces challenges on multiple fronts: restive vassals in the Balkans, ambitious rivals in Anatolia, and the ever-present threat from Constantinople's ancient walls. At 25 years old, he must prove himself worthy of the dynasty his great-grandfather Osman founded. The new sultan quickly learns that Christian Europe sees the Interregnum as evidence of Ottoman weakness and the succession as an opportunity for reconquest. Byzantine Emperor Manuel II believes the moment has arrived to challenge Turkish dominance, encouraging rebellions among Balkan princes who chafe under Ottoman suzerainty. Venetian merchants whisper in the courts of Hungary and Poland about recovering lost territories while the Sultan remains young and untested. Murad understands that hesitation will invite disaster, that only decisive action can demonstrate the empire's continued strength and his own capability as its ruler. In Anatolia, several Turkish beyliks that submitted to Mehmed now question whether those oaths of loyalty transfer automatically to his son. The Karamanids particularly test Murad's authority, raiding Ottoman territories and proclaiming their independence from Bursa's control. Murad responds with swift military campaigns that reassert Ottoman supremacy over these rebellious emirates, employing both diplomacy and force to bring wavering princes back into submission. These early campaigns season him as a commander and establish patterns of governance that will define his long reign. The young sultan's approach to rule differs markedly from his father's relentless expansionism, showing instead a preference for strategic consolidation over constant conquest. Murad proves willing to negotiate when negotiation serves Ottoman interests, to make temporary peace with enemies when peace allows him to address more pressing threats elsewhere. Yet he also demonstrates an iron determination when circumstances demand it, crushing rebellions with thoroughness that leaves no doubt about the price of defiance. His flexibility and pragmatism become defining characteristics of his statecraft, allowing the empire to weather crises that might have shattered a more rigid regime. By 1422, Murad feels secure enough in Anatolia to turn his full attention toward the Balkans and the ancient imperial city that still holds out against Ottoman encirclement. Constantinople remains a symbolic affront to Ottoman power, a Christian stronghold surrounded by Turkish territory, its emperors continually plotting with European powers to undermine the sultanate. The city's massive walls have repelled countless sieges over the centuries, but Murad determines to test whether Byzantine strength has decayed along with its shrunken empire. He assembles an army and marches on the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire. The siege of Constantinople in 1422 serves more as demonstration than serious conquest attempt, a message to Emperor Manuel about the limits of Byzantine freedom. Murad's forces surround the city's landward defenses, his troops examining the triple walls that have protected Constantinople since the 5th century. Ottoman cannons fire against the ancient fortifications, early experiments with gunpowder technology that inflict limited damage on the massive stone barriers. For 3 months the siege continues, Ottoman soldiers probing for weaknesses while Byzantine defenders man the towers and bastions their ancestors have held for 1,000 years. Inside Constantinople, the emperor and his advisors watch the Turkish army from the walls and understand their city's vulnerability with terrible clarity. The empire that once stretched from Spain to Persia now controls little beyond the capital itself and a few scattered territories. Byzantine appeals to Western Christendom for aid produce sympathetic words but little practical assistance, as Catholic powers remain suspicious of Orthodox Greeks despite their shared faith. Manuel eventually agrees to increase tribute payments and a promise to cease supporting pretenders to the Ottoman throne, purchasing Murad's withdrawal without the city falling. The siege demonstrates to Murad both the difficulty of taking Constantinople and the relative unimportance of doing so immediately while Byzantine cooperation can be purchased. He withdraws his army but maintains pressure on the shrinking empire, allowing it to exist as a tributary state while he addresses more pressing concerns. The ancient city can wait, its walls remain formidable, and the investment of blood and treasure required to breach them seems unwarranted while the emperors acknowledge Ottoman supremacy. His son will eventually finish what he begins here, but for now Murad turns his attention to other Balkan territories where Ottoman authority requires reinforcement. Thessalonica, the second city of the Byzantine Empire, presents a different opportunity when its Greek governors, desperate for protection against Ottoman expansion, sell it to Venice in 1423. The Venetian Republic takes possession of this strategic port, believing its naval power and commercial wealth can hold what Byzantine weakness cannot. For 7 years Venice pours resources into defending Thessalonica, strengthening its fortifications and maintaining a garrison supplied by sea. But the city remains surrounded by Ottoman territory, its hinterland controlled by Murad's governors, its economy strangled by Turkish dominance of the surrounding countryside. Murad begins his campaign against Venetian Thessalonica in 1430, besieging the city with an army that has grown increasingly professional and disciplined through his various campaigns. Ottoman forces cut the land approaches completely, while a hastily assembled fleet attempts to contest Venetian naval supremacy in the surrounding waters. The siege employs the full range of medieval military technology, mining operations to undermine wall sections, siege towers to bring attackers level with the ramparts, and the increasingly important cannon to batter the fortifications. Inside the city, the Venetian garrison and Greek population watch supplies dwindle and hope for relief that never arrives in sufficient strength. After a siege of several weeks, Ottoman forces breached the walls through a combination of artillery damage and determined assault, pouring into Thessalonica on March 29, 1430. The city's fall sends shockwaves through Venice and the wider Christian world, demonstrating that even the Republic's wealth and naval power cannot protect isolated outposts deep in Ottoman-controlled territory. Murad allows his troops the traditional 3 days of plunder that Islamic military law permits after a city refuses terms and resists to the end. The Sultan then organizes Thessalonica's integration into the empire, resettling Turkish families there and establishing it as a major Ottoman port and administrative center. The conquest of Thessalonica establishes Murad as a sultan who can achieve what his predecessors attempted unsuccessfully, expanding Ottoman territory at the expense of Christendom's major powers. Yet even as he secures these Balkan gains, he faces recurring challenges from Anatolian rivals and from pretenders to his own throne whom Christian powers support. The Karamanids continue their intermittent rebellions, requiring periodic campaigns to remind them of Ottoman supremacy. Hungarian forces raid across the Danube, testing Ottoman defenses in Serbia and Wallachia. Murad spends much of the late 1430s and early 1440s moving between frontiers, his reign characterized by constant military activity in defense of imperial borders. By 1444, after more than 2 decades of nearly continuous warfare, Murad makes a decision that shocks both his own court and foreign observers. He abdicates the throne in favor of his 12-year-old son Mehmed, withdrawing to Manisa to live in religious contemplation and peace. The reasons for this unprecedented abdication remain debated, perhaps genuine weariness with the burdens of rule, perhaps confidence that the empire has achieved sufficient stability for transition to a new generation. Murad leaves behind experienced viziers to guide his young son and retires from the capital, seeking the quieter life he has never known. Young Mehmed finds himself sultan of a vast empire while barely entering adolescence, surrounded by advisors whose counsel he lacks the experience to evaluate properly. Court factions immediately begin maneuvering for influence over the boy sultan, while foreign powers see opportunity in the transition. The Janissary Corps, unhappy with policy changes instituted after Murad's departure, threatens rebellion and demands the return of the experienced sultan. In Anatolia, Turkish beyliks sense weakness and begin preparing their own challenges to Ottoman authority. Most dangerously, Christian Europe interprets the abdication as a sign of Ottoman vulnerability and begins organizing a major crusade to push the Turks back across the Bosporus. Pope Eugenius IV seizes the moment to call for a grand coalition against the Ottoman Empire, preaching crusade with an urgency not seen since the loss of Acre ended the last Crusader kingdoms. He finds willing listeners in Hungary, where the warrior king the Ladislaw III rules both Poland and Hungary and sees glory in fighting the infidel. The brilliant Hungarian general János Hunyadi, who has already won several battles against Ottoman forces, provides military expertise and strategic planning for the campaign. Venice and other Italian states pledge naval support, while Balkan Christians under Ottoman rule prepare to rise in rebellion when the Crusader army approaches. The crusade gains momentum through 1443, with Hunyadi leading a successful campaign that penetrates deep into Ottoman Serbia and defeats several Turkish armies. These victories convince European leaders that the moment has arrived to reverse centuries of Ottoman expansion and recover lost Christian territories. Diplomatic negotiations produced the Peace of Szeged in July 1444, a treaty in which the Ottomans agree to a 10-year truce and significant territorial concessions in exchange for the Crusade's dissolution. Murad, observing these developments from his retirement, advises acceptance of the terms to buy time for his son's maturation and the empire's stabilization. Yet even as Ottoman representatives swear oaths on the treaty, European leaders debate breaking it before the ink dries on the parchment. Pope Eugenius argues that oaths sworn to infidels carry no binding force, that Christian rulers may violate such agreements without sin if doing so serves the faith. King Ladislaw, young and ambitious, listens to advisors who promise him eternal glory as the liberator of Byzantium and conqueror of the Turks. Hunyadi recognizes the military opportunity presented by Ottoman disarray and young men's inexperience, calculating that such favorable circumstances may never recur. By autumn 1444, the decision has been made: the crusade will continue despite the sworn peace, marching toward the Black Sea coast where Venetian ships will supply them. News of the treaty's violation reaches the Ottoman court in late summer, throwing the young sultan's advisors into crisis and revealing the consequences of Murad's premature retirement. Mehmed lacks both the military experience to command the army personally and the political authority to rally wavering subjects to the empire's defense. The Janissaries and provincial governors demand Murad's return, refusing to march under a child sultan against the most dangerous crusade in decades. Desperate messages reach Murad in Manisa, pleading with him to resume the throne and save the empire from dismemberment. After brief hesitation, the former sultan agrees, emerging from retirement to defend what he built. Murad's return transforms Ottoman fortunes immediately, his presence rallying troops and silencing the whispers of internal dissent that had begun spreading through the empire. He rapidly assembles an army from Anatolian and Rumelian provinces, gathering veteran soldiers who have fought under his command for years. The Sultan moves with characteristic speed toward the Crusader army, which has advanced along the Black Sea coast toward Varna. Intelligence reports bring Murad detailed information about Crusader numbers and dispositions, allowing him to plan his approach and select favorable ground for the inevitable battle. By early November, the two armies converge near the coastal city of Varna, where the fate of southeastern Europe will be decided. The Crusader army occupies a position with the Black Sea protecting its eastern flank, expecting Venetian ships to provide supplies and support, while Hungarian and Polish knights form the heavy cavalry that will break Ottoman lines. King Ladislaw commands personally despite his youth. His presence meant to inspire the Christian forces and legitimize the campaign as a truly royal crusade. Hunyadi arrays his forces in strong defensive positions, placing his infantry to absorb the initial Ottoman assault while cavalry waits to counterattack. Wallachian and Transylvanian contingents hold the flanks, less reliable than the Hungarian corps but necessary to match Ottoman numbers. The Crusaders are confident, their earlier victories convincing them that Turkish power has begun its inevitable decline. Murad positions his army in the traditional Ottoman formation that has served his dynasty for generations: provincial cavalry on the wings, Janissary infantry in the center, the Sultan's household troops in reserve to exploit opportunities or shore up weaknesses. He orders the treaty document brought forward and displayed on a lance before his troops, appealing to divine justice against oathbreakers and rallying his soldiers with righteous anger. Ottoman morale rises as Murad rides among the formations, his presence reminding veterans of past victories and assuring nervous recruits that experienced leadership guides their cause. On the morning of November 10, 1444, as autumn's sun breaks over the Black Sea, the Battle of Varna begins with the grinding collision of two civilizations. The fighting develops into a desperate struggle as Hungarian cavalry charges clash with Ottoman horsemen in swirling melees across the battlefield. Hunyadi's tactical skill shows in the coordinated movements of his forces, creating local advantages that temporarily push back Ottoman positions on the Crusader right. But the Janissaries in the center hold firm against repeated assaults, their discipline and firepower breaking up attacks before they can achieve decisive penetration. Ottoman artillery, though still primitive by later standards, adds its weight to the defensive effort, scattering groups of Crusader infantry with stone balls that crash through their formations. For hours the outcome remains uncertain, both armies locked in grinding combat that yields no clear advantage to either side. The battle's turning point arrives when young King Ladislaw, watching from his position in the Crusader center, decides that personal valor can break the deadlock. Against the advice of more experienced commanders, he leads his household cavalry in a charge directly at the Ottoman center, seeking to reach Murad himself and win the battle through dramatic personal combat. The Polish and Hungarian knights crash through the first Ottoman lines, their heavy armor and powerful horses carrying them deep into Turkish positions. For a moment it appears the desperate gambit might succeed, that the king's courage might indeed overcome tactical disadvantage and shift the battle's momentum. But Ottoman forces close surround the exposed Crusader knights like water flowing around a stone, isolating the Ladislaw's charge from supporting forces and surrounding it with increasing numbers of Turkish soldiers. Janissaries fire volleys into the packed cavalry, while Ottoman horsemen attack from all sides against enemies who can no longer maneuver effectively. The king fights bravely in the chaos, his distinctive armor making him a target for every Turkish warrior seeking glory and reward. An Ottoman soldier delivers the killing blow, and King Ladislaw of Poland and Hungary dies in the press of battle, his head later displayed to demoralize the Crusader army and prove the finality of his defeat. The king's death breaks the Crusader army's cohesion, transforming an orderly battle into panicked retreat as word spreads through Christian ranks. Hunyadi attempts to rally his forces for a fighting withdrawal, covering the retreat with his cavalry while trying to preserve some portion of the army. But Ottoman pursuit proves relentless, Murad's cavalry harrying the fleeing Crusaders and turning retreat into rout. Thousands of Christians die in the pursuit or drown attempting to reach the supposed safety of Venetian ships offshore. The crusade that was meant to drive the Ottomans from Europe instead ends with Christian corpses scattered across the fields of Varna and the most powerful coalition against Ottoman expansion destroyed in a single afternoon. Varna's consequences reverberate through both Christian and Muslim worlds, establishing Ottoman military dominance in southeastern Europe beyond any reasonable doubt. European powers recognize that no realistic crusade can dislodge the Turks from their Balkan territories, that Ottoman expansion can only be contained, not reversed. Murad's victory validates his return from retirement and silences any questions about his continued fitness to rule or his son's premature elevation. The Sultan returns to his capital in triumph, welcomed by crowds celebrating the defeat of Christian Europe's most serious challenge to Ottoman power in decades. Yet Murad takes little joy in the victory, understanding that his retirement has failed and that the empire still requires his experienced hand. The aftermath of Varna sees Murad attempting a second abdication in 1446, once again retiring in favor of Mehmed, hoping that the empire's strengthened position allows for peaceful transition. But this attempt proves as unsuccessful as the first, as internal dissension immediately resurfaces and external threats multiply without Murad's steady leadership. A janissary revolt against reforms proposed by young Mehmed's advisors forces the former sultan to return yet again, resuming the throne he has tried twice to leave. Murad apparently accepts that he cannot retire while he lives, that the empire's stability depends on his continued rule until natural death allows for succession under less uncertain circumstances. Hungary, despite its catastrophic defeat at Varna, recovers sufficiently under Hunyadi's leadership to renew conflict with the Ottoman Empire by the late 1440s. The Hungarian general, who escaped the Varna disaster, builds a new army and seeks to redeem his earlier failure through continued resistance to Turkish expansion. He finds allies among Balkan Christians chafing under Ottoman rule, particularly George Brankovic of Serbia, whose territories form the frontier between Hungarian and Ottoman spheres of influence. By 1448, Hunyadi feels ready to challenge Ottoman power again, leading an army south toward the historic field of Kosovo where Serbian independence died 6 decades earlier. Murad marches to meet this renewed Hungarian threat, recognizing in Hunyadi a genuinely dangerous opponent who cannot be allowed unchecked freedom to operate in Ottoman territory. The two armies meet on the Kosovo plain in October 1448, returning to the same ground where Murad's great-grandfather defeated the Serbian coalition. This second battle of Kosovo lasts 3 days of grinding combat, neither side achieving rapid victory as disciplined formations clash repeatedly across the plain. Hunyadi employs wagon fortifications and careful defensive tactics, trying to avoid the disasters that befell earlier Crusader armies while seeking opportunities to strike decisive blows against Ottoman formations. The Second Kosovo battle becomes a test of endurance as much as tactical skill, both armies exhausted by repeated attacks and counterattacks across the bloody field. Ottoman numerical superiority gradually tells as Murad feeds fresh troops into the fight while Hungarian reserves dwindle with each passing day. On the third day, Hunyadi recognizes that his army faces destruction if it remains engaged and orders a retreat, skillfully extracting his forces despite Ottoman pressure. The Hungarian general escapes to fight again, but his army has suffered devastating casualties and his reputation for invincibility has been shattered. Murad holds the field and can claim victory, though the battle's cost in Ottoman lives proves substantial enough to discourage immediate further expansion. Kosovo 1448 effectively ends serious Christian challenges to Ottoman dominance in the Balkans during Murad's lifetime, establishing a frontier that will remain relatively stable for several years. Hungarian power has been broken twice in 4 years, first at Varna and now at Kosovo, leaving the kingdom unable to mount major offensives against Ottoman positions. Serbian independence becomes increasingly nominal as Brankovic accepts ever greater Ottoman oversight in exchange for retaining his title and some local authority. The various Balkan principalities recognize that resistance to Ottoman power brings only destruction, while accommodation offers survival and limited autonomy under Turkish suzerainty. Murad spends his final years consolidating these hard-won gains and preparing the empire for transition to his son, accepting now that he cannot retire but can at least ensure continuity. He brings Mehmed into governance gradually, allowing the young prince to observe administration and military command while retaining final authority himself. The Sultan strengthens administrative institutions that can survive leadership transitions, creating bureaucratic structures that will serve the empire for centuries. He builds mosques and charitable foundations, seeking spiritual merit while also providing employment and social services that legitimize Ottoman rule to subject populations. The warrior sultan who spent most of his reign in military camps becomes, in his final years, a ruler focused on stable governance. The relationship between Murad and his son grows complex during these years, affection mixed with the father's knowledge of the son's impatience and ambition. Mehmed twice tasted supreme power during his father's abdication attempts, twice saw it withdrawn when crises demanded Murad's return. The young prince chafes at his extended apprenticeship, eager to implement his own vision for the empire and prove himself worthy through conquest rather than consolidation. Murad recognizes his son's brilliance but worries about his impetuosity, hoping that these years of forced patience will teach lessons that cannot be learned in the rush of early success. When Murad dies in 1451 at age 47, he leaves his son an empire vastly stronger than the one he inherited 3 decades earlier. Ottoman dominance in both Anatolia and the Balkans has been established beyond question through repeated military victories over the empire's most dangerous enemies. The administrative structure has been refined and strengthened, capable of governing diverse populations across multiple provinces. The Janissary Corps and provincial cavalry have been forged into professional military forces that can defeat any army Christian Europe can field against them. Most importantly, Murad bequeaths to Mehmed the strategic position necessary to accomplish what no Ottoman sultan has yet achieved: the conquest of Constantinople itself. The new Sultan Mehmed II inherits not just his father's throne but the accumulated advantages of 4 generations of Ottoman expansion and consolidation. Yet he inherits also the challenges: restive Christian populations seeking any opportunity for rebellion, rival Muslim powers in Anatolia questioning Ottoman supremacy, and the ancient city of Constantinople still holding out behind its massive walls. Murad's reign has been characterized by careful consolidation punctuated by decisive military action when circumstances demanded it, by willingness to make peace when peace served Ottoman interests. His son will prove less patient, more willing to stake everything on dramatic gambles, more focused on the glory of conquest than the steady work of administration. History remembers Murad II as perhaps the most underestimated of the great Ottoman sultans, overshadowed by his father's reunification of the empire and his son's spectacular conquests. Yet without Murad's patient consolidation and decisive victories at Varna and Kosovo, the empire Mehmed inherits would lack the strength to survive the enormous gamble of besieging Constantinople. The younger sultan's triumphs rest on foundations his father spent 30 years building, victories made possible by the enemies Murad defeated and the institutions he strengthened. In the Great Arch of Ottoman expansion, Murad's reign forms the keystone that holds the structure together, less dramatic than the stones on either side but no less essential to the whole. In the winter of 1451, a young man ascends to the Ottoman throne for the second time, having briefly ruled as a boy. Mehmed is 19 years old, slender and intense, his dark eyes fixed on a prize that has eluded his ancestors for generations. He has studied the campaigns of Alexander and Caesar, memorized the topography of the walls across the Bosphorus, and speaks Greek as fluently as Turkish. From the moment he enters the palace at Edirne, courtiers understand that this sultan will not rest until Constantinople falls. The city that has stood for 11 centuries, the last fragment of Rome itself, occupies his every waking thought. The Byzantine capital in these years is a shadow of its former grandeur, its population shrunk to perhaps 50,000 souls. Vast sections within the Theodosian walls stand empty, their houses collapsed into gardens and pastures where shepherds graze their flocks. The imperial court struggles to pay its soldiers, melts down church treasures to mint coins, and sends desperate embassies westward seeking aid. Yet the walls remain formidable, triple ramparts of stone stretching 4 miles from the Sea of Marmara to the Golden Horn. No army has breached them in over 800 years, and the Byzantines cling to this fact with the fervor of faith. Mehmed begins his preparations with characteristic thoroughness, consulting engineers and studying the records of previous Ottoman sieges. He knows that his great-grandfather Bayezid besieged the city for 7 years without success, that the walls have turned back every assault. The solution, he concludes, lies not in repeating the mistakes of the past but in deploying weapons that exceed anything Constantinople has faced. He sends agents across Europe seeking master founders, men who can cast bronze guns of unprecedented size. The technology of siege artillery is advancing rapidly in these decades, and Mehmed intends to harness every innovation. In the spring of 1452, the Sultan orders the construction of a fortress on the European shore of the Bosphorus at its narrowest point. The site lies less than 3 miles from Constantinople's walls, directly across from the Anatolian fortress built by his great-grandfather. Greek villagers watch in growing alarm as thousands of Ottoman laborers arrive with carts of stone and timber. Mehmed himself rides out to supervise the work, sketching modifications to the design and setting quotas for each day's construction. The message to Constantinople is unmistakable. The Sultan intends to control all traffic through the Bosphorus, strangling the city's lifeline to the Black Sea. The fortress rises with astonishing speed through the summer months, its 3 great towers anchoring curtain walls that bristle with artillery platforms. Ottoman sources will call it Bogazkizan, the straight cutter, though Europeans know it as Rumeli Hizari. By August, the structure is complete, its cannon commanding every vessel that attempts to pass. When a Venetian ship ignores the order to lower its sails and submit to inspection, Ottoman gunners reduce it to splinters. The captain and surviving crew are impaled on the shore as a warning, their bodies visible from the Byzantine walls. Emperor Constantine XI sends protests that go unanswered, and the reality settles over Constantinople like winter fog. The siege has already begun. As autumn arrives, Mehmed summons Urban, a Hungarian cannon founder who had previously offered his services to Constantine. The emperor, with his empty treasury, could not afford the founder's price or provide sufficient bronze for his ambitions. Mehmed grants Urban everything he requests: workshops at Edirne, hundreds of laborers, and unlimited quantities of copper and tin. The Sultan describes the walls of Constantinople in detail, their thickness and composition, and asks what gun could reduce them to rubble. Urban promises to cast a bombard that can shatter the stones of Babylon itself, a weapon that will make the ancient world's siege engines look like children's toys. Through the winter of 1452 and 1453, the foundries at Edirne work day and night in a hellish glow of molten bronze. Urban's masterpiece takes shape in a massive clay mold buried in a casting pit, layer upon careful layer of metal building up the barrel. When the great gun is finally extracted and cooled, it measures 27 feet in length and weighs over 17 tons. The bore is wide enough for a man to crawl inside, capable of firing stone balls that weigh 1,200 pounds. A team of 60 oxen is required to haul it, and the road from Edirne to Constantinople must be leveled and reinforced to bear its weight. 200 men march alongside to keep it from tipping, while masons repair bridges in advance of its grinding progress. Mehmed assembles an army that reflects the full power of the Ottoman state, drawing regiments from every province and vassal territory. Anatolian cavalry arrive with their curved sabers and composite bows, seasoned warriors who have fought in countless frontier skirmishes. Balkan Christian levies join the camp, Serbs and Bulgarians fulfilling their treaty obligations to the Sultan. At the corps stand the Janissaries, the elite infantry corps recruited through the Devshirme system from Christian families and raised as Muslim soldiers. They number perhaps 12,000, disciplined and loyal, equipped with arquebus and scimitars. By early April, 80,000 men are encamped before the land walls, their tents stretching across the hills like a white sea. On April 6, 1453, the Ottoman army completes its deployment and the formal siege begins with prayers and the firing of guns. Mehmed establishes his headquarters opposite the central section of the land walls, where the Lycus River flows beneath the fortifications. This is the weakest point in the defenses, where the walls descend into a valley and the river creates a natural weakness. The great bombards are positioned here, along with dozens of smaller cannon, their barrels angled upward toward the stone ramparts. Inside Constantinople, Emperor Constantine can muster only 7,000 defenders, a mix of Byzantine regulars, Genoese volunteers, and armed civilians. The disparity in numbers is crushing, yet the defenders trust in their walls and in the divided councils they hope will plague the Ottoman camp. The bombardment begins with a roar that shakes the earth and sends flocks of birds screaming into the sky. Urban's great gun can fire only 7 times per day, requiring hours to cool and clean between shots, but each impact sends shockwaves through the masonry. The 1,200-pound stone balls arc across the sky and strike the outer wall with devastating force, pulverizing ancient mortar and cracking the dressed stone. Smaller cannon maintain a steady rhythm, dozens of guns firing in rotation so that the defenders enjoy no respite. At night, Byzantine work crews scramble to repair the damage, packing rubble into the breaches and propping up weakened sections with timber. The contest becomes one of endurance, whether Ottoman guns can destroy faster than Byzantine masons can rebuild. The land siege is only one element of Mehmed's strategy, for Constantinople is a maritime city with harbors on 3 sides. The Golden Horn, the deep inlet north of the city, provides a sheltered anchorage protected by a massive chain stretched across its mouth. This chain, forged of iron links as thick as a man's arm, has guarded the harbor for centuries. Ottoman ships probe the entrance but cannot pass, and the small Byzantine fleet supported by Genoese and Venetian vessels maintains control of these waters. Mehmed's admiral, Suleiman Baltaglu, commands over 100 galleys but finds himself frustrated by the barrier and the skillful seamanship of the Christian crews. The Sultan decides upon a solution so audacious that his own advisors question its feasibility. He will transport ships overland around the Genoese colony of Galata. A road will be constructed over the hills behind the colony, greased with animal fat and laid with wooden rollers. Galleys will be hauled from the Bosphorus to the upper reaches of the Golden Horn, bypassing the chain entirely and threatening the sea walls that faced the harbor. These walls are less formidable than the land fortifications, manned by fewer defenders who must now divide their attention between 2 fronts. On the morning of April 22, astonished Byzantines observe Ottoman ships appearing inside their protected harbor, sails raised as if they have sailed through the morning mist. 70 Ottoman vessels make the journey over the course of several days, each pulled by teams of oxen while crews sit at their oars to balance the hulls. The Byzantines and Genoese attempt a night attack to burn the transported ships, but Ottoman troops guard them too closely. Mehmed orders a pontoon bridge built across the Golden Horn, allowing his forces to communicate and shift reserves quickly. Now Constantinople faces bombardment and assault from the landward side while Ottoman ships menace the northern shore. The defenders stretch their meager forces thinner, rotating exhausted men between threatened sectors and sleeping in their armor. Supplies within the city begin to dwindle as no relief fleet appears from the west. Among Mehmed's advisors, the Grand Vizier Kandarli Halil Pasha urges caution and perhaps even withdrawal from the siege. He represents the old guard of Ottoman nobility, men who counsel consolidation and diplomatic solutions over costly military adventures. Halil reminds the Sultan that Christian reinforcements might arrive, that the treasury is being drained, that failure here could spark rebellions across the empire. Mehmed listens with cold courtesy but does not waver. He has committed his prestige and the empire's resources to this enterprise, and he understands what others perhaps do not, that Constantinople's fall will transform the Ottoman state from a frontier principality into a world empire. The arguments in the command tent grow heated as April turns to May and the walls continue to stand. Inside the city, Emperor Constantine XI Palaiologos moves among his people with quiet dignity, attending services at Hagia Sophia and visiting defense posts along the walls. He is 58 years old, weathered by years of impossible choices and compromises, knowing that history has placed him in the position of Rome's final emperor. He has sent his own appeals westward for aid, even agreeing to church union with Rome in hopes of securing military support. A few hundred volunteers have arrived, most notably the Genoese condottiere Giovanni Giustiniani, who commands 700 professional soldiers. Giustiniani takes charge of defending the critical central section of the land walls, and his expertise briefly lifts Byzantine morale. But no fleet arrives from Venice or Genoa, no crusading army marches from Hungary. Constantinople stands alone. The defenders fight with courage born of desperation, repelling assault after assault as Ottoman infantry surge forward behind the guns. Scaling ladders rise against the battered walls only to be pushed back, their climbers tumbling into the defensive ditch below. Greek fire, the ancient Byzantine incendiary weapon, arcs from the ramparts to set Ottoman siege towers ablaze. Each night the bombardment pauses and repair crews rush to shore up the day's damage, women and children hauling baskets of rubble alongside priests and monks. The city's morale swings between hope and despair with each rumor. A relief fleet has been spotted in the Marmara, the Ottomans are preparing to withdraw, the Sultan has been assassinated. None of it proves true, and the guns resume their thunder each dawn. By late May, Mehmed determines that his troops are ready for a final, overwhelming assault that will commit every reserve. He chooses the night of May 28 to 29th, timing the attack to begin in the hours before dawn when defenders are most exhausted. The entire army receives orders to advance in waves, irregular Bashibazuks first to tire the defenders and fill the ditch with their scaling equipment, then Anatolian regulars to press the attack, and finally the Janissaries to deliver the killing blow. Ottoman clergy move through the camp offering prayers and promising paradise to those who fall in battle for the faith. Mehmed rides along the lines on a white horse, speaking to his commanders and indicating the precise points where breakthrough must be achieved. Inside Constantinople, the evening of May 28 takes on the quality of a final vigil, as if the entire population senses what is coming. A solemn procession carries icons through the streets, thousands of voices joining in ancient hymns beneath the domes and columns of the dying empire. Constantine addresses his defenders one last time, Greeks and Italians together, thanking them for their service and asking them to hold just a few hours more. He removes his imperial regalia, choosing to fight as a simple soldier in what is to come. As darkness falls, men take their positions along the walls, gripping weapons and peering into the night where thousands of campfires mark the Ottoman lines. The assault begins shortly after midnight with a cacophony of drums, cymbals, and war cries that seem to shake the foundations of the world. The first wave crashes against the walls like a human tide, Bashibazuks scrambling up ladders with knives clenched in their teeth. Byzantine and Genoese defenders meet them with spears and swords, a desperate melee on the ramparts where men grapple and fall into darkness. This continues for 2 hours, the walls holding despite terrible losses on both sides. Then the Anatolian regulars advance, fresh troops attacking with greater discipline and coordination. Giustiniani's Genoese bear the brunt of this assault, fighting with professional skill to keep the ramparts clear even as exhaustion begins to tell. Disaster strikes the defenders when a stray shot wounds Giustiniani seriously, blood soaking through his armor from a projectile that finds a gap in his protection. The Genoese commander requests permission to withdraw to seek medical treatment, and Constantine reluctantly agrees, not understanding that Giustiniani's departure will shatter the morale of his troops. As the wounded condottiere is carried from the walls, his soldiers abandon their positions and rush toward the harbor where their ships are moored. A gap opens in the defenses at precisely the moment when the Janissaries begin their assault, the elite Ottoman infantry advancing in disciplined ranks behind their officers. Somewhere in the chaos of that night, Ottoman troops discover that the Kirkaporta, a small postern gate in the inner wall, has been left unlocked. Perhaps a sally party failed to secure it properly, or perhaps a lock was damaged by artillery fire. The sources offer different explanations. What matters is that a small group of Janissaries pushes through and finds themselves between the inner and outer walls. They raise the Ottoman banner on a tower, and the sight of that flag in the pre-dawn light sends a psychological shockwave through both armies. Defenders panic, believing the city already fallen, while Ottoman troops surge forward with renewed fury. The careful defense collapses into street fighting as Turkish soldiers pour through multiple breaches. Emperor Constantine XI vanishes into the chaos of the final fighting, his body never conclusively identified among the thousands of dead. Byzantine sources record his last words as a resolve to die as his city dies, casting off the symbols of his office to fall as a soldier. Some accounts place him fighting at the gate of St. Romanus, cut down by janissary blades as the sun rises over the Bosphorus. Others suggest he removed his purple boots to avoid identification and died anonymously in the press of battle. The manner of his death becomes legend, the final Roman emperor swallowed by history at the very moment one world ends and another begins. His body, if recovered, is never returned for burial, becoming one more ghost in Constantinople's rubble. By mid-morning on May 29, 1453, the city belongs to Mehmed, Ottoman banners flying from its towers and domes. The customary 3 days of looting follows, a rite of conquest that Mehmed permits his troops though he stations guards at certain key buildings. Soldiers ransack homes and churches, gathering captives to sell as slaves and piling up plunder in the streets. Civilians who fled to Hagia Sophia for sanctuary find the great doors battered down, Turkish warriors flooding into the ancient church. Yet Mehmed himself rides through the city with a sense of reverence, this place he has dreamed of for years now finally within his grasp. He proceeds directly to Hagia Sophia, dismounting to touch its threshold and murmur prayers of thanksgiving. Inside the great cathedral, Mehmed finds frightened refugees huddled among the marble columns and beneath the soaring dome that seems to float on shafts of dusty light. He orders them freed and protected, declaring an end to the sack earlier than customary in a calculated gesture of mercy. Walking across the vast floor, he examines the mosaics and architecture, this building that has stood for 900 years as Christendom's greatest church. He summons an imam and has him ascend the pulpit to deliver the call to prayer, the Arabic syllables echoing strangely in that Christian space. The conversion of Hagia Sophia into a mosque, the Hagia Sophia Camii, symbolizes the transformation of the entire city. Constantinople is dead, Istanbul is born. Mehmed takes the title Fatih, the conqueror, and sets about remaking his prize into a worthy capital for the Ottoman Empire. The city he has captured is half-ruined and depopulated, requiring massive efforts at restoration and resettlement. He issues edicts encouraging migration to Istanbul from across his territories, offering tax incentives and property to those who will rebuild the empty quarters. Greeks, Armenians, and Jews receive guarantees of protection and the right to practice their faiths under Ottoman authority. The Sultan understands that a great city requires diversity of commerce and craft, and he deliberately fosters a cosmopolitan population. Within a generation, Istanbul's population will surpass 100,000, vibrant markets replacing the empty pastures within the Theodosian walls. The physical transformation proceeds with equal energy as Mehmed commissions mosques, palaces, and public works throughout his new capital. The Topkapi Palace begins to rise on the old Acropolis, a sprawling complex of courtyards and pavilions that will serve as the administrative heart of the empire. The Fatih Mosque complex claims a prominent hill, its dome and minarets announcing Ottoman dominance of the skyline. Aqueducts are repaired, roads paved, and markets organized under imperial supervision. Mehmed brings in architects and artisans from across the Islamic world and beyond, creating a synthesis of Byzantine, Persian, and emerging Ottoman styles. He envisions Istanbul not merely as his capital but as a city that will rival ancient Rome in grandeur and exceed it in enlightened governance. The fall of Constantinople sends shockwaves across Europe, where the news is received with horror and foreboding among Christian courts. The city that had stood as Christendom's eastern bastion for over a millennium is now the capital of an Islamic empire. Refugees flee westward, bringing with them manuscripts and knowledge that will contribute to the Italian Renaissance. Pope Nicholas V calls for a crusade to reclaim the city, but European powers are too divided and preoccupied to mount any serious response. Venice and Genoa quickly negotiate treaties with Mehmed, trading privileges more valuable to them than religious solidarity. The event marks a symbolic end to the Middle Ages, though of course those living through it could not know they stood at history's threshold. For the Ottoman Empire, the conquest represents a transformation from frontier state to legitimate heir of Rome's imperial tradition. Mehmed styles himself Kaiser-i-Rum, Caesar of Rome, claiming continuity with the empire Constantine founded. He protects the Greek Orthodox Church, appointing a new patriarch and granting the office civil authority over Orthodox Christians throughout his domains. This millet system, organizing subjects by religious community rather than ethnicity, will become a defining feature of Ottoman governance. The Sultan sees himself as a universal sovereign, ruler of Muslims and Christians alike, and Istanbul as the natural capital of a multi-faith empire. It is a vision far grander than his great-grandfather could have imagined, made possible by the cannon smoke clearing over Hagia Sophia's dome. Yet Mehmed 21 is only beginning his reign, his ambitions extending far beyond a single city, however symbolic. He dreams of conquering Italy itself, of planting Ottoman banners in Rome and completing what he sees as the restoration of universal empire. His armies will campaign in the Balkans, Anatolia, and eventually across the Black Sea. He will patronize scholars and poets, collect manuscripts in Greek and Latin, and commission translations of ancient texts. The conqueror proves to be not merely a general but a Renaissance prince in his own right, fluent in multiple languages and deeply curious about philosophy and science. The empire he builds will endure for 4.5 centuries, outlasting the medieval kingdoms of Europe and surviving into the industrial age. The great bombards that shattered the Theodosian walls stand as emblems of a changing world, where gunpowder technology shifts the balance between offense and defense. Fortifications that had been impregnable for centuries crumble before artillery, forcing military engineers to develop new designs with lower, thicker walls and angular bastions. The age of the walled city as an impregnable refuge is ending, replaced by an era where firepower and resources determine outcomes. Mehmed understands this better than most of his contemporaries, investing heavily in cannon foundries and recruiting master gunners from across Europe. The Ottoman Artillery Corps will remain among the finest in the world for generations, its expertise purchased with the bronze that broke Constantinople. In the end, the fall of Constantinople represents one of history's rare clear inflection points, a moment when the world visibly changes. The Byzantine Empire that had preserved Roman law, Greek learning, and Christian orthodoxy for a millennium disappears from the map. In its place rises an Islamic empire that will become one of the early modern world's great powers, shaping European politics and culture through its very existence. The city at the junction of continents finds new life as Istanbul, a cosmopolitan metropolis that bridges civilizations. Mehmed II, barely out of his teens when he achieves what his ancestors could not, earns his place among history's great conquerors. And on the ramparts where Constantine XI made his final stand, the transformation of one world into another is complete, sealed by the thunder of guns and the fall of ancient stones. The year 1481 begins with uncertainty hanging over the Ottoman Empire like morning mist over the Bosphorus. Sultan Mehmed the Conqueror has died unexpectedly at the age of 49, leaving behind an empire that stretches from the Danube to Anatolia. His son Bayezid stands in Amasya as governor, 2 weeks' journey from the capital, while his younger brother Selim commands forces in Konya. The question of succession will not be resolved peacefully, despite the careful administrative machinery their father built over 3 decades of rule. Bayezid receives word of his father's death before his brother does, thanks to the Grand Vizier's careful management of court messengers. He immediately departs for Istanbul with his household and a modest military escort, riding hard through the Anatolian plateau. The journey takes 12 days of nearly constant movement, changing horses at post stations that dot the imperial road system. Behind him, governors and military commanders in the provinces wait to see which son will claim the throne before declaring their loyalty. The empire Mehmed built so carefully could fracture along these provincial lines if the succession becomes protracted or violent. Sem Sultan learns of both his father's death and his brother's head start within hours of each other in his palace at Konya. He is younger, more charismatic, and commands the loyalty of several important military factions who remember his successful campaigns in Karaman. His supporters argue that he represents the martial spirit of his father more faithfully than the contemplative Bayezid. But he is days behind in the race to the capital, and in Ottoman politics, possession of Istanbul and the treasury carries enormous weight. Sem gathers his forces and begins his own march toward the throne, knowing that civil war may be the only path to power. Bayezid enters Istanbul on the 22nd of May, moving swiftly to secure the palace, the treasury, and most importantly, the loyalty of the Janissaries. He distributes generous accession bonuses to the elite troops, a practice that will become increasingly burdensome for future sultans. The Grand Vizier and key members of the Imperial Council pledged their allegiance immediately, providing administrative continuity in the moment of transition. Within days, Bayezid is formally proclaimed sultan in a ceremony at Ayub Sultan Mosque, where the sword of Osman is girded upon him. The rapid consolidation leaves Sem facing a fait accompli, but the younger prince is not prepared to abandon his claim. The civil war that follows is brief but reveals the fragility of even the most centralized states when succession is contested. Sem marches toward Bursa with an army drawn from his supporters in southern Anatolia, declaring himself the rightful sultan. Bayezid dispatches forces under the experienced commander Ishak Pasha to intercept his brother before he can threaten the capital. The two armies meet near Yenishehir in June, in a battle that pits brother against brother and Ottoman against Ottoman. It is the nightmare scenario that Mehmed's strong hand had prevented during his lifetime, now realized within weeks of his death. The battle ends in defeat for Sem, though not a crushing one that would end his hopes entirely. His forces scatter, and he retreats southward with his closest supporters, moving first to Ankara and then to his base in Konya. Bayezid offers terms: generous provincial governorship, wealth, and security in exchange for recognition of his sultanate. But Sem has tasted the possibility of supreme power, and the voices of his supporters insist that one defeat does not determine destiny. He regroups through the summer, gathering new forces and making promises to those who fear Bayezid's more cautious, less militaristic approach. By autumn, he is ready to try again. The second confrontation occurs in the spring of 1482, again in the heartland of Anatolia where Sem's support runs strongest. This time Bayezid himself takes the field, understanding that his brother will not accept defeat from subordinates alone. The armies meet, and again Sem's forces prove insufficient against the full weight of the imperial military apparatus. The Janissaries fight for Bayezid with the discipline Mehmed instilled in them, and the provincial levies that support Sem begin to melt away. Faced with certain capture or death, Sem makes a fateful decision. He flees not deeper into Anatolia, but south to Mamluk territory, seeking refuge with Sultan Qaitbay in Cairo. The Mamluk Sultan receives Sem with the careful calculation of a ruler who sees opportunity in Ottoman discord. He provides sanctuary and honors, treating the exiled prince as a sultan in waiting rather than a defeated rebel. From Cairo, Sem sends letters to Anatolia, keeping alive the possibility of his return and preventing Bayezid from fully consolidating his authority. But Qaitbay also opens negotiations with Bayezid, using the presence of Sem as leverage to extract favorable border arrangements and commercial concessions. The failed rebel has become a diplomatic asset, more valuable alive and in exile than dead or returned to his brother. Bayezid's reign, freed temporarily from the immediate threat of his brother, begins to take its characteristic shape in these early years. Where Mehmed was expansionist and martial, Bayezid proves more contemplative, more interested in administrative refinement and cultural patronage than conquest. He increases funding for mosques, schools, and public works throughout the empire's major cities. The pace of military campaigning slows noticeably, though border defenses remain strong and capable. Critics, especially among the military elite, begin to whisper that the new sultan lacks his father's fire, but the empire's subjects enjoy a respite from constant warfare. The situation with Sem takes a dramatic turn in 1482 when the exiled prince moves from Mamluk territory to Rhodes, seeking support from the Knights Hospitaller. The Christian military order sees immediately what Qaitbay saw: Sem as leverage against the Ottoman Sultan. They receive him with honor, but he is effectively their prisoner, a valuable bargaining chip in negotiations with Istanbul. Bayezid begins paying the knights an annual stipend of 40,000 ducats to keep his brother comfortable and, more importantly, contained. It is cheaper than civil war, but the arrangement means that Bayezid's reign is shadowed by the constant threat of his brother's release. Sem's captivity becomes a strange odyssey through European courts as the knights transfer their valuable prisoner to papal custody. He is moved to France, then to Rome, treated always with the respect due a sultan but never given the freedom or support to actually challenge his brother. Pope Innocent VIII receives him in 1489 and immediately begins negotiations with Bayezid over the terms of Sem's continued detention. The annual payment increases, now flowing to the Vatican, and Bayezid gains assurances that his brother will not be released to stir rebellion. The Christian powers of Europe discuss using Sem to lead a new crusade, but none are willing to commit the resources such a venture would require. The Sem problem finally resolves itself in 1495 when the exiled prince dies in Naples, possibly of poison, possibly of natural causes. He is 40 years old and has spent 13 years as a pawn in the diplomatic games of powers greater than himself. His body is eventually returned to Ottoman territory for burial, and Bayezid can finally rule without the shadow of a rival claimant. The long succession crisis has cost the empire dearly in gold paid for Sem's detention, but it has also kept Bayezid from the aggressive expansion that might have united Christian Europe against him. In its strange way, Sem's exile has purchased a period of relative peace for the Ottoman state. With the succession finally secure, Bayezid turns his attention to the empire's southern frontier, where relations with the Mamluk Sultanate have grown increasingly tense. The border regions in southeastern Anatolia are poorly defined, and local Turkoman tribes play both empires against each other for their own advantage. Raids and counter-raids escalate through the middle 1480s, and in 1485, open war erupts between the two greatest Muslim powers of the age. It is not a conflict either sultan truly wants, but border dynamics and military pressure from subordinate commanders make it difficult to avoid. The Ottoman-Mamluk War unfolds across the difficult terrain of southern Anatolia and northern Syria, far from the centers of either empire's power. Neither side commits to total war. Both Bayezid and Bey understand that exhausting their treasuries in mutual destruction serves only Christian Europe's interests. The fighting is seasonal and constrained, with campaigns followed by truces, and truces broken by renewed skirmishing. Ottoman forces, better equipped with firearms and artillery, generally have the advantage in set-piece battles, but the Mamluks prove difficult to pin down in the mountainous borderlands. The war's most significant engagement occurs at Agakiri in 1488, where Ottoman forces under Hurskzade Ahmed Pasha meet a Mamluk army. The battle demonstrates the changing nature of warfare as Ottoman artillery and Janissary muskets break the Mamluk cavalry charges that had dominated Middle Eastern battlefields for centuries. The victory is not decisive enough to force Mamluk surrender, but it shifts the diplomatic momentum in Bayezid's favor. Both sides begin to explore terms for a lasting peace, recognizing that continued conflict benefits neither empire. The peace treaty signed in 1491 establishes a clear border between Ottoman and Mamluk territories, running through the Taurus Mountains. Several disputed fortresses change hands, generally in the Ottomans' favor, but Bayezid shows restraint in his demands. The Mamluks retain control of Syria and Egypt, and both empires agree to suppress Turkoman raiding across the border. It is not a glorious conquest in the style of Mehmed, but it secures the empire's southern frontier for 2 decades. Bayezid proves more interested in stable borders than expanding them, a policy that frustrates his more martial commanders but spares the treasury and the population. While wars ebb and flow on the eastern frontiers, a different kind of historical tide is building in the west. In 1492, Ferdinand and Isabella complete the Reconquista with the conquest of Granada, ending Muslim rule in Iberia. The same year, they issue the Alhambra Decree, expelling all Jews from Spanish territories unless they convert to Christianity. An estimated 200,000 people are given 4 months to liquidate their property, gather their portable wealth, and leave the land their families have inhabited for centuries. It is an economic catastrophe for Spain and a human tragedy of immense proportions for the exiled communities. News of the expulsion reaches Istanbul by summer, and Bayezid's response is immediate and unequivocal. He issues orders to provincial governors throughout the empire to welcome the Spanish Jews, provide them with land for settlement, and protect them from exploitation. Ottoman officials are instructed to facilitate their arrival in imperial ports and to punish any sea captain who mistreats Jewish refugees. Bayezid reportedly says of Ferdinand, "You call Ferdinand a wise ruler, he who impoverishes his own land and enriches ours." It is both humanitarian gesture and calculated policy, recognizing the economic and intellectual value of the Sephardic communities. The first ships carrying Jewish refugees begin arriving in Ottoman ports in late 1492 and continue through 1493. They land in Salonika, Edirne, Istanbul, Izmir, and dozens of smaller ports throughout the empire's Mediterranean coastline. The Ottoman authorities organize settlement programs, allocating neighborhoods in cities and granting permission to establish synagogues and religious courts. The Sephardic Jews bring with them skills in commerce, medicine, printing, and crafts that enrich the empire's urban economy. Their networks across the Mediterranean prove valuable for Ottoman trade and intelligence gathering. Salonika undergoes a particularly dramatic transformation as wave after wave of Jewish refugees make it their new home. The city's population becomes majority Jewish within a decade, and it develops into one of the empire's most vibrant commercial centers. New neighborhoods rise to accommodate the settlers, and the port expands to handle increased trade volume. Printing presses, a technology barely known in Ottoman lands, are established by Jewish printers who had learned the craft in Spain and Italy. The first Hebrew books printed in the Ottoman Empire come off these presses in the late 1490s, followed soon by works in Ladino, the Judeo-Spanish language the refugees carry from Iberia. The Portuguese expulsion of Jews in 1497 sends a second wave of refugees toward Ottoman territories, and again Bayezid's administration facilitates their absorption. The pattern repeats: official protection, allocation of settlement areas, permission to maintain religious and communal autonomy. The Ottoman system of millets, where religious communities govern their own internal affairs, proves remarkably flexible in accommodating new populations. The empire grows more diverse and cosmopolitan, its cities reflecting a mixture of Muslims, Christians, and Jews from across the Mediterranean world. This diversity becomes a source of strength, though it also creates administrative challenges as different communities negotiate their relationships. While Bayezid's land frontiers remain relatively stable through the 1490s, the Mediterranean becomes an increasingly important theater of Ottoman activity. The empire has been building its naval capabilities since Mehmed's time, but Bayezid significantly expands the fleet and the infrastructure supporting it. Shipyards in Istanbul, Gallipoli, and other ports work continuously to build galleys that can project Ottoman power across the eastern Mediterranean. The Admiral Kemal Reis emerges as the most capable naval commander of the era, raiding Venetian and Spanish shipping with devastating effectiveness. Conflict with Venice, that ancient maritime power, becomes almost inevitable as Ottoman naval strength grows. Venetian commercial interests throughout the eastern Mediterranean feel threatened by Ottoman expansion, and incidents accumulate through the 1480s and 90s. Open war erupts in 1499 when Venice forms an alliance with Hungary and attempts to challenge Ottoman control of the Morea. Kemal Reis and other Ottoman naval commanders sweep Venetian ships from the Aegean, while land forces secure coastal fortresses. The war demonstrates that the Mediterranean is no longer a Venetian lake. Ottoman naval power has become a force that European states must account for in their strategic calculations. The Ottoman victory over Venice in 1503 confirms the empire's status as a Mediterranean power. The peace treaty grants the Ottomans key fortresses in the Morea and establishes favorable commercial terms for Ottoman merchants in Venetian territories. More importantly, it forces Venice to recognize Ottoman maritime dominance in the eastern Mediterranean. The psychological impact is significant. Venice, which had fought the Ottomans to a standstill in earlier conflicts, now clearly occupies the weaker position. Other European powers observe this shift and adjust their diplomacy accordingly, seeking accommodation rather than confrontation with Istanbul. Bayezid's patronage of culture and learning gives his reign a distinctive character that separates it from his father's militarism and his son's coming aggression. He personally oversees the construction of numerous mosque complexes, each surrounded by schools, hospitals, and public kitchens. The Bayezid Mosque in Istanbul, completed in 1506, becomes one of the city's architectural landmarks, its design showing evolution from earlier Ottoman styles toward the classical synthesis that will flower under later sultans. Poets and scholars receive generous stipends from the imperial treasury, and the palace library expands significantly with manuscripts purchased from across the Islamic world. The cartographer Piri Reis enters Ottoman service during Bayezid's reign, beginning the work that will eventually produce his famous world map. He serves under Kemal Reis in the navy, combining practical seamanship with scholarly interest in geography and navigation. His charts of the Mediterranean, based on direct observation and incorporating knowledge from captured European maps, give Ottoman naval commanders a significant advantage. The intellectual atmosphere of Bayezid's court encourages such synthesis of practical and theoretical knowledge, creating an environment where specialists can develop their crafts with imperial support. Yet beneath the cultural flowering and administrative refinement, tensions are building that will eventually topple Bayezid from power. His sons, governing provinces in Anatolia and the Balkans, grow impatient with their father's restraint and long reign. Selim, the youngest, emerges as the most aggressive, openly criticizing his father's peaceful policies and gathering support among military commanders who hunger for conquest. Bayezid's preference for another son, Ahmed, to succeed him creates a succession crisis that mirrors, in some ways, the conflict with Sem that opened his reign. But Bayezid, now old and weary, lacks the energy to impose his will on the situation. The crisis comes to a head in 1512 when Selim, supported by the Janissaries, marches on Istanbul with armed force. Bayezid, now 65 and in failing health, recognizes that he cannot resist his son's coup without plunging the empire into civil war. He agrees to abdicate in Selim's favor, hoping to retire peacefully and perhaps prevent bloodshed between his sons. The Janissaries, who have become accustomed to succession bonuses and fear Ahmed's rumored intention to reduce their power, ensure the transition happens smoothly. On the 24th of April, Bayezid formally transfers power to Selim in a ceremony that papers over the military reality of the situation. The former sultan is permitted to retire to Dimatoka in Thrace, far from the capital but in relative comfort. He departs Istanbul with a small household, traveling slowly in his litter through the early spring countryside. But he never reaches his intended retirement. After just a few days of travel, Bayezid dies on the 26th of May, barely a month after his abdication. He is 65 years old and has reigned for 31 years. Suspicious circumstances surround his death, and many contemporary sources suggest poison, though definitive proof never emerges. Selim, now firmly in control, arranges for his father to be buried in the mosque complex that bears his name in Istanbul. Bayezid's reign occupies an unusual place in Ottoman history, sandwiched between the legendary conquests of Mehmed and the explosive expansion that Selim will bring. Modern historians have revised earlier dismissive assessments, recognizing that his consolidation and administrative refinement were necessary foundations for future success. The empire he passes to Selim is financially stable, administratively sophisticated, and remarkably diverse in population. The long peace has allowed economic recovery from Mehmed's constant campaigns, filling the treasury that Selim will soon empty in conquests. The naval power Bayezid built will carry Ottoman arms to Egypt and beyond. The Sephardic communities Bayezid welcomed continue to flourish for centuries, making profound contributions to Ottoman commercial, intellectual, and cultural life. The printing presses they establish eventually produce works in Turkish and Arabic as well as Hebrew, spreading knowledge and literacy. Their medical practitioners serve at the highest levels of Ottoman society, including the palace itself. Their commercial networks link Ottoman markets to communities throughout the Mediterranean and beyond. Bayezid's decision to welcome these refugees when other powers expelled them stands as one of his reign's most significant legacies. In the quiet hours of Istanbul's libraries and mosques, in the bustling commercial districts of Salonika where Ladino mingles with Turkish, in the naval bases where galleys carry the latest charts by Piri Reis, Bayezid's impact remains visible long after his death. He was not a conqueror like his father or his son, but his 31 years of rule gave the empire something equally valuable: stability, diversity, and institutional depth. The Ottoman state that emerges from his reign is more sophisticated and cosmopolitan than the one he inherited, better prepared for the challenges and opportunities that the 16th century will bring. The transition from Bayezid to Selim marks the end of an era of relative peace and the beginning of a period of explosive expansion that will redraw the map of the Middle East. But the foundation Bayezid built, administratively sound, economically diverse, culturally rich, will support the weight of that expansion. His mosque complex in Istanbul stands as physical reminder of his reign, its dome rising above the city he ruled for 3 decades. Inside, scholars still study texts collected during his patronage, and his tomb receives visitors who remember the sultan who welcomed refugees and chose consolidation over conquest. The night settles over the Bosphorus much as it did during Bayezid's reign, the same waters reflecting moonlight and lamplight from the shore. The empire sleeps, unaware that the morning will bring Selim's energies unleashed upon the world. But for now, in this moment between reigns, Bayezid's legacy of peace and cultural flourishing holds. The refugees he welcomed sleep secure in their new homes. The institutions he strengthened continue their work. The borders he stabilized remain quiet. It is the calm before the storm of conquest, but it is a productive calm, a consolidation that makes future achievements possible. This, perhaps, is the measure of Bayezid's success, not in territories conquered, but in foundations built and peoples protected. The spring of 1512 brought upheaval to the Ottoman throne as Selim, the youngest son of Bayezid II, forced his aging father into abdication. You might imagine the old sultan's resignation as he stepped down from power, yielding to a son whose ambition burned brighter than his brother's. Selim's path to the throne had been neither gentle nor forgiving, marked by the elimination of rivals and the swift consolidation of authority. Within weeks of seizing power, he had his brothers and their sons executed, ensuring no challengers remained to fracture the empire. The new sultan understood that the Ottoman state could tolerate no division, no weakness that might invite enemies from the east or west. Selim's contemporaries called him Yavuz, a word meaning stern or resolute, though later generations would translate it as the grim. The epithet captured something essential about his character, a fierce determination untempered by sentimentality or hesitation. He stood shorter than the ideal of Ottoman nobility, yet his presence dominated any chamber he entered, his sharp eyes missing nothing. Those who served in his court learned quickly that the new sultan valued competence above flattery and results above excuses. His reign would last only 8 years, yet in that brief span he would transform the Ottoman Empire more profoundly than rulers who sat the throne for decades. The eastern horizon troubled Selim from the moment he assumed power, for beyond the Anatolian plateau rose a new and dangerous threat. Shah Ismail of Persia had established the Safavid dynasty just a decade before, uniting Persian lands under a militant Shia Islam that challenged Ottoman religious authority. The young Shah commanded not merely soldiers but devotees, the Kizilbash warriors who wore distinctive red headgear and fought with religious fervor. These warriors believed their leader possessed divine qualities, a living saint whose cause sanctified their every action. Their raids into eastern Anatolia had already begun pulling Turkish tribes away from Ottoman allegiance, threatening the empire's very foundations. You can picture the strategic dilemma that confronted Selim as he studied maps in the Topkapi Palace's inner chambers. To the west, European powers remained fragmented, their attention divided between Italian wars and the growing challenge of Protestant Reformation. But to the east, Shah Ismail's growing power presented an immediate existential threat, one that could fracture the Ottoman domains along sectarian lines. The Safavid Shah's missionary activities among Anatolian tribes had already created a fifth column within Ottoman territory, populations whose loyalty had shifted eastward. Selim recognized that military action could not wait, that each passing season allowed Persian influence to spread deeper into lands his family had ruled for generations. The Sultan spent the year 1513 preparing for a campaign of unprecedented scale, marshalling resources and troops from across his domains. His Grand Vizier and other advisors urged caution, suggesting that war with Persia would drain the treasury and expose the empire to European opportunism. Selim dismissed these concerns with characteristic bluntness, reportedly threatening to execute any official who continued arguing against the Eastern campaign. He ordered a census of Shia sympathizers throughout Anatolia, and chronicles suggest that thousands were arrested or executed as potential traitors. The purge was brutal and thorough, eliminating internal threats before the army marched toward the frontier. By the summer of 1514, an Ottoman army numbering perhaps 60,000 men began its long march eastward across the Anatolian plateau. You might envision this vast column stretching for miles, infantry regiments marching alongside cavalry units, artillery pieces drawn by oxen over rough terrain. The Janissaries formed the core of the army, elite infantry equipped with firearms and bound by strict discipline and training. Supporting them came the Sipahi cavalry, provincial horsemen who held land grants in exchange for military service, their armor glinting in the summer sun. Supply wagons carried food, ammunition, and equipment for the campaign, though Selim knew his army would need to forage extensively in the harsh eastern lands. The march itself tested the army's endurance as severely as any battle would, for the route led through increasingly barren country. Water sources grew scarce, and the summer heat beat down mercilessly on men and animals struggling across endless plains. Shah Ismail employed a scorched earth strategy, ordering his people to burn crops and poison wells before the Ottoman advance, denying the invaders any sustenance. Selim's soldiers grumbled and suffered, some deserting despite the harsh penalties that awaited captured deserters. Yet the Sultan drove his army forward relentlessly, his determination overriding all obstacles and complaints, his eyes fixed on the confrontation he knew must come. The two armies finally met on August 23, 1514, on a plain called Calderon, located in what is now northwestern Iran. The Safavid forces numbered perhaps 40,000 warriors, the Kizilbash cavalry forming colorful masses of horsemen armed with bows, lances, and swords. Shah Ismail himself rode at their head, young and confident, his red turban marking him as the spiritual and temporal leader his followers revered. He had never known defeat in battle, and his warriors believed their divine cause guaranteed victory over the Ottomans they considered heretics. The morning light revealed the two armies arraying themselves across the plain, each side preparing for a battle that would determine supremacy over the entire Eastern Islamic world. Selim had positioned his forces with careful attention to his greatest advantage, firepower that the Persians could not match. His Janissaries stood in the center, their muskets and arquebuses ready, while artillery pieces anchored key positions along the Ottoman line. The Sipahi cavalry protected the flanks, ready to exploit any opening the guns might create. This combination of gunpowder weapons and traditional cavalry represented a modern military system, one that European and Asian powers were only beginning to develop. The Safavids, by contrast, relied primarily on the shock charge of massed cavalry, tactics that had served steppe warriors for centuries but were increasingly vulnerable to disciplined firepower. The battle began with a thunderous Kizilbash charge, thousands of horsemen surging forward with terrifying speed and conviction. You might imagine the ground shaking under their horses' hooves, the air filling with their battle cries and prayers as they raced toward the Ottoman lines. For a moment it seemed their momentum might break through sheer force and faith, overwhelming the waiting enemy through courage alone. But then the Ottoman guns spoke, artillery and musket fire tearing into the charging cavalry with devastating effect. Horses and riders fell in heaps, the disciplined volleys creating lanes of death through which no amount of bravery could pass. Wave after wave of Kizilbash warriors threw themselves at the Ottoman positions, their devotion to Shah Ismail overcoming any rational assessment of the slaughter. The Janissaries maintained their formations, reloading and firing with practiced efficiency, their training holding firm against the chaos of cavalry charges. Ottoman artillery crews worked their guns steadily, adjusting aim to concentrate fire on the densest enemy formations. By afternoon, the plain was littered with fallen Safavid warriors, and the survivors began to falter, their attacks losing coherence as casualties mounted. Shah Ismail himself had been wounded in the fighting, struck by an arrow or projectile that forced him to withdraw from the front lines. As the Safavid center collapsed, Selim ordered his Sipahi cavalry to pursue the fleeing enemy, turning defeat into rout. The Kizilbash survivors scattered eastward, abandoning their camp and baggage train to the victorious Ottomans. Among the prizes captured was Shah Ismail's treasury, his royal regalia, and even members of his harem, a humiliation that shattered the Persian ruler's aura of invincibility. Selim's soldiers celebrated their victory with plunder and thanksgiving, while the Sultan himself reportedly remained somber, understanding that while he had won a great battle, the war for the East was not yet concluded. The immediate aftermath of Calderon saw Ottoman armies occupy Tabriz, the Safavid capital, though Selim chose not to maintain permanent control over Persian heartlands. The logistics of holding territory so far from Constantinople proved too challenging, the supply lines too extended to maintain indefinitely. Instead, the Sultan focused on securing eastern Anatolia, incorporating regions that had wavered in their loyalty back firmly into Ottoman control. He installed governors loyal to his dynasty, built fortresses at strategic points, and ensured that Safavid influence was purged from these borderlands. The battle had achieved its primary objective, neutralizing the Persian threat and securing the empire's eastern frontier for the foreseeable future. Yet even as his armies returned westward from Persia, Selim's strategic vision was already turning southward toward a different prize. The Mamluk Sultanate controlled Syria, Egypt, and the Hejaz, ruling from Cairo over territories that included Islam's holiest cities. These Mamluks were a military caste originally formed from slave soldiers, men who had risen to power through martial skill and political cunning. Their sultanate had endured for centuries, controlling the lucrative trade routes between Asia and Europe, but by 1516 their power had begun to decay. Internal disputes weakened their unity, and their military technology lagged behind the gunpowder innovations that were transforming warfare across the Mediterranean world. The aging Mamluk Sultan Al-Ghori watched Ottoman expansion with growing alarm, recognizing that Selim's ambitions might not stop at the Persian frontier. Diplomatic relations between Constantinople and Cairo had grown tense, each side viewing the other with suspicion and barely concealed hostility. When Selim began moving troops southward into Anatolia in 1516, Al-Ghori understood that war was inevitable. He gathered his own forces and marched north into Syria, determined to meet the Ottoman threat before it could reach Egyptian soil. The 70-year-old Sultan may have hoped that one decisive battle would halt Selim's expansion, preserving Mamluk independence and prestige. The two armies met on August 24, 1516, at Marj Dabak, a plain north of Aleppo in what is now northern Syria. You might picture the scene as the forces deployed in the late summer heat, the Mamluk cavalry in their colorful tunics facing Ottoman regiments arrayed in more standardized formations. Al-Ghori commanded perhaps 20,000 soldiers, many of them skilled horsemen who had trained in the demanding Mamluk martial traditions. But like the Safavids before them, the Mamluks had not fully embraced gunpowder weapons, viewing firearms as beneath the dignity of true warriors. Their artillery was limited, their infantry weak compared to the Janissary corps that formed the spine of Selim's army. The Battle of Marj Dabak unfolded with grim predictability, Ottoman firepower once again proving decisive against cavalry-focused tactics. Janissary muskets and Ottoman cannons tore into Mamluk charges, disrupting their formations before they could close with the enemy. Some Mamluk contingents, recognizing the hopelessness of their situation, defected to the Ottoman side during the battle itself, further weakening Algory's position. The elderly sultan, watching his army disintegrate around him, reportedly suffered a fatal stroke or heart attack amid the chaos. His death on the battlefield ended not just the battle but Mamluk hopes of halting the Ottoman advance southward. With Mamluk resistance shattered at Marj Dabak, Syrian cities opened their gates to Selim's advancing armies. Aleppo, Hama, and Damascus each submitted without significant resistance, their governors choosing accommodation over feudal defiance. You can imagine the Sultan's triumphant entry into these ancient cities, his janissaries marching through streets that had known Umayyad caliphs and crusader kings. The population greeted their new overlord with cautious curiosity, uncertain what Ottoman rule would mean for their daily lives. Selim appointed governors and administrators, establishing the framework of imperial control while reassuring local elites that their privileges would be respected under the new order. In October 1516, Selim entered Jerusalem, a moment heavy with symbolic and religious significance for the Muslim world. The city of prophets and sacred sites now belonged to the Ottoman dynasty, adding to the Sultan's prestige and religious authority. He visited the dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa Mosque, performing prayers and making offerings befitting a ruler who saw himself as Islam's defender. Ottoman chronicles described his visit in reverent terms, emphasizing the Sultan's piety and his commitment to protecting the holy places under his control. For the inhabitants of Jerusalem, the transition from Mamluk to Ottoman rule proceeded peacefully, the city's sacred character ensuring respectful treatment from the conquerors. Yet Egypt itself remained unconquered, and a new Mamluk Sultan, Tuman Bey, had assumed power in Cairo, determined to resist the Ottoman invasion. The young Sultan worked frantically to prepare Egypt's defenses, gathering what remained of Mamluk military strength and attempting to fortify positions against the coming assault. He knew the odds favored Selim, but Egyptian pride and the wealth of the Nile Valley were prizes worth defending. Through the winter of 1516 and into early 1517, both sides prepared for the final confrontation that would determine control of the richest province in the eastern Mediterranean. Selim's army marched into Egypt in January 1517, moving through the Sinai Desert toward the Nile Delta. The logistics of this campaign required careful planning, for the army needed to cross harsh desert terrain before reaching the fertile lands beyond. Ottoman engineers and supply officers demonstrated their competence, maintaining the army's cohesion and readiness despite the challenging march. By late January, Selim's forces approached Cairo, where Tuman Bey had positioned his troops at Ridania, a suburb north of the Egyptian capital. The Mamluk Sultan had prepared defensive positions with whatever artillery he could muster, determined to make the Ottomans pay dearly for their conquest. The Battle of Ridania, fought on January 22, 1517, represented the Mamluks' last stand against Ottoman expansion. Tuman Bey's forces fought with desperate courage, knowing that defeat would mean the end of their sultanate and their power. You might envision the Mamluk cavalry making repeated charges against Ottoman positions, their riders displaying the martial skills that had made them famous throughout the medieval world. But once again, Ottoman firepower proved overwhelming, janissary discipline and artillery bombardment breaking Mamluk attacks before they could achieve decisive impact. The battle raged for hours, filling the air with smoke and the thunder of guns, but the outcome was never truly in doubt. By evening, Tuman Bey's army had been routed, the survivors fleeing into Cairo or disappearing into the Egyptian countryside. The young sultan himself escaped the battlefield, hoping to organize continued resistance from Upper Egypt. But Selim's victory at Ridania had effectively ended Mamluk power, and Cairo lay open to Ottoman occupation. On January 23, Selim's forces entered the great city, the janissaries marching through streets that had been centers of Islamic learning and culture for centuries. The population witnessed the transition with mixed emotions, some welcoming the powerful new sultan while others mourned the loss of Mamluk independence. The Ottomans worked to restore order to Cairo, suppressing looting and establishing administrative control over the vast metropolis. Selim appointed Hayr Bey, a former Mamluk official who had defected to the Ottoman cause, as the first Ottoman governor of Egypt. This choice demonstrated the Sultan's pragmatic approach to governance, utilizing experienced local administrators rather than imposing unfamiliar outsiders on the conquered population. Hayr Bey would serve as Beylerbey of Egypt, ruling the province with considerable autonomy while ensuring that tax revenues flowed northward to Constantinople. The Egyptian province would become one of the empire's wealthiest possessions, its agricultural surplus funding Ottoman ambitions for generations to come. Tuman Bey continued his resistance for several months, conducting a guerrilla campaign from the countryside that harassed Ottoman forces but could not reverse the conquest. Eventually, in April 1517, he was betrayed and captured by Bedouin tribesmen who delivered him to Selim's officials. The last Mamluk Sultan was brought to Cairo and executed by hanging at the Bab Zuwayla, one of the city's ancient gates. His death marked the formal end of the Mamluk Sultanate, closing a chapter of Egyptian history that had endured since the 13th century. Ottoman authorities displayed his body publicly as a warning against further resistance, ensuring that all Egypt understood the permanence of the new order. With Egypt secured, Selim turned his attention to the Hijaz, the western Arabian region containing Mecca and Medina, Islam's holiest cities. The Sharif of Mecca, who held hereditary guardianship over the holy sites, recognized the new balance of power and submitted to Ottoman authority. In a ceremony heavy with symbolism, the Sharif sent the keys to the Kaaba to Selim, acknowledging the Sultan as the protector of the holy cities. This submission brought immense prestige to the Ottoman dynasty, positioning Selim as the foremost Muslim ruler of his age. Pilgrims traveling to Mecca would now pass through Ottoman territories, and the annual Hajj would fall under Ottoman protection and organization. The conquest of the Mamluk lands also brought Selim a prize of enormous symbolic and political significance, the claim to the caliphate itself. The Abbasid caliphs had maintained a symbolic presence in Cairo after the Mongol destruction of Baghdad, serving as religious figureheads under Mamluk protection. According to later Ottoman chronicles, the last Abbasid caliph, Al-Mutawakkil III, formally transferred the title to Selim during ceremonies in Cairo. Modern historians debate whether this transfer actually occurred as described or was a later invention to legitimize Ottoman claims. What matters is that Ottoman sultans from Selim onward claimed the title of caliph, positioning themselves as successors to the Prophet Muhammad's political and religious authority. This assumption of the caliphate transformed the Ottoman Empire's character and self-conception in fundamental ways. No longer merely a powerful Turkish dynasty, the Ottomans now claimed leadership over the entire Islamic world, a responsibility that carried both prestige and obligations. Selim and his successors would emphasize their role as defenders of Sunni Islam, protectors of pilgrimage routes, and maintainers of holy sites. This religious authority complemented their military and political power, creating an ideology of Ottoman sovereignty that would endure for 4 centuries. You might think of it as the moment when the Ottoman project reached its fullest expression, combining temporal power with spiritual leadership. The wealth that flowed from the conquered territories exceeded even optimistic Ottoman projections, for Egypt's agricultural productivity was legendary throughout the Mediterranean world. The Nile's annual floods ensured bountiful harvests of grain that could feed Constantinople and supply Ottoman armies campaigning in distant lands. Control of Red Sea trade routes brought customs revenues from spices, coffee, and luxury goods moving between Asia and Europe. Syrian cities contributed their own commercial wealth, their markets linking Mediterranean trade with caravan routes reaching into Persia and beyond. This economic windfall would fund the architectural and cultural achievements of Selim's successor, enabling a golden age of Ottoman civilization. Selim himself would not live to enjoy the full fruits of his conquests, for his health began failing shortly after his return from Egypt. The years of campaigning, the stress of constant warfare, and perhaps illness contracted during his travels had taken their toll on his constitution. By 1520, it was clear the Sultan was dying, his once fierce energy depleted by the demands he had placed upon himself. He spent his final months in Adrianople, the old Ottoman capital, attended by physicians who could do little to halt his decline. On September 22, 1520, Selim died at the age of 49, having reigned for just 8 years. You might reflect on the extraordinary transformation those 8 years had wrought upon the Ottoman Empire and the wider Islamic world. When Selim seized the throne in 1512, the empire faced existential threats from Safavid Persia and uncertain prospects for expansion. By his death in 1520, he had defeated Persia decisively, conquered the Mamluk Sultanate entirely, and claimed the caliphate for his dynasty. The empire's territory had increased by perhaps 70%, its revenues had multiplied enormously, and its prestige stood unmatched in the Muslim world. No other Ottoman sultan would achieve such dramatic expansion in so brief a reign, earning Selim a unique place in the dynasty's history. The nickname the Grim captured something essential about Selim's methods: his willingness to employ ruthless violence in pursuit of strategic objectives. He had executed brothers and nephews, purged thousands of suspected Shia sympathizers, and shown no mercy to defeated enemies who resisted his authority. His court lived in fear of his anger, and chronicles record numerous instances of officials executed for failures real or imagined. Yet this same ruthlessness had enabled achievements that a more temperate ruler might never have attempted: the single-minded focus that conquered empires and reshaped the Islamic world's political geography. As Selim's body was interred in Istanbul, his subjects could not yet know how profoundly his conquests would shape their future. The wealth of Egypt would fund Suleiman the Magnificent's long reign and his architectural patronage that beautified Ottoman cities. The caliphate would provide religious legitimacy for Ottoman rule over diverse populations, from the Balkans to the Arabian Peninsula. Control of the holy cities would make Istanbul a destination for Muslim scholars and pilgrims, enriching the capital's intellectual and cultural life. These legacies would unfold gradually over the coming decades, but their foundation had been laid by Selim's 8 years of relentless conquest. The empire that Selim bequeathed to his son Suleiman stood at the height of its power, controlling vast territories and commanding resources that few states could match. From the borders of Persia to the Mediterranean coast, from the Danube Valley to the cataracts of the Nile, Ottoman authority now stretched across 3 continents. The administrative systems, the military organization, and the ideological framework were all in place for a golden age of imperial achievement. You might imagine the possibilities that seemed to open before the empire in 1520, the sense that Ottoman power could continue expanding indefinitely. Yet Selim's conquests had also created new challenges that his successors would need to address in the coming years. The empire's vastly expanded borders required more troops to defend, more administrators to govern, and more resources to maintain. The incorporation of Arab populations changed the empire's demographic balance, creating new complexities in managing diverse religious and ethnic communities. The rivalry with Safavid Persia remained unresolved despite Calderon, a source of recurring conflict that would drain Ottoman resources throughout the 16th century. These challenges would test Suleiman's abilities as Selim's brutally effective methods had tested his generation's warriors. In the broader sweep of Ottoman history, Selim the Grim's reign marked a pivot point, the moment when the empire's center of gravity shifted decisively eastward and southward. Earlier sultans had focused primarily on European expansion, conquering Byzantine territories and pushing into the Balkans. Selim had redirected this energy toward the Islamic heartlands, making the Ottoman dynasty the dominant power in the Muslim world. This reorientation would influence Ottoman foreign policy and self-conception for centuries, creating an empire that faced both eastward and westward, both Islamic and European. The night settles over the story of Selim's conquests, over the battlefields of Calderon and Marj Dabak in Redania. You can almost hear the silence that follows great transformations, the moment when contemporaries pause to comprehend how thoroughly their world has changed. In Cairo and Damascus, in Jerusalem and Mecca, populations adjusted to new rulers and new realities, their lives continuing under the green banners of the Ottoman dynasty. In Constantinople, Suleiman prepared to assume the throne his father had made the most powerful in the Islamic world, inheriting possibilities and challenges in equal measure. In the autumn of 1520, a young prince ascends to the Ottoman throne amid expectations both soaring and uncertain. Suleiman is 26 years old, trained in administration and warfare, shaped by years governing provincial cities. The empire he inherits stretches from the Danube to the Euphrates, from the Crimea to the edges of North Africa. His father Selim has left him a treasury filled with Egyptian gold and an army hardened by conquest. Yet the courts of Europe watch carefully, wondering if this untested sultan can maintain what his ancestors built. The answer arrives swiftly, carried on horseback and galley across 2 continents. Suleiman's first campaigns target the frontiers that have troubled Ottoman expansion for generations. Belgrade sits at the confluence of the Danube and Sava rivers, a fortress city controlling access to Central Europe. Hungarian forces have held it through repeated sieges, its walls rising thick above the water, its garrison rotating fresh troops each season. In the summer of 1521, Suleiman assembles an army of perhaps 70,000 soldiers and marches north through the Balkans. The siege guns are hauled by oxen teams, bronze barrels casting long shadows across the dust of the military road. Engineers study the angles of the walls while sappers begin their patient undermining work beneath the ramparts. The siege unfolds with methodical precision through the hot months of July and August. Ottoman artillery pounds the fortifications day after day, the rhythm of bombardment becoming almost routine for those within earshot. Defenders repair breaches at night only to see them reopened when dawn brings renewed cannon fire. Supply lines from Hungary grow tenuous as Ottoman cavalry patrol the surrounding countryside, intercepting relief columns before they can approach the walls. By late August, with provisions exhausted and parts of the wall collapsed into rubble, the garrison negotiates surrender terms. Suleiman grants the defenders safe passage, and Belgrade becomes Ottoman, the northern anchor of an expanding frontier. The following summer brings an even more ambitious undertaking across the eastern Mediterranean. The island of Rhodes has belonged to the Knights Hospitaller for 2 centuries, a crusading order that operates a fleet harassing Ottoman shipping. The Knights maintain formidable defenses, stone bastions layered around the harbor, a garrison trained for exactly this confrontation. Suleiman's fleet appears off the coast in late June 1522, hundreds of vessels carrying perhaps 100,000 soldiers and siege specialists. The knights and townspeople number perhaps 7,000 defenders, but their fortifications have withstood assaults before, and they prepare for a long resistance. What follows becomes one of the epic sieges of the age. The Ottoman assault continues through summer into autumn and then winter, a grinding campaign of trenches and mining. Engineers dig approach tunnels toward the walls while defenders countermine, both sides working in the darkness beneath the island's rocky soil. Artillery duels echo across the harbor as Ottoman guns on the heights exchange fire with the fortress batteries below. The knights resist with desperate skill, launching sorties to burn siege equipment, repairing damage faster than expected, rationing supplies with careful discipline. But Suleiman commits to the siege completely, willing to endure winter weather and mounting casualties. By December, after 6 months of fighting, parts of the wall lie in ruins and the defenders face starvation. On New Year's Day 1523, the Grand Master of the Knights negotiates an honorable surrender. Suleiman allows the defenders to depart with their weapons and personal belongings, a gesture that earns him respect even among European chroniclers. The knights sail away to eventually settle in Malta, while Rhodes becomes an Ottoman naval base commanding the sea lanes. These 2 victories, Belgrade and Rhodes, secure Suleiman's reputation as both conqueror and magnanimous victor. The empire now controls key strategic points on its western and southern flanks, positions from which further expansion becomes almost inevitable. The Hungarian frontier beckons next, a kingdom weakened by internal disputes and uncertain leadership. In 1526, King Louis II gathers an army to confront the Ottoman advance, perhaps 25,000 troops assembled on the plain of Mohacs. Suleiman leads a force more than twice that size, with superior artillery and cavalry that have campaigned continuously for years. The battle unfolds on August 29 in a matter of hours, a decisive encounter that reshapes Central European politics. Ottoman artillery breaks the Hungarian formations while Sipahi cavalry exploit every gap and hesitation. King Louis dies in the rout, drowning in a stream while fleeing the field, and the Hungarian army effectively ceases to exist. The road to Buda lies open, and Suleiman enters the Hungarian capital in early September without resistance. He does not immediately annex the kingdom but installs a client ruler, recognizing that Hungary's complex politics require more than simple conquest. The victory at Mohacs nevertheless sends tremors through Europe, demonstrating Ottoman military superiority and opening the way to further advances. For a time, Suleiman withdraws to Constantinople, but the Hungarian question remains unresolved, a theater of rivalry between Ottoman and Habsburg interests. Within 3 years, events draw him back northward toward an even more audacious objective. Vienna in 1529 represents the ultimate test of Ottoman expansion into Europe. The Habsburg capital sits on the Danube, a wealthy city of perhaps 30,000 inhabitants protected by medieval walls. Suleiman assembles another massive army in the spring, intending to add Vienna to his list of conquered cities. The march north proceeds through the summer, but heavy rains turn roads to mud and slow the baggage trains carrying the heavy siege artillery. By the time Ottoman forces surround Vienna in late September, the campaigning season grows short and the defenders have strengthened their positions. The walls may be older than those of Constantinople, but the garrison includes experienced troops and determined commanders. The siege lasts through October as autumn cold sets in and supplies begin to run low. Ottoman miners dig tunnels toward the walls while artillery pounds the fortifications, but the defenders resist every assault with arquebus fire and counterattacks. Rain continues intermittently, hampering siege operations and making camp life miserable for tens of thousands of soldiers. Suleiman faces a decision that will haunt future Ottoman campaigns: push forward into winter with uncertain prospects, or withdraw and preserve the army. In mid-October, he orders the retreat, lifting the siege after barely 2 weeks of serious fighting. The return march through the Balkans in late autumn becomes an ordeal of cold and hunger. Vienna remains unconquered, a limit to Ottoman expansion that historians will debate for centuries afterward. Some see it as overreach, a logistical bridge too far from the empire's Anatolian heartland. Others note the weather, the timing, the particular circumstances of that campaign season. For Suleiman, it represents a rare setback but not a decisive defeat. The Ottoman frontier in Hungary becomes a contested zone where Habsburg and Ottoman forces skirmish for generations. Yet the siege establishes a psychological boundary, the high-water mark of Ottoman power in Central Europe. The empire's energies turn elsewhere, toward the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean, where naval power promises new frontiers. The sea becomes the stage for some of the empire's most dramatic expansions during these decades. A Greek corsair named Heredon, known to Europeans as Barbarossa for his red beard, commands Ottoman naval forces with brilliant aggression. He has spent years raiding Christian shipping from bases in North Africa, building a reputation and a fleet. Suleiman recognizes his talents and appoints him Capodan Pasha, admiral of the Ottoman Navy, in 1533. Together they envision an empire dominating the entire Mediterranean basin, challenging Spanish and Venetian power from the Atlantic approaches to the Levantine coast. Barbarossa transforms the Ottoman fleet from a collection of galleys into a coordinated naval force. The North African campaigns under Barbarossa extend Ottoman sovereignty across territories that had been loosely affiliated or independent. Algiers becomes a major Ottoman base, its harbor sheltering galleys that raid as far as the coasts of Spain and Italy. Tunis falls under Ottoman control, linking the central Mediterranean to the empire's network of ports and fortresses. These North African provinces operate with considerable autonomy, but they acknowledge Ottoman suzerainty and provide naval support for larger campaigns. The western Mediterranean becomes a contested sea where Ottoman and Spanish fleets maneuver for advantage, neither side achieving complete dominance. Coastal populations on all shores live with the reality of naval raids and sudden descents by enemy forces. In 1538, the naval confrontation reaches a climax at the Battle of Preveza off the Greek coast. A combined Christian fleet of perhaps 300 vessels, assembled by the Pope and including Spanish, Venetian, and Papal galleys, confronts Barbarossa's Ottoman fleet. The battle unfolds over several days of maneuvering and inconclusive engagements, but ultimately the Christian fleet withdraws without achieving its objective of destroying Ottoman naval power. Barbarossa's reputation grows even larger, and Ottoman control of the eastern Mediterranean becomes effectively unchallengeable. For the next 30 years, Ottoman fleets operate with confidence across these waters, transporting armies, securing trade routes, and projecting imperial power. Even the Indian Ocean feels the reach of Ottoman naval ambition during Suleiman's reign. Ottoman support for Muslim rulers fighting Portuguese expansion in the Red Sea and the Arabian Sea reflects a global vision. Fleets are assembled in Suez, galleys built specifically for operations in distant waters under different sailing conditions. These campaigns achieve mixed results, the logistics proving extraordinarily difficult and Portuguese naval technology offering certain advantages. Yet the very attempt demonstrates the scope of Suleiman's ambitions, an empire thinking in terms of 3 continents and multiple maritime theaters. The Indian Ocean campaigns eventually fade as priorities shift, but they mark a moment of unprecedented Ottoman reach. Back in Constantinople, Suleiman pursues a different kind of legacy through legal reform and administrative reorganization. He convenes councils of legal scholars to codify and harmonize the empire's complex system of sultanic law and religious jurisprudence. The resulting legal codes, known collectively as the Canoname, systematize everything from land tenure to taxation, from criminal penalties to the organization of military fiefs. These reforms earned Suleiman the title Kanuni, the lawgiver, by which he is primarily remembered in Ottoman tradition. Europeans call him the Magnificent for his military achievements, but within the empire his legal legacy proves equally important. The Canoname addresses practical problems that have accumulated across decades of rapid expansion. Different provinces operate under different customary laws, taxation varies wildly between regions, and the relationship between religious and sultanic authority requires clarification. Suleiman's codifications do not resolve all these tensions, but they establish frameworks that will govern Ottoman administration for generations. The laws regulate the Timur system of military land grants, ensuring that cavalry forces receive adequate support while preventing the emergence of an independent landed aristocracy. Tax rates become more standardized, reducing arbitrary exactions that had plagued provincial populations. The legal reforms reflect Suleiman's vision of an orderly, just empire governed by clear principles. The Sultan also emerges as a major patron of architecture and urban development. In this he works closely with Mimar Sinan, who begins his career as a military engineer and becomes the empire's chief architect. Sinan's buildings transform Constantinople and other Ottoman cities, mosques and bridges and public works that express imperial grandeur through stone and mathematics. The Suleimani Mosque, begun in 1550, rises above the Golden Horn as Suleiman's architectural testament, a complex of prayer halls, schools, hospitals, and public kitchens. Sinan designs it to rival Hagia Sophia, the great Byzantine church visible across the Old City, and succeeds in creating a space of austere magnificence. The construction of the Suleimani takes 7 years and employs thousands of workers and craftsmen. Stone comes from quarries across Anatolia, columns are salvaged from ancient ruins, marble arrives by ship from distant islands. Sinan orchestrates the logistics while refining his architectural vision, a synthesis of the Doman arch tradition with Ottoman aesthetics. The mosque's interior achieves a sense of spaciousness and light that seems to defy the weight of the stone overhead. For minarets mark the corners, their heights calibrated to specific symbolic meanings. When completed in 1557, the complex serves as both religious center and social institution, providing services to the neighborhood and proclaiming the Sultan's piety. Sinan continues building for decades, his career spanning the reigns of 3 sultans. He constructs bridges across rivers, aqueducts bringing water to growing cities, provincial mosques that adapt his designs to local conditions. His masterpiece, many believe, comes late in life with the Selim Mosque in Edirne, completed in 1575 when he is past 80. That building pushes the dome even larger, a technical achievement that demonstrates accumulated mastery. But during Suleiman's reign, the Suleimani stands as the defining monument, anchoring the skyline and representing the empire at its zenith. The buildings become part of the landscape, shaping how people experience urban space and understand imperial power. Within the palace walls, a different kind of power takes shape through the influence of a woman known as Hurrem Sultan. She enters the imperial harem as a slave, possibly from Ruthenian lands in what is now Ukraine. Her intelligence and personality capture Suleiman's attention in a way that transcends the usual concubine relationships. He breaks with Ottoman tradition by legally marrying her, an almost unprecedented step that signals her unique position. Hurrem becomes his closest advisor, reading correspondence, offering political counsel, shaping appointments. Her letters to Suleiman when he is on campaign reveal a relationship of genuine intimacy and partnership. Hurrem's influence extends to the succession question, the most sensitive issue in any monarchy. She bears Suleiman several sons, and she works tirelessly to ensure that one of them will inherit the throne. This brings her into conflict with other power centers in the palace, particularly those supporting Prince Mustafa, Suleiman's eldest son by another consort. Mustafa is widely admired, a capable administrator and military commander who seems the natural heir. But he is not Hurrem's son, and the complex dynamics of palace politics turn succession into a prolonged intrigue. Letters are intercepted, rumors circulate, factions form and reform around different candidates. The first casualty of these intrigues is Ibrahim Pasha, Suleiman's longtime Grand Vizier and closest friend. Ibrahim has risen from slave origins to become the most powerful official in the empire, wielding authority that sometimes seems to rival the Sultan's own. He accompanies Suleiman on campaigns, conducts diplomatic negotiations, and amasses enormous wealth. But his prominence breeds resentment, and Hurrem reportedly views him as an obstacle to her son's prospects. In March 1536, Ibrahim is executed on Suleiman's orders, strangled in his sleep after dining with the Sultan. The exact reasons remain debated, but the execution removes a figure who had become too powerful, too independent. Prince Mustafa's fate takes longer to unfold but proves even more consequential. Through the 1540s and early 1550s, he governs provinces and leads military forces with distinction. His popularity among the janissaries and provincial troops grows, which makes him both an asset and a potential threat. Hurrem and her allies whisper that Mustafa plots rebellion, that his loyalty cannot be trusted, that he endangers the empire's stability. Whether these accusations have any basis or are manufactured remains unclear, lost in the thicket of palace intrigue. Suleiman faces the terrible choice that haunts dynastic rulers: trust his son or eliminate a potential rival. In 1553, during a campaign in Persia, Suleiman summons Mustafa to his tent. The prince arrives expecting consultation, perhaps a military assignment. Instead, mute executioners strangle him in his father's presence, acting on the Sultan's orders. The execution shocks the army, nearly triggering a mutiny among troops loyal to Mustafa. Janissaries mourn openly, officers question the Sultan's judgment, provincial populations grieve for a prince they considered just and capable. Suleiman maintains that he acted to preserve the empire from civil war, that signs of disloyalty left him no choice. But the decision haunts his final years and complicates his legacy. With Mustafa dead, the succession passes to Hurrem's sons, though she herself dies in 1558 before seeing the outcome. Selim, the surviving son after his brother's death, becomes heir despite his evident shortcomings in administration and military command. The execution of Mustafa represents a turning point, a moment when dynastic security overrides merit and capability in succession planning. Future sultans will increasingly face the same dilemma, and the practice of fratricide becomes almost institutionalized as a way to prevent civil war. The human cost of these policies accumulates across generations, draining the dynasty of talent and creating cultures of fear within palace walls. Suleiman's later campaigns achieve mixed results as age and the burdens of rule begin to weigh on him. He leads armies against the Safavid Persians in the east, securing temporary territorial gains but never achieving decisive victory. The eastern frontier remains contested, a drain on resources that diverts attention from other theaters. In Hungary, the borders shift incrementally through decades of low-intensity warfare, fortresses changing hands and being recaptured. The empire reaches what might be considered its maximum sustainable extent, holding territories from Algeria to the Persian Gulf, from the Danube to the Indian Ocean. The administration of this vast empire requires increasingly sophisticated bureaucracy. Registers record landholdings and tax obligations across dozens of provinces in multiple languages. Officials rotate through positions to prevent them from establishing independent power bases, while the Devshirme system continues to recruit talented boys from Christian populations for government service. The system works because it balances centralization with local autonomy, allowing provincial variation while maintaining overall imperial control. But it depends on continuous growth and successful military campaigns to fund operations and provide opportunities for ambitious officials. When expansion slows, internal stresses begin to appear. The cultural achievements of Suleiman's reign extend beyond architecture to poetry, miniature painting, and ceremonial arts. The Sultan himself writes poetry under the pen name Muhibi, verses in Persian and Turkish that explore themes of love, power, and mortality. Court workshops produce illuminated manuscripts combining text and image with extraordinary refinement, each page a meditation on aesthetic possibility. Calligraphers perfect scripts that transform written language into visual art, while ceramic artists in Iznik develop techniques producing tiles and vessels in brilliant blues and reds. The court becomes a center of patronage where artists from across the empire and beyond seek commissions. This cultural flowering reflects economic prosperity and the security that allows arts to flourish. Trade routes crossing Ottoman territory carry goods and ideas from Venice to Persia, from Cairo to the Crimea. The customs revenues from this commerce fill the imperial treasury while exposing Ottoman society to diverse influences. Coffee begins to appear in urban centers, a drink from Yemen that will transform social life. Tulips from Central Asia become prized in Istanbul gardens, beginning an association that will define Ottoman aesthetic sensibilities. The empire sits at the crossroads of continents, and this geographic position shapes its culture into a distinctive synthesis. Yet even at its zenith, the empire faces challenges that will intensify in coming generations. The military technology advantage that Ottoman armies once enjoyed begins to erode as European powers adopt gunpowder weapons and develop their own artillery. The Timur system of military land grants shows signs of strain as inflation and changing agricultural patterns reduce the value of these fiefs. Population growth in Anatolia creates land pressures and periodic unrest, while the Devshirme recruitment system generates resentment in the provinces. These problems remain manageable during Suleiman's reign, but they establish patterns that will eventually require more fundamental reforms. The religious landscape also grows more complex as the empire consolidates control over diverse populations. The millet system allows religious communities considerable autonomy in managing their internal affairs, a pragmatic arrangement that prevents constant friction. But the boundary between Ottoman Islam and subject populations remains carefully policed, with regulations governing dress, occupation, and social interactions. The relationship with Shiite populations, particularly given the rivalry with Safavid Persia, introduces sectarian tensions that complicate the empire's claim to universal Islamic authority. Religious scholars debate the proper role of sultanic law versus Sharia, a tension never fully resolved. Suleiman's final campaign takes him back to Hungary in 1566, an old man of 72 leading armies one last time. The target is the fortress of Sigitvar, a minor stronghold that nevertheless controls strategic routes. The siege drags on through the summer, and Suleiman's health deteriorates with dysentery and heart trouble. He dies in his tent on September 7, the night before the fortress finally falls. His commanders conceal his death for weeks, maintaining the fiction that the Sultan still lives until his son Selim can be secured on the throne. The body is secretly transported back to Constantinople, part buried near the battlefield where he died. The death of Suleiman marks the end of an era in ways that become clear only in retrospect. His 46-year reign has given the empire its widest extent, its most refined administration, its most magnificent architecture. He has been simultaneously warrior and lawgiver, conqueror and patron, feared by enemies and respected even by rivals. The empire he bequeaths to Selim II appears secure, wealthy, powerful beyond any European rival. Yet the execution of Mustafa has compromised the succession system, and Selim lacks his father's capabilities. The challenges facing the empire will require leadership of exceptional quality, and the mechanisms for producing such leaders have been damaged. In Constantinople, the Suleimani Mosque receives Suleiman's tomb, a final resting place beneath the building that represents his vision. Hurrem Sultan lies nearby in her own smaller tomb, the partners in power reunited in death. Mimar Sinan designs the tombs with characteristic elegance, spaces that invite contemplation of mortality and achievement. Visitors come to pay respects, to reflect on the reign, to measure the present against the glories of the past. The tomb becomes a pilgrimage site, a place where the empire's golden age can be encountered through stone and memory. The historians begin their work of assessment even before Suleiman's death, chroniclers recording campaigns and compiling genealogies. Later generations will debate his legacy, weighing the conquests against the costs, the cultural achievements against the human tragedies. European writers emphasize his military prowess while sometimes overlooking his administrative reforms. Ottoman tradition honors him as Kanuni, the lawgiver, recognizing that legal codes outlast military victories. Modern historians attempt more nuanced portraits, situating him within the structures and limitations of his time. All agree that his reign represents a pivotal moment, the culmination of Ottoman expansion and the establishment of patterns that will shape the empire's future. The empire Suleiman built continues to function for centuries after his death, but never quite recaptures the combination of military success, administrative efficiency, and cultural confidence that characterizes his reign. Later sultans faced different challenges, from military defeats to economic transformations to the slow erosion of central authority. But they govern an empire whose foundations Suleiman strengthened, whose laws he codified, whose cultural institutions he patronized. The mosques and bridges stand as permanent reminders, built into the landscape of cities that continue to grow and change. And somewhere in the historical imagination, the image persists of an empire at its zenith, confident and powerful, stretching across 3 continents under a sultan who was both conqueror and lawgiver. In the year 1566, as Suleiman the Magnificent breathed his last beneath the walls of Sigitvar, the Ottoman Empire stood at the height of its territorial expansion. The empire stretched from the gates of Vienna to the Persian Gulf, from the Crimean steppes to the cataracts of the Nile. Yet the very moment of maximum extent contained within it the seeds of transformation, the quiet beginning of a long and complicated decline that would unfold across centuries. Selim, the second son who ascended to power, inherited an empire his father had spent 46 years perfecting and expanding. He was 52 years old when he became sultan, a man who had spent most of his adult life governing the province of Manisa. Unlike his father, who had campaigned tirelessly across 3 continents, Selim showed little interest in the military life that had defined Ottoman rulership for generations. His preferences ran toward the pleasures of the palace, the sophisticated culture of poetry and music, and particularly toward the wine that gave him his epithet among later historians. The Venetian ambassadors who observed Selim in these early months of his reign noted a corpulent figure, a man whose face flushed easily and whose attention wandered during the lengthy administrative councils. They wrote careful dispatches back to the Doge, describing a ruler who seemed content to delegate the actual governance of his vast domains. This was not necessarily catastrophic in itself, for the Ottoman system had developed mechanisms to accommodate various types of rulers, but it represented a significant shift in the nature of imperial authority. Within the Topkapi Palace, the balance of power began to reconfigure itself around the new sultan's character and inclinations. Suleiman Pasha, the Grand Vizier who had served Suleiman in his final years, remained in his position and effectively became the empire's chief executive. He was a man of extraordinary capability, a former Christian boy from Bosnia who had risen through the Devshirme system to the pinnacle of Ottoman administration. For the next decade, he would guide imperial policy with a steady and experienced hand. Yet Sokolow's position, however strong, existed now in a more complex ecosystem of influence and faction. The harem, always a significant force in palace politics, began to assert itself more directly in matters of state. Nurbanu Sultan, Selim's favored consort and the mother of the heir apparent Murad, established herself as a formidable political operator. She corresponded with foreign powers, influenced appointments to key positions, and built networks of loyalty that extended throughout the imperial administration. This was not unprecedented, but the scale and openness of her involvement marked a new phase in Ottoman governance. The system of courtly factions, always present but previously constrained by the commanding personality of Suleiman, now flourished in the more permissive atmosphere of Selim's court. Different viziers, different palace officials, different members of the imperial family all cultivated their own followings and pursued their own agendas. The coherence that had characterized Ottoman decision-making during the height of Suleiman's reign began to fragment into competing visions and priorities, each pursued with vigor but not always with coordination. In 1570, these factional dynamics helped produce a decision that would have profound consequences for the empire's strategic position. The island of Cyprus, held by Venice for nearly a century, became the focus of Ottoman ambitions. The island was wealthy, strategically positioned, and culturally significant as the legendary birthplace of Aphrodite. For Venice, it represented one of the last substantial remnants of their once great maritime empire. For the Ottomans, it was an obvious target, a gap in their otherwise complete control of the eastern Mediterranean. The decision to invade Cyprus did not emerge from a careful strategic calculation of costs and benefits. Instead, it arose partly from the ambitions of particular court factions, partly from the desire to secure additional revenue sources, and partly from simple opportunism. Suleiman Pasha reportedly opposed the venture, understanding that it would unite Christian Europe against the empire in a way that previous conquests had not. But other voices prevailed, and in the summer of 1570, an Ottoman fleet carrying 50,000 soldiers set sail for Cyprus. The invasion of Cyprus unfolded with the methodical efficiency that characterized Ottoman military operations even in this transitional period. The army landed near Larnaca and quickly overran the island's smaller fortifications, concentrating the Venetian defenders into the two major strongholds of Nicosia and Famagusta. Nicosia, the island's capital, fell in September after a siege of 7 weeks. The Ottoman forces breached the walls and poured into the city, and what followed was a massacre of stunning brutality. 20,000 Greek and Italian inhabitants died in the sack, and the city's churches and palaces were systematically looted. Famagusta, however, proved far more resilient. The city occupied a peninsula on the island's eastern coast, protected by massive Venetian fortifications that represented the latest developments in Renaissance military architecture. The Venetian commander, Marcantonio Bragadin, had only 7,000 soldiers and perhaps 15,000 civilians, but the defenses were formidable and the garrison determined. The siege that began in September 1570 would last for nearly a year, becoming one of the epic defensive stands of the 16th century. Throughout the winter and spring, the Ottoman forces pressed their siege with increasing intensity. Artillery pounded the walls, mines were dug beneath the fortifications, and assault after assault was launched against the defenders. Inside the city, conditions deteriorated as supplies dwindled and casualties mounted from disease and bombardment. Yet Bragadin maintained discipline and morale, rotating his limited forces skillfully and repairing breaches almost as quickly as Ottoman guns created them. Venice, meanwhile, frantically sought help from the other Christian powers of Europe. The fall of Nicosia and the prolonged siege of Famagusta galvanized European opinion in a way that previous Ottoman advances had not. Perhaps it was the location, an island that felt more clearly part of the Mediterranean world that Europeans considered their own. Perhaps it was the reports of atrocities that filtered back from Cyprus, stories that lost nothing in the retelling. Or perhaps it was simply that the accumulation of Ottoman expansion had finally reached a threshold where further acquiescence seemed intolerable. Whatever the specific causes, the invasion of Cyprus created the conditions for an unprecedented coalition. Pope Pius V, a stern Dominican friar who had risen to the papacy with a burning conviction about the Turkish threat, threw himself into the diplomatic effort. He had spent his entire pontificate trying to unite the fractious Christian powers against the Ottomans, with limited success until now. The attack on Cyprus provided the concrete crisis around which he could build his coalition. Through 1570 and into 1571, papal diplomats worked tirelessly to bring together Spain, Venice, and the smaller Italian states into what would be called the Holy League. The coalition that emerged was fragile and shot through with mutual suspicions and competing interests. Spain, the greatest military power in Christendom, committed its resources partly from religious conviction and partly from strategic calculation about Mediterranean dominance. Venice, directly threatened by Ottoman expansion, needed allies desperately but resented Spanish influence in Italian affairs. The Papal States contributed what they could and served as the coalition's moral center. Genoa, Savoy, the Knights of Malta, and various other smaller powers added their ships and men to the combined fleet. By the summer of 1571, as Famagusta finally exhausted its capacity to resist, the Holy League had assembled a fleet of more than 200 galleys in the harbor of Messina. Command was given to Don John of Austria, the illegitimate son of the late Holy Roman Emperor Charles V and thus half-brother to King Philip II of Spain. He was 24 years old, handsome and charismatic, with limited naval experience but considerable talent for leadership and coordination. Under him served some of the finest naval commanders of the age, representing the various powers of the coalition. Famagusta surrendered on August 1, after a siege of 11 months in which the defenders had repelled dozens of assaults and inflicted perhaps 50,000 casualties on the besieging forces. Marcantonio Bragadin negotiated terms that promised safe passage for his surviving garrison and the city's population. But when he went to formalize the surrender with the Ottoman commander Lala Mustafa Pasha, the situation deteriorated into horror. Angered by his losses and perhaps suspicious of Venetian intentions, Lala Mustafa had Bragadin tortured and mutilated, then flayed alive after 2 weeks of imprisonment. His skin, stuffed with straw, was paraded through the streets and sent to Constantinople as a trophy. The atrocity at Famagusta, widely reported throughout Europe, hardened Christian resolve even as it provided grim satisfaction to those who had argued that no accommodation with the Ottomans was possible. The Holy League fleet, already preparing to sail eastward, now did so with a sense of righteous fury. Don John led his combined armada out of Messina in mid-September, heading toward the coast of Greece to seek out the Ottoman fleet. The strategic calculus was straightforward: control of the sea meant control of the eastern Mediterranean, the ability to supply or strangle Cyprus, the power to raid or defend coastlines across the entire region. The Ottoman fleet, commanded by Muezzin Zaid Ali Pasha, was anchored in the Gulf of Patras, in the sheltered waters near the fortress of Lepanto. It numbered slightly fewer ships than the Christian coalition, perhaps 230 galleys against 208, but it carried a larger complement of soldiers and janissaries. The Ottoman navy had not suffered a significant defeat in generations. It had a well-earned reputation for aggressive tactics and fighting spirit. Ali Pasha, aware of the approaching Christian fleet, chose to meet them in open battle rather than remain in defensive positions. On the morning of October 7, 1571, the two fleets sighted each other across the narrow waters at the mouth of the Gulf of Patras. The day was clear and calm, with light winds that favored the road galleys over sailing vessels. Both fleets arranged themselves in the traditional formation, a long line of galleys stretched across several miles of sea, with stronger forces concentrated at the center and on the wings. The sheer scale of the confrontation was unprecedented, more than 400 warships, carrying perhaps 150,000 men, converging for what would be the largest naval battle of the 16th century. The battle began around midday, as the two lines of galleys closed with each other and individual ships began to grapple and board. Naval combat in this era was essentially land warfare transposed to sea, with galleys serving as mobile platforms for infantry combat rather than as weapons in themselves. Soldiers and marines, packed densely onto the decks, fired arquebuses and arrows at close range, then attempted to board enemy vessels in brutal hand-to-hand fighting. The narrow gulf became a chaos of smoke, noise, and violence as hundreds of individual combats merged into a single massive engagement. The center of the line, where the flagships of the two fleets confronted each other directly, saw the fiercest fighting. Don John's galley, the Real, met Ali Pasha's flagship in a point-blank exchange of cannon fire and musketry. Both ships were packed with elite troops, Spanish tercios on the Christian side, Janissaries on the Ottoman. They grappled and the soldiers poured across, fighting for control of the decks in a desperate melee. Ali Pasha was struck in the forehead by a musket ball and killed. His head was cut off and displayed on a pike, causing dismay throughout the Ottoman line. On the flanks, the battle's outcome hung in balance for hours. The Ottoman right wing, under Uluj Ali, the governor of Algiers and perhaps the most skilled naval commander in the fleet, broke through the Christian left and threatened to envelop the entire coalition line. Only desperate fighting by the Knights of Malta and the timely intervention of reserve galleys prevented a collapse. Meanwhile, on the opposite flank, the Christian right under Agostino Barbarigo pressed forward against stubborn Ottoman resistance, though Barbarigo himself was struck in the eye by an arrow and mortally wounded. By late afternoon, the Ottoman line had broken. The galleys that could escape began to withdraw eastward, while those too damaged or too closely engaged were boarded and captured. The fighting continued in scattered groups across the Gulf as daylight faded, but the outcome was no longer in doubt. The Holy League had won a crushing victory. Of the Ottoman fleet, perhaps 40 galleys escaped, the rest were sunk, burned, or captured. Ottoman casualties exceeded 30,000 dead, with another 8,000 taken prisoner. The Christian fleet lost perhaps 8,000 men, a severe toll but modest in comparison. The immediate aftermath of Lepanto saw wild celebration throughout Christian Europe. Church bells rang, Te Deums were sung, and special masses offered in thanksgiving. It was the first major Ottoman military defeat in living memory, a demonstration that the empire's military dominance was not inevitable or unbreakable. Don John was hailed as a hero, the savior of Christendom, and plans were immediately made for follow-up campaigns to press the advantage. Venice celebrated the victory even as it mourned the loss of Cyprus, which the triumph had come too late to save. In Constantinople, the news of Lepanto arrived with devastating impact. The loss of so many ships, so many trained sailors and soldiers, represented a serious blow to Ottoman naval power. More than the material losses, however, was the psychological effect. For generations, Ottoman arms had been essentially invincible. Defeats were minor and temporary, always reversed in the next campaign. Lepanto challenged that narrative in a fundamental way. It suggested that the trajectory of Ottoman expansion might not be infinite, that the empire had reached some kind of limit. Yet the Ottoman response to Lepanto demonstrated the empire's continuing vitality and organizational capacity. Suleiman Pasha, the Grand Vizier, immediately ordered the construction of a new fleet. Shipyards throughout the empire went into full production, drawing on resources from Anatolia, the Balkans, Egypt, and Syria. By the spring of 1572, barely 6 months after the disaster at Lepanto, the Ottomans had built and launched more than 200 new galleys. It was an extraordinary feat of mobilization, demonstrating that the empire's administrative and economic systems remained highly functional. Sokala reportedly met with the Venetian ambassador and delivered a pointed comparison that captured the strategic reality beneath the battle's drama. The loss at Lepanto, he suggested, was like shaving a beard, painful and visible, but temporary, as the beard would grow back quickly. Venice's loss of Cyprus, by contrast, was like having an arm torn off, permanent and crippling. The metaphor was apartment. Despite the victory at Lepanto, the Holy League proved unable to maintain its coalition or press its advantage. By 1573, Venice had made peace with the Ottomans, formally ceding Cyprus and agreeing to pay an indemnity. Yet Sokolo's confidence, justified in the immediate term, masked deeper problems that were beginning to manifest within the imperial system. The rapid reconstruction of the fleet strained the empire's finances at a moment when other pressures were mounting. Inflation, driven partly by the influx of American silver through European trade and partly by debasement of Ottoman currency, was eroding the real value of fixed revenues. The Timur system, which had provided the empire's cavalry for generations, was beginning to break down as Timuriates found their income insufficient and sought other opportunities. The succession in 1574, when Selim II died and was succeeded by his son Murad III, brought no improvement in these underlying trends. Murad was intelligent and cultured, a patron of the arts and a man of refined tastes, but like his father he showed little inclination for the demanding work of imperial governance. He was even more reclusive than Selim had been, spending most of his time in the inner apartments of the palace. The daily administration of the empire fell increasingly to the Grand Vizier and to the competing factions within the palace establishment. Nurbana Sultan, Murad's mother, became perhaps the single most powerful political figure in the empire during the early years of his reign. She maintained an extensive correspondence with foreign powers, arranged the appointments of viziers and governors, and managed the complex factional politics of the court. Her influence was not necessarily malign, she was intelligent and often pursued sound policies. But the concentration of informal power in the hands of someone with no official position in the state hierarchy represented a significant change in how the empire functioned. The phenomenon of the Sultanate of Women, as later historians would term it, was not in itself the cause of Ottoman difficulties. Capable and politically astute women had always played roles in palace politics. Some, like Hurrem Sultan under Suleiman, had wielded considerable influence. What changed was the visibility and institutionalization of that influence, and the way it interacted with other structural problems. Decision-making became more opaque, more subject to court intrigue, less responsive to the kind of strategic thinking that had characterized the empire's rise. Corruption, always present in any large bureaucratic system, began to metastasize in ways that undermined administrative effectiveness. The sale of offices became increasingly common and increasingly open. Men purchased governorships and judgeships not to serve the state but to enrich themselves, extracting as much revenue as possible during their tenure before being rotated to another position. This created a vicious cycle. The more expensive offices became to purchase, the more aggressive the revenue extraction had to be, which in turn made the offices more valuable and thus more expensive. The Devshirm system, which had been one of the empire's great sources of strength, began to be corrupted by these same dynamics. Positions that had once been awarded purely on merit and ability were now sometimes sold or given as patronage rewards. Muslims, previously excluded from the system, found ways to enter it through various subterfuges. The Janissary Corps, which had been the empire's elite infantry, began to accept the enrollment of men who had not gone through the traditional training, diluting its quality and discipline. These changes happened gradually, almost invisibly, but they represented a fundamental shift in the character of imperial institutions. On the frontiers, the empire's military situation remained strong but no longer dominant. The long war with Persia, which had consumed resources and attention for decades, continued in a desultory fashion without decisive resolution. In North Africa, the Ottoman position was secure but essentially static, no longer expanding. In the Mediterranean, despite the rapid reconstruction after Lepanto, the navy never quite regained its previous psychological dominance. Spanish and Italian fleets contested Ottoman control, and the balance of naval power became more equal than it had been in generations. The most significant frontier remained Hungary and the Habsburg lands, where the border had largely stabilized after Suleiman's failed siege of Vienna in 1529. Neither side had the capacity to dislodge the other from their positions, and so a complex military equilibrium developed. Raids and counter-raids, minor sieges, and occasional larger campaigns characterized the border, but the age of dramatic Ottoman advances into Central Europe had effectively ended. The line of fortresses and the balance of forces created a kind of mutual stalemate that would persist for decades. By the end of the 1570s, the Ottoman Empire remained the most powerful state in the Mediterranean world and one of the great powers of Eurasia. Its armies were formidable, its administration still functioned, and its sultan still commanded the allegiance of vast territories. To observers in London or Paris, in Venice or Vienna, the empire seemed as threatening and dominant as ever. Yet the internal dynamics had shifted in ways that would only become fully apparent across the coming generations. The age of expansion had ended, and the long, complex, uneven process of adaptation and decline had begun. Lepanto stood as the symbolic marker of this transition, the moment when Ottoman invincibility was publicly broken. The battle itself had not fundamentally altered the strategic balance. The empire recovered from its naval losses quickly enough. But it had demonstrated that the Ottoman military machine could be defeated, that Christian Europe could unite when sufficiently threatened, and that the trajectory of endless expansion had limits. In this sense, October 1571 marked the beginning of the turn, the point at which the empire's history shifted from a narrative of conquest to a more complicated story of adjustment, resilience, and gradual transformation. The 17th century arrives upon the Ottoman Empire like a slow fever, its symptoms appearing gradually across decades. The grand structures built by Suleiman and his successors still stand, their domes catching the morning light over Istanbul. Yet within the palace walls and across the provincial cities, something fundamental has shifted in the rhythm of imperial governance. The mechanisms that once propelled conquest and administration now grind against themselves, wearing down with friction that no one seems able to remedy. Sultan Ahmed I ascends the throne in 1603 at merely 14 years of age, his youth immediately apparent to all. The traditional practice of royal fratricide, that grim necessity meant to prevent civil war, has fallen into abeyance under his rule. His brother Mustafa, mentally unstable and unfit to govern, nevertheless lives on within the palace confines, establishing a precedent that will haunt the dynasty. Ahmed concerns himself with piety and architecture, commissioning the Great Blue Mosque that will bear his name through the centuries. But the wars with Persia and Austria demand attention he struggles to provide, and the treasury empties faster than revenues arrive. The palace has grown into a world unto itself, a city within the city where thousands live their entire lives. Eunuchs guard the gates to the harem, where the sultan's mother wields influence that often surpasses that of ministers. Slaves rise to positions of tremendous authority, their lack of independent power base making them theoretically loyal to the throne alone. Yet this very structure creates dependencies and factions, networks of patronage that operate according to their own interests and survival. The young sultan finds himself surrounded by advisors who claim to speak for him while pursuing their own agendas relentlessly. Ahmed's death in 1617 at just 27 years old opens a succession crisis that reveals how fragile dynastic continuity has become. His sons are all children, too young to rule in an empire facing enemies on multiple frontiers and rebellion within. The decision falls to install his brother Mustafa I, despite his evident mental incapacity, because precedent offers no clear alternative. He sits upon the throne for 3 months, speaking little, understanding less, while the palace factions maneuver around him ceaselessly. The experiment ends when Ahmed's sons are deemed old enough, and Mustafa returns to confinement within the case, the cage. The cage has become the waiting room for princes who are no longer murdered but cannot be freed. Locked within luxurious apartments in the palace, potential heirs spend years or decades in isolation, attended by servants and concubines. They have no responsibilities, no training in governance, no contact with the world they may one day rule over unexpectedly. Some occupy themselves with poetry or religion, seeking meaning in confinement, while others descend into madness or dissolution. The system prevents civil war but produces sultans utterly unprepared for the weight of empire when their moment finally arrives. Osman II takes power as Ahmed's eldest son in 1618, a young man of barely 14 with unusual determination. He has watched the Janissaries grow unruly, demanding bonuses at each succession, threatening violence when their privileges face any question. Their military effectiveness has declined as the corps fills with men who buy their way in, shopkeepers and tradesmen claiming Janissary status to avoid taxes and gain influence. Osman observes this decay and conceives a plan both bold and desperate. He will raise a new army from Anatolia, loyal to him personally, and break the Janissaries' stranglehold on power. The Polish campaign of 1621 gives Osman the pretext he needs to visit Anatolia and recruit his new force. The war itself goes poorly, with Ottoman forces failing to achieve decisive victory against the Commonwealth's disciplined formations. Upon returning to Istanbul, the young sultan announces his intention to perform the pilgrimage to Mecca, a journey that would take him through Anatolia where loyal troops might be gathered. The Janissaries immediately perceived the threat to their position and the rumors spread like fire through their barracks at night. May 1622 witnesses an event unprecedented in Ottoman history. The Janissaries rebel not merely against policy but against the Sultan himself. They storm the palace, demanding Osman's removal and the restoration of Mustafa I to the throne, that same unstable figure who had proven incapable of rule. Osman attempts negotiation, then flight, but finds every gate blocked and every ally melting away before armed fury. The rebels seize him from the throne room and drag him through the streets to imprisonment in the Seven Towers fortress. Within days, perhaps hours, Osman II was murdered in his cell, strangled or beaten to death by his captors. The exact method varies in the telling, but the fact remains stark and terrible: the Janissaries have killed their sultan, destroying the sanctity that has protected the Ottoman dynasty for 3 centuries. A line has been crossed that cannot be uncrossed, a precedent established that will poison the relationship between sultan and soldier for generations to come. Mustafa returns to the throne he never wanted, a puppet who understands nothing of the forces swirling around him. The empire slides into what historians will call the time of troubles, decades when effective governance becomes almost impossible. Mustafa's second reign lasts barely a year before palace factions install Murad IV, Osman's younger brother, who is only 11 years old. Real power rests with Murad's mother, Kozum Sultan, a woman of exceptional political skill who navigates between competing factions. The empire stumbles forward on momentum, its institutions functioning by habit even as direction from the center grows increasingly uncertain and reactive. Beyond the capital, the provinces begin to fracture under pressures that accumulate like snowdrifts against a wall. The Salali revolts erupt across Anatolia, where cavalry soldiers dismissed from service or unpaid for years turn to banditry and rebellion. They gather followers from among displaced peasants and disaffected townsmen, forming armies that sometimes number in the tens of thousands. These forces ravage the countryside, burning villages and disrupting the agricultural production that feeds both cities and treasury revenues. The economic foundations of empire have begun to crack under stresses both external and internal in their origins. Silver from the Americas floods into Ottoman markets through European trade, causing inflation that destroys the value of fixed salaries. Officials who once lived comfortably on their stipends find themselves impoverished, turning to corruption and extortion to maintain their positions. The Timur system, which granted land revenues to cavalry soldiers in exchange for military service, breaks down as holders extract maximum profit rather than preparing for war. The government responds to fiscal crisis in the worst possible way, debasing the currency by reducing silver content in coins. Each debasement brings temporary relief followed by accelerating inflation as merchants adjust their prices upward to compensate. Soldiers and officials revolt when their pay buys less each year, their anger focusing on incompetent or corrupt administrators. The empire enters a vicious cycle where financial problems create disorder, which demands expensive military response, which deepens financial problems further. Murad IV grows into a ruler of remarkable ferocity, determined to restore order through sheer force of will and violence. He leads his armies personally against Persia, recapturing Baghdad in 1638 after years of humiliating loss to the Safavids. Within the capital, he enforces discipline through terror, executing thousands for real or imagined offenses against state authority and public morality. He bans coffee and tobacco, patrolling the streets at night himself to catch violators whom he sometimes executes on the spot. His methods restore a degree of order, but at tremendous cost to any sense of law or predictability. The Sultan's death in 1640 at only 28 years old brings his brother Ibrahim to the throne from the caliphs. Ibrahim has spent years in isolation, convinced at various times that he was about to be murdered, and confinement has not prepared him for rule. He displays instability that manifests in extravagance and erratic behavior, filling the treasury's coffers with meaningless gifts and the palace with hundreds of concubines. His reign becomes a catalogue of poor decisions and missed opportunities as the empire drifts without effective direction from its nominal head. The war with Venice over Crete begins in 1645, initiated almost casually when Maltese pirates attack Ottoman ships and take refuge on the Venetian-held island. Ottoman forces land on Crete and quickly capture the countryside, but the Venetian fortresses prove extraordinarily resilient to siege. Candia, the capital, will hold out for more than 2 decades, supplied by Venetian ships that dominate the eastern Mediterranean. The war drags on year after year, consuming resources while producing no decisive result and no glory to justify the expenditure. By 1648, the factions within the palace have had enough of Ibrahim's misrule and the chaos it engenders. They depose him in a coup backed by the Janissaries and place his 7-year-old son Mehmed IV upon the throne. Ibrahim is strangled shortly afterward, another regicide that barely merits comment after the precedents of previous decades. Power rests with Mehmed's mother Turhan Sultan and his grandmother Kozum Sultan, 2 formidable women whose rivalry will soon turn deadly and destructive. The conflict between grandmother and mother erupts into violence in 1651 when Kozum allegedly plots to replace Mehmed with another grandson. Turhan learns of the conspiracy and strikes first, sending executioners who strangle the elderly Kozum in her apartments. The murder eliminates a woman who had guided the empire through decades of crisis, her political acumen keeping the state functioning when sultans could not or would not rule. Her death removes one source of instability but creates a vacuum that various factions rush to fill with their own candidates. The empire seems to be disintegrating under accumulated pressures no single reform can address or even properly diagnose. Janissary revolts shake Istanbul every few years, with soldiers demanding bonuses and the dismissal of officials they dislike. The Venetian navy raids Ottoman coasts almost at will, demonstrating the decay of the once proud Ottoman fleet. Provincial governors act like independent rulers, remitting little revenue to the central treasury while building their own power bases. Something fundamental must change, or the empire will fragment into competing successor states as so many empires have before. The crisis reaches its peak in 1656 when Venetian ships sail into the Dardanelles and blockade the capital itself. Food supplies run short, panic spreads through the streets, and the government appears helpless to respond to this humiliation. The palace factions realize that survival demands competent leadership regardless of where it might be found or what price it might demand. They turn to an unlikely figure, Suleiman Pasha, an elderly Albanian administrator known for ruthless efficiency rather than political connections. Suleiman accepts the position of Grand Vizier only after extracting unprecedented concessions from the Sultan and his mother. He demands absolute authority over appointments and dismissals, freedom from interference in his decisions, and immunity from summary execution. The palace agrees because it has no alternative, placing effective control of the empire in the hands of a man who has spent decades observing its dysfunction. He is 71 years old when he takes office, ancient by the standards of the time, but his energy and determination belie his age. The new Grand Vizier begins with purges that shock even the violence-accustomed capital into stunned submission and watchfulness. He executes officials suspected of corruption or incompetence by the dozens, then by the hundreds, hanging bodies from bridges and posting guards to prevent removal. Provincial governors who fail to remit revenues or maintain order are dismissed and often executed, their positions given to men chosen for competence rather than factional loyalty. The Janissaries receive their pay but also stern warnings that rebellion will be met with mass executions without trial or appeal. Koprulu turns his attention to the Venetian blockade, rebuilding the navy and fortifying the Dardanelles against future incursions. Ottoman ships venture forth under new commanders who understand that failure means death, and their determination gradually shifts the naval balance. The Venetians find the seas less welcoming, their raids met with effective resistance and counter-raids that demonstrate Ottoman capacity for recovery. The blockade lifts as Venetian resources prove insufficient to maintain permanent pressure on the empire's heartland. The Grand Vizier reorganizes the tax system to ensure revenues actually reach the treasury rather than disappearing into provincial pockets. He appoints inspectors with authority to investigate and punish corruption, backing their work with executions when examples need making. Agricultural production begins recovering as security improves and peasants return to abandoned villages, knowing that bandits and rebel cavalry will now face government forces that actually fight. The Salali revolts peter out as their leaders are hunted down and their followers accept amnesty or death. Suleiman Pasha dies in 1661 after 5 years of ruthless reform, his passing mourned by those who value order over mercy. He has requested that his son Kopyaluzade Fazıl Ahmed Pasha succeed him as Grand Vizier, and the palace grants this unusual dynastic succession. Fazıl Ahmed is younger, better educated, and shares his father's determination to restore Ottoman power through whatever methods prove necessary. He continues the purges but with somewhat more discrimination, seeking to build institutions rather than merely terrorize individuals into compliance. The new Grand Vizier focuses on the conquest of Crete, that running sore that has drained resources for 2 decades. He personally leads Ottoman forces to the island, bringing siege artillery and engineers to finally crack Candia's formidable defenses. The siege intensifies through years of mining and countermining, bombardment and assault, as the Venetian garrison holds out with desperate courage. European volunteers arrive to defend Christendom's outpost, but Ottoman persistence gradually overwhelms all resistance through sheer sustained pressure and accumulating destruction. Candia finally surrenders in 1669 after enduring one of history's longest sieges, its walls breached and its defenders exhausted. The conquest gives the Ottomans complete control of Crete and demonstrates that the empire can still accomplish major military objectives when properly led. Fazıl Ahmed grants generous terms to the Venetian survivors, allowing them to depart with honors of war and personal possessions. The magnanimity serves strategic purposes, showing that submission to Ottoman power brings mercy while resistance brings only ruin eventually. The Koprulu achievement is real but also reveals the empire's fundamental problems more clearly than any failure could. Order and military effectiveness require exceptionally capable individuals ruling with near-absolute authority and exceptional ruthlessness toward opposition. The institutions themselves no longer function reliably, their corruption and inefficiency requiring constant brutal correction from above. When strong Grand Viziers lead, the empire advances, but the system provides no guarantee of finding such leaders when needed. Fazl Ahmed attempts to address underlying problems through administrative reforms that might outlast individual leaders and their personal qualities. He establishes new procedures for tax collection and military recruitment, trying to systematize what his father accomplished through terror. The treasury begins accumulating surpluses for the first time in decades, resources that can fund campaigns or provide cushion against crisis. Yet the Janissaries remain unreliable, the palace factions continue maneuvering, and the provincial governors still seek independence whenever central authority shows any weakness. The empire under the Copperless demonstrates impressive resilience, its ability to recover from near collapse and resume expansion remarkable by any measure. Yet thoughtful observers recognize that relying on extraordinary individuals to override dysfunctional institutions represents a temporary solution at best. The structures that carried the empire to greatness have calcified into obstacles, their original purposes forgotten as they serve factional interests. Reform efforts can ameliorate symptoms but cannot address the fundamental question of how to govern a vast multi-ethnic empire with institutions designed for a smaller, simpler state centuries past. Sultan Mehmed IV remains on the throne through these decades of Copperlu revival, but his role is largely ceremonial and occasionally symbolic. He involves himself in hunting and pleasure rather than governance, content to let his Grand Viziers manage the empire's complex affairs. This arrangement actually functions better than active sultans who lack the capacity to govern effectively, but it highlights how far the dynasty has drifted from Mehmed the Conqueror's hands-on leadership. The sultan has become a figurehead whose main responsibility is not interfering with those who actually wield power. The Copperlu era will continue beyond Fazl Ahmed, with family members holding the Grand Vizierate for much of the late 17th century. They will lead the empire into new wars and reforms, achieving victories and suffering defeats, always struggling against the entropy that pulls institutions toward corruption and decay. Their success proves that the Ottoman system retains vitality when properly directed, but also demonstrates that such direction requires exceptional individuals rather than flowing naturally from institutional structures. The empire survives its 17th century crisis, but the underlying problems remain, waiting for the next period of weak leadership to resurface with renewed force. The spring of 1683 arrives in Istanbul with an energy that carries beyond the palace walls into every corner of the sprawling capital. Sultan Mehmed IV, known to his subjects as the hunter for his passion for the chase, has given his blessing to an audacious plan. Grand Vizier Kara Mustafa Pasha will lead the largest Ottoman army assembled in decades toward the heart of Christian Europe. The target is Vienna, the Habsburg capital that sits like a key in the lock of Central Europe's defenses. Kara Mustafa begins his preparations with meticulous care, drawing on resources from across the vast empire that stretches from the Maghreb to the Caucasus. Janissaries gather in their barracks, checking weapons and receiving new robes from the imperial treasury. Sipahi cavalry units ride in from Anatolia and the Balkans, their horses already hardened by the long journey to the capital. Artillery foundries work around the clock, casting bronze cannons and mortars that will be dragged across hundreds of miles of European roads. The logistical challenge is immense, requiring thousands of wagons, tens of thousands of pack animals, and a supply train that stretches for miles. The army that assembles outside Istanbul in early spring numbers perhaps 150,000 men, though estimates vary widely in contemporary accounts. Beyond the core Ottoman forces, the Grand Vizier has called upon the Sultan's tributaries and allies across Eastern Europe. Crimean Tatars bring their swift horsemen, expert raiders who know the plains and river valleys of the north. Moldavian and Wallachian princes contribute troops to fulfill their obligations as vassals of the Sublime Porte. Even some Hungarian nobles, still resisting Habsburg rule after recent uprisings, send contingents to join what they hope will liberate their lands from Austrian control. Kara Mustafa himself cuts an imposing figure as he reviews his troops, a man in his mid-40s with considerable experience in Ottoman military and administrative affairs. He served as governor in multiple provinces and proved himself capable in managing the empire's complex bureaucracy. His ambition is well known throughout the court, and this campaign represents both a tremendous opportunity and an enormous risk. Success at Vienna could elevate him to legendary status, placing him alongside the great conquerors of Ottoman history. Failure, however, would likely mean disgrace or worse, given the stakes involved and the Sultan's expectations. The march begins in April, the vast army moving northwest through Ottoman territories in the Balkans before entering Habsburg lands. The pace is necessarily slow, constrained by the massive baggage train and the need to keep supply lines functioning across increasing distances. Villages and towns along the route are required to provide provisions, a burden that strains local resources even in friendly territory. As the army crosses into enemy lands, foraging parties spread out across the countryside, taking what they need and sometimes more. The passage of such a force leaves a wake of disruption that will be felt for months. Emperor Leopold I receives reports of the Ottoman advance with growing alarm in his Vienna palace, the Hofburg, which sits within the city's defensive walls. The Habsburg monarch faces a difficult decision as spring turns to summer and the enemy army draws closer. Vienna's fortifications are substantial, modernized in recent decades to withstand contemporary siege warfare, but holding the city will require a strong garrison and reliable supply of provisions. Leopold consults with his military advisors and the city's defenders, weighing whether to remain in the capital or withdraw to organize relief forces from a safer distance. By early July, the decision becomes clear as Ottoman cavalry scouts appear in the Vienna woods and the main army begins deploying around the city. Leopold departs with his court, leaving behind a garrison of approximately 15,000 soldiers under the command of Ernst Rüdiger von Starhemberg. The departure of the emperor is practical military strategy rather than cowardice, allowing him to coordinate with allies and organize a relief force. Still, it places tremendous responsibility on Starhemberg's shoulders and leaves Vienna's civilian population, numbering perhaps 60,000 souls, to endure whatever comes next. Kara Mustafa establishes his headquarters south of the city and begins the formal siege on July 14, his forces completely encircling Vienna's walls. The Grand Vizier's pavilion becomes a small palace unto itself, richly appointed with carpets, cushions, and all the amenities befitting his rank. From this command center, he directs the placement of artillery batteries and the digging of approach trenches. Ottoman engineers, skilled in siege warfare from centuries of experience, begin the methodical work of advancing their positions closer to the walls. The defenders watch from their bastions as earthworks creep forward, zigzagging trenches that provide cover for troops and guns moving ever nearer. The siege follows patterns established over generations of warfare, a grinding contest between besiegers and besieged that tests endurance and resolve. Ottoman artillery opens fire, bombarding the walls and attempting to create breaches through which infantry can pour. The defenders return fire from their own cannon mounted on the bastions, targeting enemy batteries and troop concentrations. Mining becomes a crucial aspect of the struggle, with Ottoman sappers digging tunnels beneath the fortifications to place explosive charges. Vienna's counterminers work desperately to detect and intercept these tunnels, sometimes breaking through to fight vicious underground battles in the darkness. July passes into August, and the summer heat adds to the misery inside the besieged city as supplies begin to run low. Starhemberg imposes strict rationing to stretch provisions as long as possible, knowing that relief must come before starvation forces surrender. The garrison makes frequent sorties, sudden attacks on Ottoman positions designed to disrupt siege works and capture supplies. These raids are costly but necessary, brief moments of offensive action in what is otherwise a defensive struggle. Casualties mount on both sides, but Vienna's defenders know they are losing men they cannot replace while the besiegers have vast reserves. Disease inevitably appears as sanitation deteriorates and summer heat intensifies, claiming lives among soldiers and civilians alike within the crowded city. Dysentery spreads through cramped quarters where thousands shelter from the bombardment. The Ottoman camp faces similar challenges, with tens of thousands of men camped in the fields and woods surrounding Vienna, creating ideal conditions for epidemic illness. Both armies lose men to sickness at rates that sometimes exceed combat casualties, though neither commander can afford to dwell on such losses. The siege must continue until one side achieves its objective or acknowledges defeat. While Vienna endures, Leopold works frantically to assemble a relief force by calling upon his allies throughout the Holy Roman Empire and beyond. The emperor's diplomats travel to courts across Europe, appealing for assistance against the Ottoman threat to Christendom's heartland. Many German princes contribute troops, recognizing that Vienna's fall would open their own lands to Ottoman advance. More crucially, Leopold's envoys reach Poland, where King Jan III Sobieski commands arguably the finest cavalry in Europe and has his own concerns about Ottoman expansion. Negotiations proceed through late summer as the situation in Vienna grows increasingly desperate. Sobieski agrees to come to Vienna's aid, motivated by a combination of strategic calculation and personal ambition to win glory against the infidel. The Polish king assembles a force of approximately 20,000 men, including the famed winged hussars whose distinctive armor and feathered standards strike fear across Eastern European battlefields. These elite cavalry represent the pinnacle of the Polish military system, heavily armored lancers drawn from the nobility and trained from youth. Sobieski himself is an experienced military commander in his early 50s, having fought Ottomans, Russians, and Swedes in a career spanning decades. His arrival will transform the strategic situation outside Vienna. The relief force, combining Sobieski's Poles with Imperial and German contingents under various commanders, marches toward Vienna through the Vienna woods in early September. The combined Christian army numbers perhaps 70,000 men, enough to challenge Kara Mustafa's besieging force if properly deployed. The Grand Vizier faces a critical decision as reports confirm the relief force's approach: lift the siege and engage the approaching army in open battle, or maintain positions around Vienna and fight on two fronts. His choice will determine not only this campaign's outcome but potentially the empire's future trajectory in Europe. Kara Mustafa chooses to maintain the siege while deploying forces to block the relief army's advance, perhaps calculating that Vienna's fall is imminent after months of bombardment. Ottoman troops take up positions on the Kahlenberg Heights overlooking the city, commanding the likely approach routes. The Grand Vizier's decision reflects confidence in his army's size and capabilities, but it also divides his forces between continuing siege operations and preparing for pitched battle. By September 11th, both armies are maneuvering into position for what will become one of history's decisive encounters. The morning of September 12th dawns over Vienna with the relief force deployed on the heights west and north of the city. Sobieski, as the senior commander present, coordinates the Christian battle plan with the various contingents under his overall direction. The strategy calls for a general advance down from the heights, driving into the Ottoman positions with concentrated force. Imperial and German troops will engage first, fixing Ottoman attention and forces, while Sobieski's cavalry masses on the right wing prepare for the decisive blow. Everything depends on coordination and timing across an army drawn from multiple nations and military traditions. The battle begins in the morning with Imperial forces descending from the Kahlenberg, engaging Ottoman troops deployed to protect the siege lines. Artillery exchanges thunder across the slopes as infantry formations clash in the villages and vineyards below the heights. The fighting is fierce and confused, with neither side gaining clear advantage in the early hours. Ottoman janissaries hold their positions stubbornly, veterans who have fought in dozens of engagements across the empire's frontiers. The Christians press forward steadily, accepting casualties to maintain momentum and gradually push the defenders back toward the main Ottoman camp. By afternoon, the battle's focus shifts as Sobieski's cavalry completes its deployment on the Christian right wing, massed in formations that stretch across the sloping ground. The king himself will lead the charge, placing royal prestige and personal courage at the attack's tip. Approximately 20,000 horsemen prepare to advance, the largest cavalry force assembled in this part of Europe in generations. The winged hussars take position of honor, their distinctive wing frames creating a forest of feathers and their lances forming a steel-tipped wave. The tension builds as commanders dress their lines and ensure readiness for the order to advance. The charge begins in the late afternoon, thousands of horses moving from walk to trot to gallop down the slopes toward Ottoman positions. The sound is tremendous, a thunder of hooves that seems to shake the ground as the cavalry mass accelerates. Ottoman troops facing this onslaught have fought many enemies but perhaps never confronted such concentrated heavy cavalry launched downhill with such momentum. The winged hussars crash into Ottoman lines with devastating impact, lances splintering as they strike home, swords drawn for close combat as formations interpenetrate. The shock of collision ripples through both armies as the battle reaches its climax. Ottoman resistance begins to crumble under the pressure of the cavalry assault, with units breaking and falling back toward the main camp. Kara Mustafa's army, undefeated in the morning, finds itself driven from positions it has held for months. The retreat accelerates into rout as panic spreads through Ottoman ranks and discipline collapses. Soldiers abandon equipment and supplies in their haste to escape the pursuing cavalry. The Grand Vizier's magnificent camp, with its pavilions and treasures accumulated during the long siege, falls into Christian hands almost intact. Sobieski himself reportedly enters Kara Mustafa's tent that evening, finding luxuries that speak to the confidence with which the siege began. Vienna's garrison, hearing the battle's sounds and observing Ottoman confusion, launches sorties that add to enemy disorder and hasten the rout. Starhemberg's troops, who have endured 2 months of siege and hardship, pour through gates to pursue fleeing besiegers. The city's deliverance is complete and dramatic, transformation from desperate defense to victorious celebration occurring within hours. Church bells ring across Vienna as citizens emerge from shelters to comprehend their salvation. The relief has come just in time, provisions nearly exhausted in sections of wall badly damaged from constant bombardment and mining. The immediate aftermath of victory sees Sobieski celebrated across Christian Europe as the savior of Vienna and defender of Christendom. The Polish king writes to his wife that he came, saw, and God conquered, consciously echoing Caesar's famous dispatch. The captured Ottoman camp yields immense booty, including artillery, supplies, treasure, and Kara Mustafa's personal possessions. Among the curiosities are sacks of coffee beans, which according to legend inspire Vienna's subsequent coffeehouse culture. Whether apocryphal or not, the story captures how deeply the siege and its dramatic lifting mark the city's identity and history. Kara Mustafa retreats eastward with the remnants of his army, a broken force that has lost perhaps half its strength to combat, capture, or desertion. The Grand Vizier's failure is absolute and undeniable, the kind of defeat that destroys careers and often lives in the Ottoman system. Sultan Mehmed IV, receiving news of the disaster, reacts with fury at the loss of prestige and resources. In December, executioners arrive at Kara Mustafa's camp in Belgrade with the Sultan's command. The Grand Vizier is strangled with a silk cord, traditional execution method for high-ranking Ottomans, his head sent to Istanbul as confirmation. The man who led the empire's greatest offensive in decades pays the ultimate price for its failure. The defeated Vienna transforms the strategic balance in Central Europe, shifting initiative from Ottoman offense to Habsburg and Allied counteroffensive. Emperor Leopold, emboldened by victory and recognizing opportunity, forms the Holy League with Poland and Venice to press the war against the Ottomans. Pope Innocent XI provides diplomatic and financial support, framing the conflict as a crusade for Christendom. The Austrians begin planning campaigns to recover Hungary, which has been largely under Ottoman control or tributary status since the 16th century. What might have remained a defensive victory becomes the launching point for a sustained offensive that will last 16 years. The Great Turkish War, as historians will call the conflict from 1683 to 1699, sees the Holy League steadily push Ottoman forces back across Hungary and the Balkans. Habsburg armies, reorganized and modernized, prove increasingly effective against Ottoman resistance. A young general named Eugene of Savoy emerges as one of the era's great military commanders, winning victories that further Habsburg expansion. Venice recovers territories in Greece and the Morea, expanding its maritime empire. Poland initially makes gains before internal problems reduce its participation, but the overall pattern favors the Christian powers advancing at Ottoman expense. The Ottomans fight stubbornly to defend their positions, winning occasional victories that slow but cannot reverse their territorial losses. The empire's military system, which served so effectively during centuries of expansion, proves less adaptable to sustained defensive warfare against enemies employing new tactics. Financial strains from continuous campaigning drain the treasury, while political instability in Istanbul hampers coherent strategic planning. Sultan Mehmed IV is deposed in 1687 following military defeats, replaced by his brother Suleiman II, but the change in rulers cannot halt Ottoman decline. The empire that besieged Vienna now struggles to hold positions it has controlled for generations. Battle follows battle across the Hungarian plain and through Balkan mountain passes as the war grinds forward year after year. The Ottomans lose Buda in 1686, ancient capital of Hungary and symbol of their expansion into Central Europe. The fortress city's fall after 145 years of Ottoman control represents both practical and psychological defeat. Habsburg forces push further south and east, recovering territories and establishing new defensive lines. Each campaign season brings fresh losses for the Ottomans, though they continue to resist with determination that speaks to the empire's residual strength even in decline. By the mid-1690s, both sides are exhausted from continuous warfare and ready to consider peace negotiations. The Ottomans have lost most of Hungary and significant territories in the Balkans and eastern Mediterranean. The Holy League members, while victorious, have exhausted their treasuries and populations with the sustained military effort. Diplomatic contacts begin tentatively, exploring terms that might end the conflict while preserving dignity for all parties. The location chosen for negotiations is Karlowitz, a town on the Habsburg-Ottoman frontier where representatives can meet on neutral ground. The Congress of Karlowitz convenes in 1698, bringing together diplomats from the Ottoman Empire, Habsburg Austria, Poland, Venice, and Russia, which joined the war in its later stages. The negotiations proceed through late 1698 into early 1699, with each power pressing its claims and the Ottomans seeking to minimize losses. The talks represent something new in Ottoman diplomatic experience, negotiating from weakness and accepting permanent territorial losses rather than temporary truces before renewed expansion. The empire's representatives must acknowledge a strategic reality that contradicts centuries of Ottoman advancement. The psychological and political implications are profound. The Treaty of Karlowitz, signed in January 1699, formally ends the Great Turkish War and establishes a new territorial order in Eastern Europe. The Ottomans cede almost all of Hungary to Habsburg Austria, along with Transylvania and significant portions of Croatia and Slavonia. Poland recovers Podolia, lost in previous conflicts. Venice gains territories in the Morea and Dalmatia, expanding its position in the eastern Mediterranean. Russia, though making smaller gains, establishes its presence in negotiations and its status as a power with interests in Ottoman affairs. The treaty represents the first major permanent territorial losses the empire has suffered in Europe. The terms of Karlowitz mark more than territorial adjustments, they signal a fundamental shift in the empire's trajectory from expansion to contraction. For 3 centuries, Ottoman history was characterized by almost continuous territorial growth, with temporary setbacks followed by renewed advance. After 1699, that pattern is broken definitively. The empire will continue fighting defensive wars and occasionally recovering some lost ground, but the era of expansion is finished. The psychological impact on Ottoman elites is significant, forcing recognition that the empire faces challenges requiring new approaches and reforms. The transition from besieger of Vienna to signer of Karlowitz takes just 16 years, a remarkably swift reversal that shocks contemporaries and resonates through subsequent Ottoman history. The generation that witnessed both events struggles to comprehend how completely circumstances have changed. The army that seemed poised to break into Central Europe and threaten Habsburg Austria's survival has been pushed back behind frontiers not seen in over a century. The diplomatic language and practice must adapt to new realities, acknowledging peers and even accepting mediators rather than dictating terms from positions of overwhelming strength. Vienna itself is transformed by its deliverance and the subsequent victories it symbolizes, entering a golden age of imperial confidence and Baroque splendor. The Habsburgs celebrate their survival and expansion with magnificent building projects that reshape the city's appearance. Palaces and churches rise in triumphant Baroque style, architectural assertions of power and divine favor. The city that nearly fell to Ottoman siege becomes a glittering capital of an expanding empire. The memory of 1683 is preserved in monuments, paintings, and annual commemorations that reinforce Habsburg legitimacy and Vienna's special status as Christendom's bastion. For the Ottoman Empire, the defeat at Vienna and the losses confirmed at Karlowitz initiate a long period of territorial decline and internal debate about reform. Some within the empire's ruling circles recognize that military and administrative systems require modernization to compete with European powers employing new technologies and organizational methods. The balance between preserving tradition and adopting innovation becomes a central tension in Ottoman political and intellectual life. The confident expansion that characterized earlier centuries gives way to defensive concerns and awareness of vulnerability. The empire remains formidable, controlling vast territories and populations, but the trajectory is now unmistakably declining. The year 1683 thus becomes a symbolic date in both Ottoman and European history, a moment when centuries-long expansion reaches its furthest extent and then reverses. The high water mark metaphor proves apt. The Ottoman tide has reached its maximum advance and now begins its slow recession. The walls of Vienna mark the boundary beyond which the empire cannot pass, despite the immense effort and resources committed to breaking through. Everything that follows in the 18th and 19th centuries, all the subsequent territorial losses and reform efforts, traces back to this turning point on the fields outside Vienna when Sobieski's cavalry charged down the slopes and broke Kara Mustafa's army. The human cost of these grand strategic shifts is measured in thousands of lives lost in battle, siege, and disease, in villages destroyed, in populations displaced by shifting frontiers. The soldiers who fought at Vienna on both sides were individuals with stories, families, hopes beyond the historical forces that brought them to that field. The civilians who endured the siege, who faced starvation and bombardment, experienced terror and relief that statistics cannot capture. The treaty signed at Karlowitz redistricts human lives across new borders, placing communities under different rulers and legal systems. History's great turning points are also moments of immense personal tragedy and dislocation for those who live through them. Yet from the perspective of Ottoman history as a continuous narrative spanning centuries, the period from Vienna to Karlowitz represents one chapter in a much longer story. The empire does not collapse or disappear after 1699, it persists for more than 2 additional centuries, adapting and reforming with varying degrees of success. The Ottomans continue to be a major power in Eastern Europe and the Middle East, though never again with the threatening presence that could bring 150,000 men to besiege Central Europe's greatest city. The institutions and culture that made the empire formidable continue to function and evolve, carrying Ottoman civilization forward even as its territorial extent contracts. The legacy of Vienna and Karlowitz lives on in European and Ottoman memory, shaping how both sides understand their history and identity. For Europeans, particularly those in the Habsburg lands in Poland, the victory becomes a founding myth of resistance to Eastern threat and the triumph of Christian solidarity. For Ottomans and later for Turkish historians, it marks the beginning of a long period of reflection on what went wrong and how the empire might be revitalized. The interpretations shift across centuries, but the events themselves remain fixed as a turning point when expansion ended and a new, more defensive era began for the empire that once seemed destined to reshape Europe according to its own vision. The peace came quietly in the summer of 1718, signed in the town of Passarowitz along the Danube's southern bend. Ottoman envoys sat across from Habsburg and Venetian diplomats in rooms that still smelled of war, arranging the terms of withdrawal. The treaty stripped away territories that had been Ottoman for generations, lands in Hungary and the Balkans returning to Austrian control. Venice regained portions of Dalmatia and the Morea, though not all it had lost in previous conflicts. The Sultan's representatives signed with steady hands, knowing the alternative was further catastrophe on the battlefield. You would have seen relief in Istanbul when news of the treaty arrived, not celebration but the weary gratitude of a city exhausted by military failure. The wars against Austria and Venice had drained treasuries and filled cemeteries, achieving nothing but demonstrating how far Ottoman military capacity had declined. Sultan Ahmed III, who had inherited an empire already showing cracks, chose a path his predecessors might have rejected outright. He would pursue peace, not as a brief interlude between campaigns, but as a deliberate policy for renewal and recovery. The Grand Vizier who would guide this transformation was Nevzahirli Damat Ibrahim Pasha, a man of unusual vision for his time and position. He had married Ahmed III's daughter, binding himself to the imperial family through blood and ambition in equal measure. Ibrahim Pasha understood that military reform required more than hiring new drill instructors or casting better cannon. The empire needed breathing room, time to observe its rivals and selectively adopt what made them strong while preserving what made the Ottoman state itself. The years following Passarowitz would later be called the Lail Devri, the Tulip Era, though that name captures only part of what unfolded. Yes, tulips became objects of obsessive cultivation, their bulbs trading for sums that seemed absurd even to contemporary observers. But the flower was symbol more than substance, representing a broader cultural shift toward aesthetic refinement and deliberate pleasure after decades of grim military struggle. The Sultan and his vizier created gardens where none had existed, commissioned poetry that celebrated beauty rather than conquest. You would find the most elaborate of these gardens along the Golden Horn and the sweet waters of Europe, waterside estates where the elite gathered for evening entertainments. Gardeners cultivated thousands of tulip varieties, each bloom catalogued and priced according to petal shape and color gradation. Lanterns hung from trees during festivals, their light reflecting off fountains designed by architects who studied both Ottoman tradition and European innovation. Music drifted across these spaces, mingling with conversation about poetry, philosophy, and the curious customs of the French and Venetian courts. Ahmed III himself took genuine pleasure in these gatherings, though they served diplomatic purposes as well as aesthetic ones. European ambassadors attended, observing Ottoman culture at its most refined while the Sultan and his advisors observed them in turn. The Marquis de Bonnac represented French interests at the Ottoman court, finding himself welcomed into spaces that previous generations of diplomats had struggled to access. These interactions were calibrated carefully, maintaining Ottoman dignity while permitting exchanges of knowledge that had practical implications for statecraft and military science. The architecture of the era reflected this dual consciousness, blending Ottoman forms with decorative elements borrowed from Baroque Europe. The Sultan commissioned pavilions and mosques that retained traditional layouts but incorporated new ornamentation, curved lines and elaborate carved details that would have seemed foreign a generation earlier. The Fountain of Ahmed III, built near the Topkapi Palace in 1728, demonstrated this synthesis perfectly, its five-domed bays and ornate calligraphy distinctly Ottoman while its proportions and decorative exuberance showed awareness of European aesthetic trends. Libraries expanded during these years, their collections growing to include not just Islamic texts but European works on science, geography, and military theory. Translators worked steadily, rendering French and Italian treatises into Ottoman Turkish for circulation among the educated elite. The pace was careful, each translation reviewed for theological acceptability before release, but the direction was unmistakable. Knowledge from beyond the empire's borders was being systematically gathered and studied, treated as resource rather than contamination. The most revolutionary development came in 1727, when Ibrahim Mutafarika established the first Ottoman printing press authorized to produce books in Turkish. Mutafarika was Hungarian by birth, a convert to Islam who had become fascinated by the potential of printing technology. He had observed how printed books spread knowledge rapidly across European societies, creating literate publics that drove economic and military innovation. The Ottoman Empire, relying almost entirely on hand-copied manuscripts, was falling behind in the simple dissemination of information. You must understand the resistance Mutafarika faced, opposition rooted in both economic interest and religious conviction. The calligraphers' guilds viewed printing as a threat to their livelihood, which it certainly was in practical terms. More significantly, religious scholars worried that mass-produced texts would introduce errors into sacred knowledge, corrupting the Quran and Hadith through careless reproduction. The prohibition against printing Arabic script had stood for centuries, protecting both jobs and theological purity. Mutafarika navigated these concerns through careful negotiation and strategic limitation. His press would print works of history, geography, science, and language, but not religious texts. The Quran and Islamic legal works would remain the province of trained calligraphers, preserving both their sanctity and the guild's core business. He obtained a fatwa from the Sheikh al-Islam approving this limited scope, then secured the Sultan's personal authorization. The process took years of persuasion, but in 1729 the first book emerged from the press, a 2-volume Arabic-Turkish dictionary. The early output was modest, perhaps 20 titles in the press's first decade, editions of a few hundred copies each. But the precedent was transformative, demonstrating that Ottoman society could adopt European technology without abandoning Islamic principles. Mutafarika's books included maps showing the Americas, treatises on military engineering, and histories of the Ottoman dynasty itself. Each volume carried elaborate justifications explaining how printing served the Sultan and the faith, anticipating objections before they could solidify into organized opposition. Parallel to these cultural developments, Ibrahim Pasha pursued military modernization with similar caution. He brought European advisors to Istanbul, primarily French officers willing to share expertise in artillery design and fortification engineering. These men worked quietly, training small cadres of Ottoman officers who would in turn train others, building capacity without the visibility that might trigger conservative backlash. New foundries were established using European techniques, producing cannon with standardized bore sizes for more reliable ammunition performance. You would find these reformers working within existing institutional structures rather than creating parallel systems. The Janissaries remained untouched, too powerful and too sensitive to reform directly, but new bombardier corps were established alongside them. Engineering schools taught mathematics and geometry using European texts, their graduates assigned to fortress construction and siege operations. The changes were real but incremental, designed to strengthen the empire without provoking the violent resistance that had doomed earlier reform attempts. Diplomatic engagement deepened throughout the 1720s, with Ottoman embassies sent to major European capitals for extended residencies. These ambassadors were instructed to observe military organization, manufacturing techniques, and governmental administration in detail. Their reports back to Istanbul described standing armies drilled in synchronized movements, state bureaucracies that collected taxes efficiently, and economies where merchant activity generated revenue that funded military power. The message was clear: European strength rested on systematic organization, not merely superior courage or technology. The embassy to France in 1720, led by Yermeseki's Mem Shalebi, proved particularly influential. Mem spent months in Paris, attending court functions and inspecting military installations, sending detailed dispatches to the Sultan describing everything he witnessed. He toured the Palace of Versailles, observing how architecture itself projected royal power through calculated magnificence. He watched French artillery drills, noting the precision of coordinated fire. He visited manufactories and libraries, theaters and gardens, assembling a comprehensive portrait of French state capacity. Ahmed III read these reports with genuine interest, seeing in them possibilities for Ottoman renewal that did not require abandoning the empire's fundamental character. The French had their own traditions, their own monarchy and religious establishment, yet they had modernized without collapsing into chaos. Perhaps the Ottomans could do the same, grafting European techniques onto an Islamic framework, strengthening the Sultan's power while maintaining the social order that justified his rule. Yet even as these reforms proceeded, tensions accumulated beneath the surface of tulip-era refinement. The gardens and printing presses cost money, as did the new foundries and European advisors. Tax collection grew more aggressive to fund both cultural patronage and military modernization, the burden falling hardest on ordinary subjects already struggling with inflation. Prices rose steadily through the 1720s, wages lagging behind, while the elite cultivated tulips and recited poetry in illuminated gardens. Religious conservatives watched Westernization with growing alarm, seeing in it not strength but corruption, the erosion of Islamic values by infidel influence. The printing press particularly troubled them, despite its careful exclusion of religious texts. Knowledge had always flowed through established channels, teachers to students, manuscripts copied under supervision, truth protected by human chains of transmission. Now books multiplied without that human connection, knowledge becoming commodity rather than sacred trust. The Janissaries, sidelined by the new military formations and resentful of the attention given to European-style troops, found common cause with these religious critics. They had once been the empire's elite infantry, feared across Europe, their political influence matching their military prowess. Now they saw resources diverted to bombardier corps trained by French officers, their own role diminishing while the state pursued fashionable innovation. Discontent spread through their barracks, finding ready audience among troops whose pay was often delayed while gardens bloomed for aristocratic pleasure. You could sense the instability by 1730, despite the surface calm of continued festivals and architectural projects. The empire had not recovered economically from decades of war, and the reforms themselves generated resentment faster than they generated results. Ibrahim Pasha's position, dependent entirely on the Sultan's favor and his marriage connection, left him vulnerable to any significant disruption. He had enemies among the old military elite, among displaced bureaucrats, among religious scholars who saw his westernization as dangerous compromise. The spark came from an unlikely source, a commoner named Patrona Halil who had no formal position but possessed the volatile charisma of popular revolt. Halil was an Albanian by origin, a bath attendant in the Janissary quarters who understood the grievances simmering through Istanbul's lower ranks. He began speaking publicly against the government's policies, denouncing the gardens and printing presses while soldiers went unpaid, condemning the presence of European advisors as Islamic humiliation. His audience grew as economic conditions worsened, common people joining Janissaries in their anger. The revolt erupted in September 1730, beginning in the Janissary barracks and spreading rapidly through Istanbul's streets. Thousands joined Patrona Halil's movement, a coalition of soldiers, religious students, guild workers, and the urban poor united by rage against the existing order. They marched toward the palace, demanding the dismissal of Ibrahim Pasha and the reversal of his reforms. The Sultan's government, built on cultural refinement rather than military strength, had no reliable force to deploy against them. Ahmed III faced a choice familiar to Ottoman rulers across the centuries: sacrifice his vizier or risk his throne. The Janissaries made clear they had no quarrel with the Sultan himself, only with the policies pursued in his name. Ibrahim Pasha, they insisted, had corrupted the state with foreign innovations, bankrupting the treasury while enriching himself and his allies. If he was removed and the reforms abandoned, the Sultan could remain and order would be restored. You would have witnessed Ibrahim Pasha's execution within days of the revolt's beginning, his body displayed as proof of the Sultan's compliance with popular demands. The Tulip era's gardens were destroyed, their elaborate fountains smashed and ornamental plantings torn up by crowds celebrating the return to authentic Ottoman values. The printing press continued operating, too established to eliminate entirely, but its ambitions shrank, its output becoming safer and less innovative. European advisors quietly departed, their services no longer required by a government now responsive to very different pressures. Ahmed III himself abdicated within weeks, though he was permitted to live in comfortable retirement. His nephew Mehmed I took the throne, a ruler who understood that reform, however necessary, could not proceed faster than society would tolerate. The lesson was stark: westernization imposed from above by a narrow elite would generate resistance that could topple governments and end dynasties. Any future reforms would need broader support or greater force behind them. Patrona Halil briefly became the power behind the throne, a commoner dictating policy to the Sultan through threat of renewed violence. His influence was chaotic and short-lived, his own execution following within months as the traditional elite reasserted control. But the revolt he led demonstrated the limits of top-down modernization in a society where military corps retained political veto power and religious legitimacy constrained innovation. The empire's fundamental structures remained unreformed, the Janissaries triumphant, the conservative religious establishment validated. The Tulip era ended as it had begun, not with military catastrophe but with political calculation about what the empire could sustain. For 12 years Ahmed III and Ibrahim Pasha had pursued a vision of Ottoman renewal through selective westernization, cultural sophistication replacing military glory as the measure of state success. They had built gardens and libraries, established printing presses and engineering schools, sent ambassadors to study Europe and invited European experts to Istanbul. The experiment produced real achievements but failed to build the political coalition needed to protect it. You might see in this episode both possibility and limitation, evidence that the Ottoman Empire could adapt and innovate when leadership chose that path, but also that entrenched interests could block transformation when it threatened their position. The printing press survived, a permanent addition to Ottoman intellectual life, however constrained its early operation. The diplomatic relationships established during the Tulip era continued, embedding the empire in European state systems. Knowledge of European military and administrative techniques circulated among Ottoman elites, waiting for circumstances that might permit their application. Yet the fundamental challenges remained unaddressed. The Janissaries still represented obsolete military organization, powerful enough to prevent their own reform. The religious establishment still viewed innovation with suspicion, ready to mobilize popular resentment against changes that seemed to compromise Islamic authenticity. The fiscal system still struggled to generate revenue sufficient for both military modernization and social stability. The empire was trapped between the need to reform in order to compete with European powers and the resistance such reform generated within Ottoman society itself. The new Sultan, Mehmed I, inherited this stalemate. He would rule for 24 years, pursuing cautious policies that avoided both dramatic reform and complete stagnation. Military campaigns would resume, with mixed results, while internal stability remained fragile. The empire would neither collapse nor transform, existing in a condition of managed decline that could continue for decades but offered no clear path to renewed strength. The Tulip era became memory, its gardens destroyed but its contradictions permanent. Future reformers would study Ibrahim Pasha's failure, learning from his mistakes while facing similar obstacles. Some would conclude that reform required revolutionary force, the complete destruction of institutions like the Janissaries before modernization could proceed. Others would pursue incremental change, building support gradually to avoid Patrona Halil-style backlash. Still others would seek external support, allying with European powers to gain resources and protection for reform programs. Each approach carried risks, and none would prove entirely successful in the near term. For now, though, in the early 1730s, the empire returned to familiar patterns. Military expeditions were organized against traditional enemies, border wars that gained or lost marginal territories without resolving strategic vulnerabilities. The palace returned to conventional magnificence, less experimental in its aesthetics, more careful about displays that might seem wastefully European. The ulama reasserted their authority over education and law, ensuring that innovation remained within acceptable Islamic bounds. Order was restored, but the underlying weaknesses that had prompted reform in the first place continued to deepen. You could walk through Istanbul in 1735 and find little visible evidence of the tulip era's cultural flowering. The gardens were gone, replaced by more austere landscapes. The poetry salons had dispersed, their participants returning to conventional literary forms. European fashions in dress and architecture had retreated in favor of traditional Ottoman styles. Only the printing press remained, its output modest but continuing, a quiet testament to the brief moment when the empire had imagined itself transforming through knowledge rather than conquest. The experience left scars on Ottoman political consciousness, creating wariness about reform that would persist for generations. Innovation became associated with instability, westernization with popular revolt, intellectual curiosity with political danger. Leaders who might have pursued similar policies in later decades hesitated, remembering how quickly the tulip era had collapsed into chaos. The empire became more conservative in its reflexes, more defensive in its engagement with European ideas, protecting itself against external threats but also against internal transformation. Yet the need for reform did not disappear, could not disappear as long as European military and economic power continued growing. The lessons of Passerowitz remained valid. The empire could not compete militarily without adopting at least some European methods. The question was not whether to reform but how to do so without triggering the resistance that had destroyed Ibrahim Pasha. That question would haunt Ottoman politics through the coming decades, generating answers that satisfied neither conservatives nor reformers, preserving the empire while leaving it perpetually vulnerable. The tulip era thus stands as a road glimpsed but not taken, an alternative future abandoned before it could fully develop. For a brief moment the empire had pursued peace, culture, and selective modernization, imagining itself as a cosmopolitan power engaged with European civilization rather than merely opposed to it. The experiment failed, crushed by forces too powerful and too entrenched to overcome with gardens and printing presses. But the memory persisted, reminding later generations that transformation had once seemed possible, that the empire contained within itself the capacity for change if only the circumstances permitted it. History would judge the tulip era ambiguously, seeing in it both genuine accomplishment and tragic failure. The printing press was real progress, as were the diplomatic relationships and the knowledge accumulated about European systems. But the political collapse was also real, demonstrating how fragile reform could be when imposed without broad support. The empire would continue, surviving for nearly 2 more centuries, but the path to modernization would remain contested, dangerous, and incomplete. The tulips bloomed briefly, then died, their season ending before the full fruit could ripen. The 19th century arrives in Istanbul with a sense of unease that settles over the imperial palaces like winter fog. European ambassadors walked the halls of Topkapi with new confidence, their nations transformed by steam engines and factory production beyond anything the Ottoman world has yet embraced. The Sultan and his advisors understand that the empire faces challenges unlike any in its 500-year history. The military defeats of the previous century have become more frequent, more decisive, and more humiliating with each passing decade. Something fundamental must change if the empire is to survive in this new age of nationalism and industrial power. Mahmud II ascends to the throne in 1808 amid conspiracy and violence, his predecessor having been deposed by reformist factions seeking radical change. He inherits an empire where provincial governors rule their territories like independent monarchs, where the Janissary Corps has become an obstacle to every modernizing initiative. The young sultan possesses a sharp mind and absolute determination. qualities he will need for the transformation he envisions. He studies European military manuals in secret, corresponds with ambassadors about organizational structures, and plans reforms that would have seemed impossible to his ancestors. For nearly 2 decades, he moves carefully, building alternative power structures while the Janissaries remain unaware of their coming obsolescence. The streets of Istanbul in the 1820s pulse with tension as traditional power structures sense the approaching storm of reform. Janissaries gather in their barracks, aging soldiers who have not fought a foreign war in years but who still control the capital through threat and intimidation. Their opposition has blocked every significant reform attempt for generations, their famous kettles overturned in protest whenever a sultan dares suggest changes to their privileges. Mahmud watches them from his palace windows, these soldiers who were once the empire's greatest strength now transformed into its greatest weakness. He cannot modernize while they exist, cannot create new institutions while they sabotage every innovation. The reckoning must come, and Mahmud has been preparing for it with methodical patience. In June of 1826, the Sultan announces the formation of a new military unit trained in European drill and tactics. The response comes swiftly as Janissaries pour into the hippodrome, overturning their kettles in the traditional gesture of revolt against the Sultan's authority. But this time, Mahmud has prepared a different response than the capitulation his predecessors always offered. He unfurls the sacred banner of the Prophet Muhammad, declaring the Janissaries enemies of Islam itself, and orders loyal troops to surround their barracks. Artillery pieces, newly positioned overnight, turn their barrels toward the buildings where generations of soldiers have lived and trained. The bombardment begins at dawn, cannons roaring across the ancient heart of the city. The destruction of the Janissary corps unfolds with terrible efficiency as flames consume their barracks and loyal troops hunt down survivors through Istanbul's winding streets. Thousands die in a single day of violence that the Sultan's proclamations will call the auspicious incident, a purification rather than a massacre. The corps that served sultans since the 14th century ceases to exist, dissolved in fire and blood and imperial decree. Mahmud shows no mercy to those who surrender, no hesitation in eliminating an institution that had defined Ottoman military power for half a millennium. By nightfall, the ancient order has been swept away, leaving space for the modern army the Sultan envisions. The reformers who have waited decades for this moment begin their work immediately. The creation of a new military force occupies Mahmud's attention through the remaining years of his reign, European advisors arriving to train officers in modern tactics and organization. Gone are the traditional robes and turbans, replaced by European-style uniforms and the fez that becomes the symbol of Ottoman modernization. New military academies open their doors, teaching mathematics and engineering alongside traditional martial skills to cadets selected for ability rather than birth. The Sultan himself appears in public wearing Western-style military dress, his very appearance a statement that the empire must transform to survive. Yet even as these reforms take shape, disasters unfold in the empire's European provinces that demonstrate how late this modernization has come. The Greek War of Independence erupts in 1821 as secret societies and nationalist intellectuals transform European sympathy into armed rebellion across the Peloponnese. Ottoman forces respond with savage reprisals that shock European public opinion, massacres on islands like Chios that romantic poets transform into calls for intervention. The Sultan's new armies prove no more effective than the Janissaries they replaced, unable to suppress determined guerrilla fighters who know every mountain pass and coastal inlet. British and French and Russian public opinion, inflamed by classical education and romantic Philhellenism, demands their governments support the Greek cause. The Ottoman Empire faces not just a provincial revolt but the intervention of European great powers on behalf of Christian subjects. The old order crumbles further with each battle, each diplomatic setback. At Navarino Bay in 1827, the combined fleets of Britain, France, and Russia destroy the Ottoman Egyptian navy in a single afternoon of devastating broadsides. The battle seals Greece's independence, demonstrating the technological and organizational gap between Ottoman forces and modern European militaries. Mahmud watches his empire's southern flank collapse despite all his reforms, despite the destruction of the Janissaries and the creation of new military structures. The Treaty of Adrianople in 1829 confirms Greek independence, the first time an Ottoman province has successfully seceded through nationalist revolution. The precedent terrifies imperial administrators who understand that similar movements simmer throughout the Balkans, among Serbs and Bulgarians and Romanians who also dream of independence. The empire's very survival suddenly appears contingent on reforms more radical than mere military reorganization. Mahmud dies in 1839, having modernized much but saved little, his reign a race against dissolution that he ultimately could not win. His young son Abdülmecid inherits an empire in crisis, European powers circling like wolves, nationalist movements growing bolder, provincial governors increasingly independent of central control. The new sultan, only 16 years old, depends heavily on his Grand Vizier Mustafa Rezid Pasha, a reformer who has studied European institutions during diplomatic posts in Paris and London. Rezid Pasha understands that military modernization alone cannot save the empire, that fundamental restructuring of governance and society itself must occur. Within months of Abdülmecid's accession, he presents the Sultan with a comprehensive reform program that will reshape Ottoman identity itself. The proclamation of the Tanzimat reforms in November 1839 takes place in the Gulhane Park outside Topkapi Palace. Dignitaries and foreign ambassadors gathered to witness the transformation. The imperial rescript promises equality before the law for all subjects regardless of religion, an end to the confiscation of property that has plagued merchants and landowners for centuries. New administrative councils will govern provinces with structured bureaucracy rather than arbitrary provincial authority. New courts will operate according to codified laws rather than the whims of local judges. Tax farming, that corrupt system where private collectors enriched themselves from state revenues, will be abolished in favor of fixed assessments and salaried collectors. The document reads like a constitution, though the word itself remains carefully unspoken, a charter of rights that fundamentally reimagines the relationship between sultan and subject. The implementation of Tanzimat reforms requires a complete rebuilding of Ottoman governance, new ministries created along European models with defined responsibilities and hierarchies. The Ministry of Education begins opening secular schools that teach sciences and languages alongside traditional religious curriculum, creating a new class of bureaucrats literate in both Ottoman and European culture. The Ministry of Justice establishes new courts where commercial law operates according to codified statutes, where Christian and Jewish merchants can testify on equal terms with Muslims. Provincial administrative councils bring local notables into governance alongside appointed officials, creating forums for negotiation that bypass traditional patrimonial relationships. Each reform chips away at centuries of precedent. Each new institution creates resistance among those whose power derived from the old order. Non-Muslim communities respond to the Tanzimat reforms with cautious optimism mixed with deep skepticism born of centuries of second-class status. The promise of equality before the law represents a revolution in Ottoman governance, an end to formal dhimmi status that has defined Christian and Jewish life since the conquest. Yet implementation remains uneven and contested. Traditional officials in distant provinces ignoring decrees from Istanbul, Muslim populations resenting the elevation of their Christian neighbors. In the cities, educated Christians and Jews enter government service in unprecedented numbers, their language skills and European connections making them invaluable to modernizing bureaucracies. New schools teach the children of all religions together in some instances, an unthinkable mixing that both excites progressives and outrages conservatives. The empire attempts to transform subjects of different faiths into equal citizens, a project perhaps more radical than anything in contemporary European practice. The costs of reform mount with staggering speed as new institutions require new buildings, new salaries, new equipment purchased from European manufacturers at European prices. The modern military that Mahmud envisioned requires not just European weapons but European instructors, European organizational models, European military academies with their expensive infrastructure and specialized faculty. New schools need trained teachers, new courts need trained judges, new administrative councils need salaried bureaucrats, replacing the old system where officials enriched themselves through corruption. The empire's traditional revenue sources prove wholly inadequate for these modernizing ambitions, tax collection remaining inefficient despite reforms, provincial governors still diverting substantial resources to their own purposes. The solution arrives in the form of European loans, French and British banks eager to lend to a government desperate for capital. The debt begins modestly but grows with exponential inevitability. The Crimean War erupts in 1853 when Russia demands rights to protect Orthodox Christians throughout Ottoman territories, a claim that would effectively make the empire a Russian protectorate. The Sultan refuses, understanding that acceptance means the end of meaningful sovereignty, and Russian armies pour across the Danube into the empire's European provinces. Britain and France, alarmed by Russian expansion toward the Mediterranean, offer alliance and military support to preserve Ottoman territorial integrity. For the first time in centuries, the empire fights alongside European great powers rather than against them, a diplomatic revolution that confirms its new status. British and French troops land in Crimea, modern armies with rifled muskets and professional officer corps, fighting Russia to preserve the European balance of power. The war costs hundreds of thousands of lives and confirms the Ottoman Empire's dependence on European support for survival. The fighting in Crimea showcases both Ottoman resilience and Ottoman inadequacy, troops fighting bravely but with equipment and organization inferior to their European allies. At the Siege of Sevastopol, Ottoman forces hold sections of the line alongside British and French divisions, enduring the same artillery bombardments and winter hardships. Yet the technological gap remains evident in every engagement, Ottoman artillery outranged by Russian guns, Ottoman logistics breaking down where British supply lines function adequately. European military advisors shake their heads at the corruption and inefficiency they observe, at supply contracts awarded to the Sultan's favorites rather than the lowest bidder. The war demonstrates that decades of reform have not closed the gap with European powers, that modernization requires not just new institutions but fundamental cultural and economic transformation. Victory comes in 1856 with the Treaty of Paris, but it is a victory that highlights Ottoman weakness rather than strength. The post-war decades bring accelerating reform as Sultan Abdulaziz and his advisors attempt to compress centuries of European development into a few frantic years. The first Ottoman railway opens, connecting Istanbul to Edirne with gleaming European locomotives, the beginning of a network that will eventually require thousands of miles of track. Telegraph lines spread across the empire, linking provincial capitals to the center with communication that travels at the speed of electricity rather than the speed of horses. Steamships replace sailing vessels in the Imperial Navy, their coal-fired engines requiring new coaling stations and engineering corps trained in European technical schools. The physical infrastructure of modernity appears in Istanbul and other major cities, gas lighting along main boulevards, European-style boulevards cutting through ancient neighborhoods, a new opera house and theaters presenting European dramatic works. The empire's capital transforms into a cosmopolitan showcase of modernization. The transformation extends to education and culture as the first Ottoman university opens its doors, offering programs in medicine, law, and engineering taught by European professors and Ottoman scholars trained in European institutions. Women's education begins cautiously with schools for girls in Istanbul, teaching European languages and sciences alongside traditional accomplishments. Newspapers proliferate in Turkish and Arabic and Greek and Armenian, some government-sponsored but others independent, creating a public sphere where ideas circulate with unprecedented freedom. Young Ottomans, intellectuals who have studied in Paris and London, write passionate essays calling for constitutional government and representative assemblies. The cultural ferment mirrors European debates about governance and individual rights, Enlightenment ideas adapted to Ottoman circumstances. The empire that once defined itself through military conquest and religious identity now seeks legitimacy through modernization and reform. Midhat Pasha emerges as the leading reformer of the 1860s and 70s, a brilliant administrator who implements Tanzimat reforms with revolutionary thoroughness wherever he serves as governor. In the Danube province, he creates model administrative councils where Christian and Muslim notables share power, establishes schools and roads and bridges funded through efficient tax collection. His successes demonstrate what Tanzimat can accomplish under capable leadership, but also highlight how dependent reform is on individual administrators rather than systemic transformation. Midhat dreams of a constitution that would transform the empire into a modern state governed by law rather than sultanic whim. He gathers supporters among younger bureaucrats and military officers, men educated in the new schools who believe that only constitutional government can save the empire. Their opportunity comes with a financial crisis that threatens to destroy everything the Tanzimat reformers have built. The empire's European debt grows throughout the 1860s as each modernizing initiative requires new loans to supplement inadequate tax revenues. Railways need track and locomotives and stations, new ministries need buildings and salaries, the modern military requires weapons and training facilities and pensions for officers. European banks extend credit with enthusiasm, accepting Ottoman bonds that pay generous interest rates and seem secured by the empire's vast territories. Each loan requires payment in gold or European currency while the empire earns revenue in depreciated Ottoman currency, creating an exchange rate problem that compounds with each new borrowing. The debt service begins consuming larger portions of the annual budget, leaving less for the very reforms the borrowing was meant to finance. By the early 1870s, the empire pays enormous sums just to service existing debt while simultaneously borrowing more to fund current operations. The arithmetic leads inexorably toward catastrophe. The global financial panic of 1873 triggers the crisis as European credit markets contract and Ottoman bond prices collapse. The empire's revenues, already inadequate, decline further as economic depression reduces trade and tax collection falters in provinces affected by poor harvests. The government begins missing interest payments, then postpones them, then admits it cannot meet its obligations to European bondholders. In October 1875, the Sultan's government announces it can pay only half the interest due on the foreign debt, effectively declaring partial bankruptcy. European financial markets react with shock and fury, Ottoman bonds becoming worthless overnight, the empire's credit destroyed completely. The reformers' great project, funded through European loans, collapses under the weight of debts that can never be repaid through the empire's existing economic structure. The immediate consequences of bankruptcy cascade through Ottoman society as the government slashes salaries and suspends public works projects that employed thousands. The military faces supply shortages, soldiers unpaid for months, officers selling their possessions to feed their families. Provincial administrators receive no funds from the center, forcing them to extract what they can from local populations through means the Tanzimat reforms had supposedly abolished. Construction stops on half-finished railways, on schools and hospitals and administrative buildings, on all the physical infrastructure of modernization. The European banks and bondholders who had eagerly lent to the empire now demand control over Ottoman finances to protect their investments. The humiliation is complete. The empire that once threatened Vienna and besieged Constantinople now submits to foreign administration of its own revenues. The establishment of the Ottoman Public Debt Administration in 1881 formalizes foreign control over substantial portions of the empire's revenue streams. European administrators take over tax collection in designated regions, operating customs houses and tobacco monopolies and salt taxes to ensure bondholders receive payment before the Ottoman government funds its own operations. The administration employs thousands of European bureaucrats and local agents, a state within a state that operates with efficiency the Ottoman government never achieved. The arrangement becomes permanent, lasting until the empire's dissolution, a daily reminder of financial dependence and lost sovereignty. The bondholders eventually recover much of their investment, but the empire pays a price far beyond the monetary, the surrender of economic independence that parallels the military dependence revealed in Crimea. Abdülhamid II ascends to the throne in 1876 amid this financial catastrophe, his reign beginning with the empire bankrupt, Balkan provinces in revolt, and reformers demanding a constitution. Midhat Pasha and his allies present the new sultan with a draft constitution that would create an elected parliament and limit sultanic authority. Abdülhamid accepts, perhaps calculating that he can manipulate the system, perhaps genuinely believing constitutional government might save the empire. The constitution is proclaimed with great ceremony in December 1876, the first such document in Ottoman history, promising representative government and individual rights. Elections follow, delegates gathering in Istanbul from across the empire's remaining territories, Ottoman democracy in its first fragile flowering. Yet the sultan who granted the constitution will also suspend it, and the Tanzimat era of optimistic reform will give way to decades of authoritarian modernization from above. The nationalist movements that plague the empire intensify through the reform decades despite or perhaps because of the Tanzimat's promise of equality. Serbian autonomy expands into full independence, recognized by European powers even before the Ottoman government officially accepts the loss. Romanian nationalists and the Danubian principalities unite and assert sovereignty, their independence formalized in 1878 after Russia's victory in yet another Russo-Ottoman war. Bulgarian revolutionaries rise in 1876, Ottoman reprisals producing massacres that shock European opinion and provide Russia with pretext for intervention. The Treaty of Berlin in 1878 strips away vast territories in the Balkans and eastern Anatolia, reducing the empire's European holdings to a fragment of their former extent. The Christians whom the Tanzimat promised to integrate as equal citizens instead choose national independence, the empire's diversity transforming from strength to weakness in the age of nationalism. The failure of the Tanzimat project to preserve territorial integrity and fiscal independence shapes all subsequent Ottoman history through the empire's final decades. The reforms themselves were often well-designed and well-intentioned, their administrators frequently capable and dedicated to genuine transformation. Yet they confronted problems too deep for administrative solutions, an economy that could not generate sufficient revenue to fund a modern state, a society divided by religion and ethnicity in an age of nationalism, a position in the international system that made the empire a prize in European power politics. The reforms required breathing space that European creditors and European great powers would not provide, time to develop industries and education systems and civic institutions that might support genuine modernization. Instead, the empire borrowed against a future it could never afford, built institutions it could not sustain, and promised equality to populations who preferred independence. The Tanzimat era leaves mixed legacies that echo through Middle Eastern history long after the empire's dissolution. The schools and universities created in this period produced the intellectual class that will shape the 20th century Middle East, nationalists and reformers educated in Ottoman institutions. The legal reforms and administrative structures persist in successor states, modified but recognizable in Republican Turkey and Arab mandates. The experience of bankruptcy and foreign debt administration becomes a warning tale that shapes economic policy debates for generations. Most profoundly, the Tanzimat demonstrates the challenges of rapid modernization under external pressure, of attempting to transform ancient institutions while fighting for survival. The empire's reformers wanted to preserve their state through transformation, to become European enough to survive in a European-dominated world while remaining Ottoman in essential character. The contradictions in that project could not be resolved through better administration or more comprehensive reforms. The physical traces of the Tanzimat era remain visible in Istanbul and other former Ottoman cities, European-style buildings nestled among mosques and traditional architecture. The Dolmabahce Palace, completed in 1856, stands as monument to both the grandeur and the folly of the Reform era. Its vast halls decorated in European Baroque style required enormous expenditure that contributed to the approaching bankruptcy, its very existence a statement that Ottoman sultans could live as magnificently as European monarchs. Yet it is beautiful, its position on the Bosphorus commanding views of two continents, its rooms filled with the finest European and Ottoman craftsmanship. The palace embodies the Tanzimat dream, an empire that could synthesize European modernity and Ottoman tradition, that could survive through adaptation and reform. That the dream failed makes it no less poignant. The bureaucrats and soldiers who staffed the Tanzimat institutions worked through the 1870s and 80s with diminished budgets and growing cynicism about reform's possibilities. The idealism of 1839 has faded into the pragmatism of survival, grand visions replaced by incremental adjustments to declining circumstances. Yet they continue opening schools, training officers, administering provinces according to the reformed systems, maintaining what they can of the modernizing project. Some still believe that better implementation or different approaches might save the empire, that the next reform or the next loan might reverse the decline. Others simply do their jobs, serving an institution that has governed their region for centuries, unable to imagine what might replace it. The empire persists not because it has solved its problems but because the alternatives seem worse, because it still provides order and stability across vast territories, because its dissolution might unleash chaos. The Tanzimat could not save the empire, but perhaps it bought time for one more generation to find their way in a changing world. The final assessment of the Tanzimat reforms must acknowledge both their necessity and their insufficiency for the challenges the empire faced. Without them, the empire would certainly have collapsed earlier, unable to field modern armies or maintain any legitimacy with European powers increasingly committed to protecting Christian populations. With them, the empire survived another 70 years, modernizing substantially even while losing territory and sovereignty. The reforms created new social classes, new institutions, new ways of imagining Ottoman identity that influenced all successor states. They demonstrated both the possibilities and the limits of reform in contexts of severe external pressure and internal division. The story of the Tanzimat is the story of intelligent people working with dedication on problems that may have had no solution, trying to preserve through transformation what could perhaps only be preserved through fundamental reimagining. That they ultimately failed makes their effort no less significant in the long history of empires confronting modernity. The early years of the 20th century found the Ottoman Empire struggling beneath the weight of autocracy and obsolescence. Sultan Abdülhamid II ruled from Yıldız Palace, surrounded by high walls and layers of security, his paranoia grown thick after decades of throne. He had suspended the constitution in 1878, barely 2 years after its promulgation, and governed through networks of spies and informers. The empire's subjects watched European nations industrialize and modernize while their own state seemed frozen in an eternal twilight of suspicion and stagnation. Yet beneath the surface of Abdülhamid's surveillance state, new currents stirred among the educated classes of the empire. Army officers trained in modern military academies discussed constitutional government in hushed conversations. Medical students and civil servants read forbidden newspapers smuggled from Paris and Geneva. These young Ottomans, increasingly calling themselves Turks in a new articulation of identity, formed secret societies dedicated to restoring the constitutional order. They met in the back rooms of cafes, in private homes, in the provinces where the sultan's informers were fewer and less vigilant. The movement that would come to be known as the Young Turks drew its membership from across the empire's remaining territories. Officers stationed in Macedonia, the empire's restive European heartland, proved particularly receptive to constitutional ideas. Here, Bulgarian, Greek, and Serbian insurgents constantly challenged Ottoman authority, and young officers saw firsthand how the empire's sclerotic administration failed to meet modern challenges. They believed that only constitutional government, representative institutions, and the equality of all Ottoman subjects could save the state from dissolution. In the summer of 1908, the various opposition groups coordinated their efforts through the Committee of Union and Progress. Army units in Macedonia issued an ultimatum to the Sultan: restore the constitution or face military action. The movement spread rapidly through telegraph wires and railway lines, the very technologies of modernity that Abdülhamid had reluctantly permitted. Faced with the defection of key military units and lacking loyal forces sufficient to suppress the revolution, the Sultan capitulated. On July 24, 1908, he announced the restoration of the constitution and called for elections to a new parliament. The news sparked celebrations across the empire's cities that defied all previous boundaries of community and religion. In the streets of Istanbul, Salonika, and Izmir, Muslims embraced Christians and Jews in scenes of euphoric brotherhood. Crowds paraded with banners proclaiming liberty, equality, and fraternity, those French revolutionary ideals now transplanted to Ottoman soil. Political prisoners emerged from the Sultan's jails, blinking in the sunlight, welcomed as heroes. For a brief, shining moment, it seemed possible that the empire might transform itself into a genuine commonwealth of peoples. The first parliament elected under the restored constitution reflected this diversity, with deputies representing Turks, Arabs, Greeks, Armenians, Albanians, and others. They gathered in the assembly hall speaking a dozen languages, debating through interpreters, attempting to chart a course toward reform. But the enormous challenges facing the empire, nationalist movements, economic backwardness, great power interference, proved far more intractable than constitutional enthusiasm could solve. The Young Turk Revolution had changed the empire's governance, but it could not wish away the geopolitical realities surrounding it. Abdülhamid II remained on the throne as constitutional monarch, but he schemed from within Yildiz Palace to regain his absolute powers. In April 1909, a counter-revolutionary uprising broke out in Istanbul, with reactionary soldiers and theological students demanding the restoration of Islamic law and the Sultan's authority. The rebellion murdered several liberal officers and held the capital in chaos for days. Army units loyal to the constitutional government marched from Salonika, suppressed the uprising, and deposed Abdülhamid. The old sultan was sent into comfortable exile in Salonika, replaced by his pliant brother Mehmed I. Yet the removal of Abdülhamid did not bring stability, only a new phase of crisis. The Committee of Union and Progress increasingly governed as an authoritarian oligarchy, manipulating elections and suppressing opposition. The hopeful vision of a pluralistic Ottoman Commonwealth faded as Turkish nationalism became more pronounced within the movement. The empire's Christian subjects, who had briefly celebrated constitutional brotherhood, grew disillusioned as they realized that reform might mean Turkification rather than genuine equality. The empire's external situation deteriorated with horrifying speed after 1908, as if the Young Turk Revolution had been a signal to foreign powers that the moment had come to carve up the sick man of Europe. In 1908, Austria-Hungary annexed Bosnia-Herzegovina, territories it had occupied but which nominally remained Ottoman. Italy invaded Libya in 1911, seizing the empire's North African provinces in a war that revealed Ottoman military weakness. The worst blow came in 1912, when the newly independent Balkan states Serbia, Bulgaria, Greece, and Montenegro formed an alliance and attacked the empire simultaneously. The Balkan Wars of 1912 and 1913 were catastrophic defeats that stripped the empire of nearly all its European territories in a matter of months. Ottoman armies, poorly supplied and badly coordinated, retreated before the advancing Balkan forces. Cities that had been Ottoman for centuries, Salonika, Ioannina, Edirne, fell to the enemy. Hundreds of thousands of Muslim refugees fled ahead of the advancing armies, carrying tales of atrocities and ethnic cleansing. The empire that once dominated southeastern Europe now retained only a tiny foothold around Istanbul. These military disasters brought the most radical members of the Committee of Union and Progress to power through a coup in January 1913. A triumvirate of officers Enver, Tulut, and Selim emerged as the empire's true rulers, governing through the figurehead sultan. Among these three, Enver Pasha, young and ambitious, became Minister of War and the dominant voice in foreign policy. Enver had military experience in Libya and the Balkans, all of it bitter defeat, and he burned with desire to restore the empire's fortunes through bold action and alliance with a powerful European state. As Europe stumbled toward general war in 1914, Enver and his colleagues made the fateful decision to align the empire with Germany. Germany had been courting Ottoman favor for years, sending military missions, building railways, offering loans and armaments. Kaiser Wilhelm II had visited Istanbul and posed as a friend of Islam. German efficiency and military prowess impressed the young Turk leaders, who saw in the Central Powers potential allies against the empire's traditional enemies, Russia, France, and Britain. It seemed a logical calculation, but it would prove catastrophically wrong. The Ottoman Empire entered World War I in November 1914, after Enver secretly arranged for German warships to bombard Russian ports while flying Ottoman flags. The action forced Russia to declare war, bringing France and Britain in as Russia's allies. Within weeks, the 600-year-old empire found itself fighting on multiple fronts against enemies with vastly superior industrial capacity. Enver dreamed of conquering the Caucasus and Central Asia, restoring a great Turkish realm, but these were fantasies disconnected from Ottoman capabilities. The reality of Ottoman participation in the war was grinding, desperate defensive fighting on multiple fronts with inadequate supplies and infrastructure. British forces invaded Mesopotamia, advancing up the Tigris toward Baghdad. In the Caucasus, Ottoman armies launched offensives against Russia in winter conditions that killed tens of thousands through cold and disease. In Syria and Palestine, Ottoman forces prepared to face British armies advancing from Egypt. The empire mobilized nearly 3 million men during the war, straining an economy already weakened by decades of debt and territorial loss. Yet in 1915, when Britain and France attempted to force the Dardanelles Straits and capture Istanbul, Ottoman forces achieved their most significant victory of the war. The Gallipoli campaign saw British, French, Australian, and New Zealand forces land on the Gallipoli Peninsula in April, expecting to sweep aside Ottoman resistance. Instead, they encountered determined defenders fighting from carefully prepared positions on commanding heights. One of these Ottoman commanders, Mustafa Kemal, displayed tactical brilliance and personal courage that would make him famous throughout the empire. For 8 months, the opposing forces fought for rocky ridges and scrubby hillsides, enduring machine gun fire, artillery barrages, disease, and summer heat. Ottoman soldiers, many of them Anatolian peasants fighting to defend their homeland, held their positions despite horrific casualties. Mustafa Kemal's division repeatedly counterattacked at critical moments, preventing the Allies from breaking through to the Narrows. The Allied forces, poorly commanded and supplied, suffered equally terrible losses. In January 1916, the British evacuated their surviving forces, conceding defeat. Gallipoli was celebrated as a triumphant defense of the Ottoman homeland, and rightly so from a military perspective. But the victory came at enormous cost in lives and resources, and it could not change the broader strategic picture. While Ottoman forces held at Gallipoli, the empire's other fronts deteriorated steadily. More ominously, the strain of war and ethnic tensions produced genocidal violence against the empire's Armenian population, a crime that would forever stain the final years of Ottoman history. The Armenian genocide began in April 1915, as the Young Turk government ordered the deportation of Armenians from eastern Anatolia, citing security concerns. Armenian civilians, including women, children, and the elderly, were forced on death marches into the Syrian desert. Hundreds of thousands died from starvation, dehydration, and massacre. Some estimates place the death toll as high as 1.5 million Armenians. The genocide was systematic and deliberate, carried out by government decree and executed by military forces and irregular units. It represented the darkest chapter in the empire's long history. While the Armenian catastrophe unfolded, Ottoman forces continued fighting on multiple fronts with diminishing resources and growing desperation. In Mesopotamia, a British army advancing on Baghdad was surrounded and forced to surrender at Kut in 1916, providing the Ottomans with another significant victory. But by 1917, British forces had regrouped and reorganized under new leadership. They took Baghdad in March 1917, then steadily advanced northward through Mesopotamia. The loss of Baghdad, the ancient seat of the Abbasid Caliphate, carried symbolic weight far beyond its strategic importance. In Arabia, the empire faced an unexpected challenge as the Hashemite Sharif of Mecca launched a revolt against Ottoman authority in June 1916. The Arab Revolt, supported by British money, weapons, and advisors including T.E. Lawrence, aimed to establish an independent Arab kingdom. Arab fighters harassed Ottoman garrisons and railway lines, tying down troops needed elsewhere. Though militarily limited, the revolt demonstrated that Arab populations no longer viewed the Ottoman state as legitimate. The dream of Ottoman unity across religious and ethnic lines, already badly frayed, continued unraveling. By 1918, the empire's position had become hopeless as Germany and Austria-Hungary faced defeat on the Western and Italian fronts. In September, British forces under General Allenby launched a massive offensive in Palestine that shattered Ottoman defensive lines. Within weeks, British forces occupied Damascus, Aleppo, and the Syrian interior. The Ottoman armies in the region, starved of supplies and reinforcements, disintegrated. Bulgaria's capitulation in late September exposed the empire's northern frontier. Enver and his fellow triumvirs fled Istanbul as their regime collapsed. The new Ottoman government, hoping to preserve some remnant of the empire, signed the Armistice of Mudros on October 30, 1918. The terms were harsh, requiring the empire to demobilize its armies, open the straits to Allied warships, and allow Allied occupation of strategic points. British and French forces occupied Istanbul, their warships anchored in the Golden Horn in a deliberate humiliation. Allied troops controlled the Dardanelles, southern Anatolia, and the Arab provinces. The empire that had once threatened Vienna now existed only at the sufferance of its conquerors. The victorious allies gathered in Paris to dictate peace terms, and they designed a settlement that would partition Anatolia itself among various claimants. The Treaty of Sèvres, presented to the Ottoman government in 1920, reduced the empire to a small state in north-central Anatolia. Greece would receive Thrace and the Izmir region, Italy would control the southwest, France would hold Cilicia, and an independent Armenia would be established in the east. The Kurdish regions would have autonomy leading to independence. The Straits would be internationalized, and the Arab provinces would become British and French mandates. The Treaty of Sèvres represented the complete dismemberment of the Ottoman Empire, not merely the loss of non-Turkish provinces but the partition of the Turkish-majority Anatolian heartland itself. The Istanbul government, controlled by the Sultan and powerless under Allied occupation, accepted the treaty in August 1920. But acceptance in Istanbul did not mean acceptance throughout Anatolia. During the chaos of defeat and occupation, a resistance movement had formed in the interior, led by army officers who refused to acknowledge Allied dominance or the Sultan's capitulation. The leader of this resistance was Mustafa Kemal, the hero of Gallipoli, who had been sent to Anatolia in 1919 ostensibly to supervise demobilization. Instead, he organized nationalist congresses, coordinated resistance to Greek and Allied occupation, and established a rival government in Ankara. Kemal and his supporters argued that the Istanbul government had lost legitimacy by submitting to foreign occupation, and that true sovereignty lay with the Grand National Assembly they convened in Ankara. This assembly, claiming to represent the Turkish nation's will, rejected the Treaty of Sèvres and prepared to fight. The resistance movement that Mustafa Kemal led would eventually succeed in expelling foreign armies, renegotiating the peace settlement, and establishing a new Turkish Republic on the ruins of the Ottoman Empire. But in 1920, as the Treaty of Sèvres proposed the empire's final partition, the outcome remained uncertain. 6 centuries of Ottoman history seemed to be ending not with a bang but with a whimper, the great empire broken and occupied. Yet in the Anatolian interior, a different future was being forged through armed resistance and national awakening. The period from 1908 to 1920 witnessed the collapse of the Ottoman order with a speed that astonished contemporary observers. The Young Turk Revolution had promised renewal through constitutional government, but instead delivered dictatorship, disastrous foreign policy, and genocidal violence. The decision to enter World War I on Germany's side proved to be a fatal miscalculation, subjecting the empire to strains it could not withstand. The war consumed the empire's resources, shattered its armies, and revealed the fragility of Ottoman identity in an age of nationalism. Yet even in collapse, the empire's legacy endured in complex and contradictory forms. The Young Turk movement, for all its failures, had articulated a Turkish nationalism that would shape the post-Ottoman future. The military leadership exemplified by Mustafa Kemal would prove capable of resisting foreign occupation and building a new state. The terrible crimes of the war years, particularly the Armenian genocide, would remain unresolved traumas casting shadows across the region. The imperial system that had governed a vast multicultural realm for 6 centuries was dying, but what would emerge from its death remained to be determined. The final years of the Ottoman Empire were thus both an ending and a beginning. They marked the conclusion of a political and dynastic order that reached back to the 14th century, an order that had shaped the development of 3 continents. They witnessed the violent unraveling of a multi-ethnic empire in an age that privileged the nation-state. But they also saw the emergence of new political forces, new identities, and new possibilities. Anatolia in 1920 was occupied territory, its people exhausted and impoverished by years of war, but it was also a land where new nationalisms were being born. The contrast between the hopeful scenes of 1908, when crowds celebrated constitutional restoration in streets across the empire, and the grim reality of 1920, with Allied warships dominating Istanbul's harbor and foreign armies occupying Anatolian cities, could hardly be more stark. The Young Turk Revolution had promised to save the empire through reform and modernization, but it had presided over the empire's destruction instead. The miscalculations were many, underestimating the power of nationalism among subject peoples, overestimating Ottoman military capacity, believing that German alliance could overcome structural weaknesses that decades of reform had failed to address. For the empire's diverse populations, the collapse meant different things. For Greeks in the Aegean region, it meant the possibility of Enosis' union with Greece, though this dream would end in catastrophe and population exchange. For Arabs in Syria and Mesopotamia, Ottoman defeat meant European mandate rather than independence, a bitter disappointment of wartime promises. For Armenians who survived the genocide, the empire's end brought no justice, only exile and traumatic memory. For Kurds, Allied promises of autonomy would prove as empty as those made to Arabs. For Turks in Anatolia, the collapse presented both existential threat and the opportunity to build a new national state. The institutions that had sustained the Ottoman order for centuries disappeared in the chaos of defeat. The Janissary Corps had been destroyed a century earlier, but now the entire Ottoman military system dissolved. The Sultan remained in Istanbul as a powerless figurehead under Allied occupation, his legitimacy rejected by the Ankara nationalists. The administrative apparatus that had governed provinces from Budapest to Baghdad fragmented into successor states and mandates. The millet system of communal organization, which had allowed diverse religious communities to coexist under Ottoman sovereignty, gave way to the sorting of populations into national categories. Economically, the empire's final years brought devastation that would take decades to overcome. The war mobilization disrupted agriculture and commerce, producing famines in Syria and other regions. The empire's already crushing debt became unpayable, its creditors now seeking repayment from the successor states. Infrastructure lay ruined, with railways destroyed, port facilities damaged, and cities scarred by warfare. The human cost was staggering: millions of soldiers and civilians dead, millions more displaced, entire communities destroyed or dispersed. Anatolia in 1920 was materially and demographically devastated. Yet amid the ruins, there was also energy and determination among those who refused to accept the empire's dismemberment. The nationalist resistance led by Mustafa Kemal drew on deep wells of popular resentment against foreign occupation and a growing Turkish national consciousness. Veterans of the Ottoman armies, though defeated and exhausted, provided military expertise and leadership for the resistance. Peasant communities in Anatolia, which had borne the burden of decades of warfare and conscription, somehow found the will to resist one more time when Greek armies advanced from Izmir into the interior. The Grand National Assembly in Ankara represented a radical departure from Ottoman political traditions even as it claimed continuity with Ottoman resistance to foreign invasion. It asserted popular sovereignty rather than dynastic legitimacy, Turkish nationalism rather than Ottoman universalism. Its leaders spoke of independence and self-determination, the language of Wilsonian idealism, even as they fought to preserve territorial integrity. The assembly rejected both the Sultan's authority and the Treaty of Sèvres, setting itself on a collision course with the Allied powers and the Istanbul government. As 1920 drew to a close, two visions of post-Ottoman order competed for realization. The Treaty of Sèvres embodied the Allied vision of partition, with a small Turkish state surrounded by Armenian, Kurdish, and Greek entities, all under varying degrees of foreign control. The Ankara government embodied a nationalist vision of Turkish sovereignty over Anatolia and eastern Thrace, rejecting foreign occupation and minority statehood. Between these visions stood armies, Greek forces advancing from the Aegean coast, French forces in Cilicia, Italian forces in the southwest, and the irregular but growing forces of the nationalist movement. The resolution of this contest would determine not only the map of the Near East but also the fate of hundreds of thousands of people whose lives had been upended by the empire's collapse. Greek communities in Anatolia, some dating to antiquity, faced an uncertain future as nationalism trumped the cosmopolitan tradition of Ottoman cities. Turkish populations in regions assigned to Greece or Armenia feared ethnic cleansing, a fear amply justified by recent history. The dream of a multicultural, multi-religious commonwealth, never fully realized even in the empire's heyday, had given way to the harsh logic of national states and ethnic homogeneity. The story of the Ottoman Empire's final collapse thus leads inevitably to questions about what might have been different. Could the Young Turk Revolution have succeeded in creating a genuine constitutional commonwealth if it had not been derailed by the Balkan Wars and World War I? Could the empire have remained neutral in the Great War, preserving itself through the cataclysm that destroyed the Russian, German, and Austro-Hungarian empires? Could the terrible violence against Armenians have been prevented by different leadership or different choices? These counterfactuals are unanswerable, but they point to contingencies and decisions that shaped the catastrophic outcome. What is certain is that by 1920, the Ottoman Empire as a political entity was finished, its 6th century history concluded. The dynasty founded by Osman in the 14th century still existed, its sultan still occupying Topkapi Palace, but the empire itself was dead, its territories divided, its institutions dissolved, its multi-ethnic character repudiated by the very nationalism that had emerged partly in response to its failures. The future belonged to the nation-states that would emerge from the empire's ruins, for better and worse, inheriting both its achievements and its unresolved conflicts. The armistice signed at Mudros in October 1918 does not bring peace to the lands that once formed the Ottoman Empire. Instead, Allied warships anchor in the Bosphorus, their guns pointed toward the heart of Constantinople. British, French, and Italian soldiers patrol streets where Ottoman sultans ruled for centuries, their presence a daily reminder of defeat and occupation. The empire that survived so many wars and transformations now faces its final, most profound crisis. In the months following the armistice, the Allied powers begin carving up what remains of Ottoman territory according to secret agreements made during wartime. British forces move into Mesopotamia and Palestine, establishing control over lands they have long coveted for strategic and economic reasons. French troops occupy Syria and Cilicia, pressing claims that stretch back to the Crusades in their rhetoric and ambition. Italian soldiers land in southwestern Anatolia, seeking their promised share of the spoils, while Greek forces prepare for something more ambitious. The Sultan's government in Constantinople, desperate to preserve some remnant of sovereignty, can only watch and negotiate weakly. The arrival of Greek troops in Smyrna on May 15, 1919, changes everything for those who refuse to accept Ottoman dissolution. Greek soldiers disembark with the blessing of British Prime Minister Lloyd George, who envisions a greater Greece rising from Ottoman ruins. The landing quickly turns violent as Greek forces clash with Turkish civilians, and Ottoman soldiers who resist are shot down in the streets. News of the occupation spreads inland through Anatolia, carried by refugees and telegraph operators who work through the night. For many Turkish officers and officials, Smyrna represents a line that cannot be crossed without response. Mustafa Kemal, the general who defended Gallipoli and led successful campaigns in the east, watches these developments with growing alarm. He arrives in Samsun on the Black Sea coast on May 19, 1919, officially sent by the Sultan's government to oversee demobilization. Instead, he begins organizing resistance, sending telegrams to military commanders and civilian leaders across Anatolia, urging them to defend Turkish sovereignty. His message resonates with officers who feel betrayed by the armistice terms and with civilians who fear foreign occupation. Within weeks, resistance committees form in towns and cities throughout the Anatolian heartland, creating networks of communication and supply. The Sultan's government in Constantinople orders Kemal to return, growing alarmed at his independent actions and defiant tone. He refuses, resigning his commission rather than obey commands from a government he now views as captive to foreign powers. In July and August of 1919, Kemal organizes congresses in Erzurum and Sivas, where delegates from across Anatolia gather to coordinate resistance. These meetings produce declarations demanding territorial integrity, rejecting foreign occupation, and asserting the right to self-determination for the Turkish people. The movement Kemal leads carefully positions itself as defending Ottoman sovereignty while building structures that operate independently of the Sultan's authority. By early 1920, the nationalist movement controls much of interior Anatolia, establishing administrative structures parallel to those in occupied Constantinople. British forces respond by formally occupying the capital on March 16, 1920, arresting nationalist sympathizers and dissolving the Ottoman parliament. This action, intended to crush resistance, instead legitimizes Kemal's alternative government and drives more officials to join the nationalist cause. On April 23, 1920, the Grand National Assembly convenes in Ankara, a central Anatolian town chosen for its distance from Allied guns. The assembly declares itself the sole legitimate government of Turkey, though it still nominally acts in the Sultan's name. The new assembly faces enemies on multiple fronts as 1920 progresses into summer and autumn. Greek forces push inland from Smyrna, encountering fierce resistance from irregular Turkish fighters and poorly equipped regular units. French troops battle nationalists in the south while Armenian forces, backed by brief hopes of an independent state, fight in the east. The assembly in Ankara struggles to organize a coherent military force from the remnants of Ottoman units and volunteer militias. Supplies are scarce, modern weapons even scarcer, and the treasury holds almost nothing of value. Mustafa Kemal, elected president of the Grand National Assembly, proves as skilled at political organization as military command. He establishes a functioning government structure in Ankara, complete with ministries, a general staff, and administrative procedures that bring order to chaos. The assembly raises taxes, requisitions supplies, and drafts men into an army that slowly gains coherence and discipline. Kemal personally oversees military planning while managing fractious assembly debates and regional power struggles among nationalist commanders. His authority derives not from traditional legitimacy but from respect earned through military success and political acumen. The Greek offensive intensifies in 1921 as Athens commits more troops to capturing Ankara and crushing the nationalist movement. Greek columns advance across the Anatolian plateau in summer heat, their supply lines stretching ever longer across hostile territory. Turkish forces under Ismet Inonu fight two successful defensive battles at Inonu in early 1921, slowing the Greek advance and providing crucial morale. But the main Greek offensive comes in summer when a force of over 100,000 troops pushes toward Ankara. The fate of the nationalist movement and any hope for Turkish sovereignty depends on stopping this advance. The Battle of Sakarya begins in late August 1921 along a river barely 60 miles west of Ankara. Turkish defenders dig into positions along ridgelines and riverbanks, knowing retreat means losing their capital and likely their cause. Greek forces attack in waves, their artillery pounding Turkish trenches while infantry advances across open ground. The battle stretches over 22 days of brutal fighting, with positions changing hands repeatedly and casualties mounting on both sides. Kemal takes direct command, moving between positions, rallying exhausted soldiers, and committing his last reserves at critical moments. The battle turns on determination and logistics rather than any single dramatic moment of heroism or tactical brilliance. Greek supply lines fail under the strain of distance and Turkish raids that cut roads and destroy depots. Turkish soldiers fight knowing their families and homes lie just beyond the battlefield, while Greek troops grow increasingly exhausted and dispirited. On September 13, 1921, Greek forces begin withdrawing, their offensive spent and their army in need of rest and resupply. The Turkish victory at Sakarya does not end the war, but it shifts momentum decisively to the nationalist side. The assembly in Ankara promotes Kemal to marshal and grants him the title Gazi, meaning victorious warrior or veteran. He uses the breathing space after Sakarya to rebuild and re-equip his forces, acquiring weapons from Soviet Russia and organizing training. The army that emerges in 1922 bears little resemblance to the desperate militias of 1919, having become a disciplined force with functioning logistics and clear command structure. Throughout the winter and spring, Kemal prepares for a final offensive while maintaining defensive positions that keep Greek forces tied down. He shares his plans with only a few trusted commanders, maintaining operational security despite political pressure for action. The Great Offensive begins on August 26, 1922, with Turkish artillery opening fire along a front west of Afyonkarahisar. Infantry and cavalry units surge forward in coordinated attacks that break through Greek defensive lines, exploiting gaps and surrounding isolated positions. Greek commanders, caught by surprise at the offensive's timing and strength, struggle to organize coherent resistance. Within days, the Greek front collapses as units retreat in disorder, abandoning equipment and supplies in their haste. Turkish cavalry pursues relentlessly, cutting off escape routes and capturing thousands of prisoners. The decisive engagement occurs at Dumlupınar on August 30, 1922, where Turkish forces surround and destroy the main Greek army. Greek soldiers surrender in masses, their will to fight broken after years of inconclusive warfare far from home. The Greek commander escapes, but his army ceases to exist as a fighting force, scattered across the Anatolian plateau. Turkish forces press their advantage, advancing rapidly towards Smyrna and the Aegean coast where Greek occupation began 3 years earlier. The civilian Greek population in western Anatolia, sensing the shift in fortunes, begins a panicked flight toward the coast. Turkish forces enter Smyrna on September 9, 1922, completing the liberation of Anatolia from foreign occupation. The city descends into chaos as Armenian and Greek residents flee toward the harbor where foreign warships wait offshore. Fire breaks out in Armenian quarters on September 13, spreading rapidly through wooden buildings and creating an inferno that destroys much of the city. Thousands crowd the waterfront, desperate for boats to carry them away from the advancing Turkish army and the flames consuming their homes. Foreign sailors watch from their ships, under orders not to intervene, as the city burns for days. The military victory leaves Mustafa Kemal's government in control of Anatolia but facing questions about political legitimacy and international recognition. The Sultan in Constantinople, Mehmed VI, has become increasingly irrelevant throughout the war, his government discredited by collaboration with occupation forces. The Nationalist Assembly in Ankara tolerates his nominal sovereignty only because some members fear abolishing the sultanate too abruptly. But Kemal and his closest allies see the sultanate as incompatible with the modern nation they envision building. The institution that once unified a vast empire now represents subservience and defeat in their eyes. On November 1, 1922, the Grand National Assembly votes to abolish the sultanate, separating it from the caliphate in a legal maneuver. The assembly declares that sovereignty belongs to the nation, not to any individual or dynasty, ending 6 centuries of Ottoman rule. Mehmed VI, learning that his person is no longer safe in Constantinople, flees aboard a British warship on November 17, 1922. He carries little more than personal belongings, leaving behind palaces full of treasures and a title that now means nothing. The last sultan dies in exile in San Remo, Italy, in 1926, forgotten by most and mourned by few. The assembly selects Abdülmecid II as caliph, maintaining the religious office while eliminating temporal power that defined the sultanate. This compromise satisfies those who value Islamic tradition while consolidating political authority in the assembly and Kemal's government. But even this limited arrangement proves temporary as Kemal and his reformist allies plan more fundamental transformations. They see the caliphate as a potential rallying point for opposition to secular reforms and a symbolic link to the imperial past. The question becomes when to abolish it, not whether. International negotiations for a formal peace treaty begin in Lausanne, Switzerland, in November 1922, with Turkey negotiating as an equal power. Ismet İnönü leads the Turkish delegation, facing British, French, Italian, and Greek diplomats across conference tables where maps and legal documents replace battlefield encounters. The Turks refuse to accept terms that limit sovereignty or impose foreign controls over Turkish territory, walking out of sessions when demands prove unacceptable. The military victory at Dumlupınar provides leverage that the defeated Ottoman government at Mudros never possessed, and İnönü uses it skillfully. The Treaty of Lausanne, signed on July 24, 1923, recognizes Turkish sovereignty over Anatolia and eastern Thrace, replacing the humiliating Treaty of Sèvres. Turkey regains full control over its finances, military, and legal system, ending the capitulations that granted foreigners special privileges for centuries. The treaty establishes Turkey's borders roughly where they remain today, though not without painful compromises and unresolved disputes. The Straits regime places limitations on Turkish control over the Bosphorus and Dardanelles, but avoids the internationalization that earlier proposals demanded. For a defeated empire, these terms represent a remarkable diplomatic achievement. The treaty includes provisions for a massive population exchange between Turkey and Greece, formalizing the separation of communities that once coexisted. Over 1 million Greek Orthodox Christians leave Anatolia for Greece, abandoning homes their families occupied for centuries in some cases. Nearly 400,000 Muslims leave Greece for Turkey, forced from ancestral villages in Macedonia, Crete, and other regions. Religion, not language or culture, determines who goes where, creating refugee crises in both countries and destroying cosmopolitan communities. The exchange solves immediate political problems while creating human tragedies and severing cultural connections that had defined the Eastern Mediterranean. With international recognition secured and military threats eliminated, Kemal moves to complete the political transformation he has pursued since 1919. On October 29, 1923, the Grand National Assembly declares Turkey a republic, formally ending any pretense of continuity with Ottoman governance. Mustafa Kemal becomes the republic's first president, elected by the assembly he has dominated since its founding. The capital officially moves to Ankara, symbolically rejecting Constantinople and its imperial associations for a city in Anatolia's heart. A new flag, still bearing the star and crescent but representing the republic rather than the sultanate, flies over government buildings. The caliphate survives barely 4 more months as Kemal and his allies prepare public opinion for its abolition. Newspapers controlled by the government publish articles questioning the institution's relevance and suggesting it belongs to the past rather than the future. Assembly members deliver speeches arguing that maintaining the caliphate contradicts republican principles and encourages reactionary opposition. On March 3, 1924, the Assembly votes to abolish the caliphate and exile all members of the Ottoman dynasty from Turkish territory. Abdülmecid II, the last caliph, leaves for Switzerland, carrying the title but no longer any authority or recognition. The abolition of the caliphate ends not just 6 centuries of Ottoman rule but 13 centuries of continuous Islamic caliphate tradition. Since the death of Muhammad in 632, various dynasties and individuals claimed the title of caliph, leading the Muslim community spiritually and sometimes temporally. The Ottomans held the position less consistently than their propaganda suggested, but Istanbul remained a major center of Islamic authority. Now a secular Turkish Republic declares the institution obsolete and sends the last caliph into European exile. Muslims from Cairo to Delhi react with shock and anger, though their protests cannot reverse Turkey's decision. Kemal, soon granted the surname Ataturk meaning father of Turks by the Assembly, moves rapidly to secularize and westernize Turkish society. Religious schools and courts close, replaced by secular institutions modeled on European examples and teaching modern curricula. The Latin alphabet replaces Arabic script in a reform that renders the older generation partially illiterate but breaks connections to Ottoman texts. Women gain legal rights unprecedented in the region, including suffrage, education access, and freedom from mandatory religious dress. These reforms alienate traditionalists but pursue Ataturk's vision of Turkey as a modern, secular, European nation rather than an Islamic empire's heir. The Ottoman Empire's territories outside Turkey follow different trajectories, shaped by European mandates, local nationalisms, and geographic factors. Britain organizes Iraq from former Ottoman provinces, installing a Hashemite monarchy and drawing borders that group diverse populations together. French mandatory control in Syria and Lebanon creates states based more on administrative convenience than cultural or historical coherence. Palestine becomes a British mandate where competing promises to Arabs and Jews guarantee future conflict. These territories gain formal independence in following decades but struggle with borders and political structures imposed from outside. The Arab provinces of the former empire develop varying relationships with their Ottoman past, some embracing independence eagerly while others remember stability. In Iraq, former Ottoman officers play key roles in the new state's military and administration, bringing organizational skills learned in imperial service. Syria and Lebanon navigate between French influence and local identities that Ottoman rule once united or separated differently. Egypt, independent in name since 1922 though still British-dominated, develops a distinct Arab identity that rejects Turkish associations while claiming leadership of Arab causes. Each territory invents national narratives that minimize or condemn Ottoman rule while selectively preserving aspects of that heritage. The Balkans, freed from Ottoman control through decades of wars before 1918, continue defining themselves partly in opposition to Turkish rule. Greek national identity emphasizes liberation from centuries of Ottoman domination, though historical reality proves more complex than later mythology suggests. Bulgarian, Serbian, and Romanian histories portray Ottoman rule as foreign oppression interrupted by heroic resistance, downplaying periods of accommodation and cultural exchange. Yet Ottoman architectural heritage remains visible in mosques, bridges, and fortifications that dot the landscape. Former subjects preserve Turkish vocabulary, culinary traditions, and cultural practices even while politically rejecting any positive Ottoman legacy. The Turkish Republic under Ataturk actively rejects imperial nostalgia and Ottoman heritage in favor of a constructed national identity. Official history emphasizes pre-Islamic Turkish civilization in Central Asia, downplaying the Ottoman centuries as a deviation from authentic Turkish identity. Ottoman Turkish language, with its Persian and Arabic vocabulary, gives way to purified Turkish promoting native words and European borrowings. The fez, once a symbol of Ottoman modernity, becomes forbidden as backward, replaced by European hats that traditionalists view as foreign. Museums display Ottoman artifacts as historical curiosities rather than sources of pride, while textbooks teach students to see the Republic as a break from rather than continuation of the past. Yet Ottoman influence persists in Turkish society despite official efforts to erase or minimize it, embedded in language, customs, and mental frameworks. Administrative structures of the Republic borrow heavily from late Ottoman reforms, continuing centralization and rationalization processes begun in the 19th century. Legal codes imported from Europe replace Islamic law, but concepts of state authority and citizen obligations carry Ottoman assumptions. The Turkish military inherits not just equipment but organizational culture and professional identity from Ottoman predecessors who pioneered modernization efforts. Even Ataturk's revolution, so focused on breaking with the past, employs methods and rhetoric shaped by Ottoman precedents. By the late 1920s, the transformation from empire to nation-state appears complete, with the Ottoman Empire relegated to history. The Sultanate exists only in exile, powerless and ignored, while the Caliphate title means nothing without a state to back it. Territory that once stretched across 3 continents now fragments into dozens of states, each pursuing its own vision of independence and modernity. The Turkish Republic, alone among these successor states, actively rejects imperial heritage while occupying the empire's Anatolian heartland. A political structure that survived for 6 centuries disappears within a decade, replaced by a new order that views it with contempt or indifference. The speed of this transformation masks deeper continuities and leaves questions unresolved for future generations to confront repeatedly. Turkish citizens debate their relationship to Ottoman heritage, with some seeking to reclaim aspects of that past while others defend Ataturk's secular vision. Former Ottoman territories in the Middle East struggle with state structures imposed externally, sometimes looking back at Ottoman administration with unexpected nostalgia. Balkan nations process complex histories of coexistence and conflict that simple narratives of oppression cannot capture. The Ottoman Empire ends, but its legacy persists in borders, populations, cultural practices, and unresolved conflicts that shape the modern world. The last Ottoman Sultan dies in Italian exile, buried far from the mosques and palaces his ancestors built and ruled. The last Caliph passes his final years in Paris, a figure of curiosity rather than reverence, his title now merely historical. The dynasty that produced Mehmed the Conqueror and Suleiman the Magnificent scatters across Europe, its members living as private citizens without titles or authority. Their palaces in Istanbul become museums where tourists photograph throne rooms and treasure chambers, trying to imagine the power that once resided there. The Topkapi Palace, where sultans govern an empire, now displays costumes and weapons behind glass, relics of a world that ended when Mustafa Kemal Ataturk chose revolution over restoration.